looking at these storm winds to see exactly how strong this is. I'll let you talk about it, Katie. Go for it. Let me step.
What we are looking at is we're using Topeka's radar to look at the winds that are rotating around the storm. And what we see are winds that are rotating towards and away. That would indicate the very sharp rotation. Now, a moment ago, and let me loop this for you over the past 30 minutes so we can see the trend on the radar, looking at the velocity, and it kind of weakened there when it moved past Osage City, but it's starting to tighten up again right over Overbrook. Now it's on the north side of Pomona Lake, moving from there towards Overbrook right now. If you're in Overbrook, you definitely need to be in your safe location right now. The storm is spinning right over your heads. As it continues to move towards the northeast, the next town in its path would be Clinton, Missouri, as it heads up eventually, if it remains on this track, towards Lawrence, where we have meteorologist Nick Bender, and we also have Johnny Rollins, who is in News Chopper 9 just south of this storm. So I'm anxious to hear his reports on what he is seeing as he looks to the north. He is now just north of Pomona Lake, heading to intercept our storm, Brian. So we're looking at this. Let me stop rotation. I think I hear Johnny's chopper. Johnny, what are you seeing?
North of Pomona right now, and we are doing about 130 miles an hour over the ground right now, turning back north, and a really strong tailwind. So we're going to pan a little bit to the right here. The one thing that we are noticing, and in contrast to kind of what I talked about before with an unobstructed view, that is all precipitation there that we are seeing. And we're going to come around the corner here, and I think there's a little notch, and we talk about this, that sometimes on the front end of the storm, it can access some of that inflow air that will rise kind of from the front and the back, not the backside necessarily, but not in a classic area where we'd expect to see that. So right now, if there is a tornado in there, as reported, then it's going to be very difficult to see, and that is the problem too. Those who may be out.
So there, yeah, somebody still has, oh, there we go. Thank you. So Johnny, we just lost your picture there, but here's the crucial information that he was talking about, and I was able to put one and one together. There's his current position. Here is the cell, and because this area had a lot more sunshine, a lot more of the ingredients came together, that's also part of the reason why the Storm Prediction Center put us under this tornado watch until 10 o'clock. Obviously, not everybody's going to see it. Obviously, not every area is going to be affected by it, but most of our information that we're looking at is really pretty much honing in on the southwest development that's going to be heading up in a northeast fashion. You see where Storm Tracker 9 is in Lawrence, next in line to do some coverage, and then News Chopper 9 farther down to the south, close to that couplet. And as we talked about, the inbound going toward the Topeka Weather Service radar next to the outbound, that's the couplet that we see here. And at one time, the winds were getting fairly strong, and it was once again tightening its rotation a little bit. But that's why we do a combination of three things: folks on the ground, folks in the air, in Johnny's case, and also the radar to put a pretty close picture together, a little more comprehensive view on what's going on. Clinton at 6:09. Johnny, we have your picture back, and by the way, please interrupt me if we need to go with something. Go ahead, Johnny. Do you have something?
Not right now. We are getting into, and let's go ahead and add a little, are we off 2 times there, I hope, and add a little more gain. You just saw that big flash of lightning. Right there is where we're looking, Brian. And we are now able to come around the back side of this, and we see some very low clouds there. We'll pan a little bit to the right, and you can just barely, this storm is so enormous that it's hard to get any light through there. So we're going to zoom in right there, and we can see some of those clouds right down on the ground. So we would think that if we have a tornado on the ground, that is where it would be. And this is a little notch between two parts of this big cluster of storms. And right there is where we're looking. We're going to zoom in just a little bit more and see if we can spot any rotation or anything on the ground, which we do not see right now. But as you can see either side of that, and boy, it's just so faint, either side of that is going to be very rain-wrapped, and some pretty heavy rain falling there. Some lightning right in that location as well. So we are certainly keeping our eyes posted here. I don't know if we're going to be able to get a view of it, but we're certainly going to get as close as we can and see what we can do for you. Right along this stretch, though, right now, and we'll go ahead and pan just a little bit to the right. and that is where we do have a pretty good lowering of the clouds there. Give me one more gain there, Pat, and let's see what we can. That opens it up a little bit, and you can see that could very well be a wall cloud. We're still too far away to tell you. We'll stay on this and keep giving you pictures, and if we spot any rotation or anything on the ground, we'll certainly let you know. Brian?
Thank you there, Johnny. I was going to go to Katie because she has a zoom down to almost the locations, talking about the block by block, but let me quickly go full screen into the big box and then I'll throw it to Katie. The storm winds here we saw, once again, estimate time of arrival for KU campus. So if you still have some students, folks who are still there, who are packing up for the summer, or still on campus for that matter, 6:23 within the scope of this tornado warning. Once again, radar indicated, but as Johnny mentioned, you could see that it was once again at least trying to tighten a little bit. And also storm tracker now with Nick Bender. We'll go to you in just one second, Nick. Want to go to Katie because you do have it zoomed down to individual roads and also some highways. Katie.
Yeah, whenever we can, I like to give you the intersections of where the storms are so that you know where you are in relation to the storm. The rotation is being detected just as it's crossing over the Douglas County line at Highway 56. So some of the major roads that you might recognize would be Highway 56 near Overbrook and Stubbs Road, which goes north to south. Now it's getting ready to cross over. And let me just draw a line here to help you see what we're looking at. This is the Douglas County line right here. That's Alabama Road. And here is where the rotation is. So you can see we're just about ready to cross over into Douglas County, and that's why the National Weather Service out of Topeka has issued a tornado warning for Douglas County with this storm crossing now into your county. Try to give you as much time as possible to help you get in your storm safe place. Remember, you want to be inside your home. You want as many walls between you and the outside. When tornado winds approach and when debris is flying, it tends to hit the outside walls and then work its way in, as Brian has so often described. So if you're inside the middle of your home away from the windows, that is a great place to be, and always underground if you can. And even if you are underground, you want to make sure that you have something around you to protect you from flying debris. One of the things that I'm noting here as we've watched this storm kind of ebb and flow in intensity, it seems to be at a point now where it's gotten stronger. It weakened about 20 minutes ago, but now in the latest frames here, we're seeing this rotation tighten up just a little bit, and I'll measure that for you. We'll look in here, and I'm looking at the radar from Topeka. So these are winds that are blowing towards Topeka, Doppler estimating at 54 miles an hour, and now winds that are blowing away from Topeka at nearly 40 miles an hour. So that is an indication of the wind rotating, and if it gets tight together, then we have another tornado. We already had this storm produce one tornado earlier just south of Osage City. Then it weakened as it moved north, and now it is re-strengthening. Recycling is very common in this type of an environment. Are you ready, Brian?
Sure. Thank you for that. I was just looking at some of the information coming through and wanted to see if there were any chasers or any spotters out there. Because you notice here that these are at least where we have our resources there. Nick is out toward Lawrence, and I know it's heading right toward you. Nick, let me throw it to you for just 1 second if we have Nick. If we do, go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, I can hear you, Brian. Lightning has really increased. We're here on the KU campus in Lawrence. The sirens were sounding earlier just to alert people who are outdoors that this storm is heading toward Lawrence and toward the campus here in Lawrence. One thing that does concern me, I think that this circulation, this tornadic circulation is going to be rain wrapped. I think it's going to be very difficult to spot from the ground as it's several miles back behind the rain in the storm. So while we have a real high perch with great visibility now to the south and the west, I do think that this rotation in the storm that could produce the tornado is sitting back behind the rain. So we may not be able to see it as it comes into Lawrence. This area toward Kansas City and across the Northland is in a favorable zone for rotation and for tornadoes over the next couple of hours. I think the wind shear here along the warm front and to the north will continue to support supercell thunderstorms like we're seeing right now that are capable of producing tornadoes. So I think we're now stepping into that time that you do need to be home, or you need to be in the place where you would take shelter if a tornado warning is issued for your location, like it is here in Lawrence. You still have plenty of time to get home here in Lawrence, but you need to start doing that right now. Brian, I'll send it back to you.
Okay, there. I want to go to, if I can, this is a different one, Links 3, just to talk about that rotation. Because as you mentioned, Nick, it's going to be very difficult to see because it is rain ramp. But here, very evident does our system show first alert radar. So we're not just talking at the lower end of the rotation scale. This does have a little bit of that red, and you saw in that last update. It's still moving now to the east of Overbrook. Here would be Clinton, just so you get your bearings, Clinton Lake. There is Centropolis. This is just within this tornado warning, that portion of the cell that shows the most promising portion of rotation. And remember, when they draw these warnings, they do try to give themselves a little area for how the storm may change its direction a little bit, because they don't necessarily move in a straight line. They sometimes do waver a little bit. This one's still heading up toward Clinton and eventually heading up toward Lawrence. So that's once again why they do have that tornado warning out through the 6 o'clock hour, at least the first half of the 6 o'clock hour. Damaging winds still a possibility, torrential rainfall, and still that circulation is showing up. So there's your rotation as Katie is starting to zoom it in there. Actually, that's Pete, meteorologist Pete Grigsby's on the controls of it. And so you can get your bearings there, be North 150th Road there. And the cross section would be as well East 150. This is in heading up to Clinton on the Kansas side, which is why there is now this tornado warning out for a small portion of Franklin County and a larger portion of Douglas County as well, as this is at least the portion of the cell that's showing the most promise that could drop the tornado once again, because this has had the history down toward Osage County of dropping a tornado earlier, and now it's still moving and holding together under this tornado watch that stays in effect until 10 o'clock. For that possibility of a few thunderstorms that get this strong, otherwise damaging winds and damaging hail, the number one and number two thing we have to worry about. Going to toss it over to Katie, who's still looking at a little more analysis. Katie.
Yeah, I want to show you some of the products that we use behind the scene when we're looking at the forecast. And so I've split the screen into a quad screen. And what we're looking at in the upper left is the typical radar that you're used to seeing. This shows us the heavy rain. Also, now you're used to seeing the reflectivity, which is what you see, the velocity now in the upper right corner. That shows us the winds that are rotating. In the bottom left corner, it shows hail, and if there was any type of debris, it would show us in the bottom right. But the reason I wanted to show you this, if I draw on one of these boxes, it'll draw on all of the boxes in the same location. So I'm going to draw a circle where we're seeing this rotation, and the reason I'm showing you that, it's clear to see on the upper right, but when you look at it on the upper left, which is the rain, this indicates this is a rain-wrapped tornado. That circulation is in the middle of that heavy rain. Brian has been telling you that, and Nick assumed that he could tell it was going to be rain-wrapped. But this is how we know it for sure. When we line them up side by side, you can see how that rotation is inside the heavy wind. That's when Doppler radar becomes the most important tool we have, because it can look through the rain and find that rotation and give you that early warning. So right now, I want to give you that early warning, and I see, I'm going to let you know that the intensity of the wind apparently has picked up. Now, I don't know that it necessarily means a tornado has strength, and sometimes we can get just a very strong down flow from this. This is North 600 Road intercepting East 400 Road, and the wind speeds estimated by, this is the Topeka Doppler, and the strongest winds there at about 57 miles per hour. Brian.
You're looking at an extended version of KMBC News at 6 o'clock with storm coverage. What you see here is now First Alert Live radar, where we have Nick Bender and also Johnny Rollins. And I do want to check back with Johnny since he is in better position. He was talking about rain wrap conditions, and now, Johnny, I'm just wondering what you're seeing there to add to the puzzle so we can also relay your reports to the National Weather Service. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it is a puzzle right now, Brian, because looking at this and all the structure, and now we've got some outflow coming from this. It's just, it's confusing to see how we have going on what we have going on here. But rotation is rotation for sure, and we are unable through all that rain, as you said, to be able to spot anything that could be considered a tornado close to the ground. And we do have very low clouds, but it appears as though that's going to be on the gust front. We'll pan to the south side complex as we, again, I think I said about 10 miles, and we'll stop right there, about 10 miles from Overbrook. And you can, well, we'll go a little bit further, and there you can see the backside of the storm. So where we are seeing all this rotation and all the activity seems to be buried in rain right now, with air coming out, some outflow coming from that storm in the form of a little gust front out ahead of us. Now, that's not to say there isn't a notch of air that could be getting into that, but and now we're in a northeast wind, which is even more puzzling. So not much. It's a big, strong and southwest flow we've been flying through so far this afternoon that is providing all that warm, moist air to the storm. But now a very strong northeast flow, probably in the 15, 20, 25 mile an hour range, which is quite confusing. That might be coming from the storm, an outflow boundary from the storm just to the north of us. But we're staying on it, and as you can see, there's a gust front from the south side where we do see a little bit more development of this storm kind of propagating a little bit further south as it continues to move to the north, if that makes any sense. Johnny Rollins, News Chopper 9, back to you in the studio.
Hey, Johnny, before I let you go, could you repeat your position, because you know that the National Weather Service does monitor our audio and looks at our pictures just to get your location, that is, and also what you just assessed as far as the wind flow and also the speeds.
And we are about 10 miles, I believe, to the east now of Overbrook. And again, the picture you're seeing now, this seems to be the most impressive part of the storm, and it's way on the south side, nowhere near where you are reporting that. So right now, what we are seeing really isn't much help for you, certainly in regards to where you're seeing the rotation, because we just can't see through that heavy rain.
Appreciate that, Johnny. And once again, just wanted to get your assessment on that. And it looks like the tornado warning continues. Franklin County, you are in the clear as of 6 o'clock because it's moved to your east. But still, the radar indication for Douglas County going now until 6:30. And that's why you see it now extending a little closer to the city of Lawrence itself, including Baldwin City. So this is the new tornado warning. And that's still going to hit campus now with a new updated time of arrival now at 6:19. The city of Lawrence proper at 6:21. Katie, you said you mentioned that the rotation's tightening up?
It certainly is, and I don't want to contradict your timing. I just did a different track, but
Please
it
do.
still shows it at the KU campus around 6:20. We want to give you that first alert. If this storm was to continue regenerating tornadoes and it held together long enough, it would be up near the Kansas Speedway out towards the Legends by 7:06, around that time frame.
Which system are you on, Katie, so they can take it, please?
I'm on Lynx 2.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm showing the velocity mode of this storm that is looking the strongest we've seen. It's one that's right behind you now. It looks as strong as it's been.
Okay, great. So here are those updated times that she was talking about. Lawrence at 6:24, KU campus at 6:21. So yes, new times. And this is what she's referring to. Very evident, very bright green next to the bright red. That is definitely the circulation that's going on there. If it holds together as well, it will continue to move to the east and northeast, and that would put it towards southern portions of Leavenworth County and eventually into the Kansas City metro as well. You also saw the position of where Nick Bender is. Let's go to him as well. Nick, what's happening?
You know, Brian, sirens continue to go off here on the campus of KU. The rotation part of the storm here that prompted the tornado warnings only about 9 to 10 miles to my southwest. So yeah, between 6:15 and 6:20, it'll be here. The clouds above me, I can see the inflow into this storm is pretty strong, and we're not even really in the inflow yet. I do think that rotation is buried back in the rain, so I'm not even going to be able to see it, and I'm directly in the path of it. And my concern is that even though it's buried back in the rain, and we've got a lot of different outflow boundaries and wind directions running around there, that the overall parameters or ingredients in front of this storm to Lawrence, and then really up to Tonganoxie and Basur, and then maybe even all the way up to the KCI are favorable for continued storm intensification and rotation, which would mean the tornado threat is there now. We're in that part of the day where the wind shear is going to begin to ramp up. So this right now, I would say, is the most dangerous storm that we've got, besides the flash flood emergencies that are taking place up to the north in Bethany and Albany and Princeton. It sounds like it's pretty serious up there with flooding. This is the storm that has the highest tornado potential right now. That's why we're here in Lawrence, Kansas. Sirens continue. Brian, we'll send it back to you.
And that's another thing that we've noticed, is that we're trying to use some of the information that's coming in from the field, or looking out the corner at the rotation that looks like it's intensifying 3 miles southwest of Lone Star, moving toward the town of Globe, probably there. Just looking at some of the reports that are coming in, funneling through the National Weather Service office itself. So there's where you see Johnny Rollins and News Chopper 9. There's the notch that he's referring to. There's where Storm Tracker 9 is. These are out in Douglas County, so just to the north of Baldwin City. So I say that you should, at least in case it does decide to veer or waver a little bit, just go with those precautions. But there you see it right on the back doorstep of Lawrence. That's a tornado warning that stays in effect until 6:30. As First Alert Live radar goes around, yep, still holding together with the notch that's still there. and that's an indication that there's some inflow. It has a little notch. It has some of that warm, moist air to feed on, and that's one of the reasons why it's sustaining itself, which is why the Topeka Weather Service office has issued it. Katie, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Lone Star, just the time is now. You must be in your safe shelter. This storm is located less than 2 miles southwest of Lone Star, but it's moving at 35 miles an hour. So even as I've drawn this kind of snapshot in time, it has advanced to Lone Star. So we urge you in Lone Star to not be outside watching this storm approach. Get into your safe shelter. The interior lowest portion of your home provide some type of shelter to your body. If you should lose the walls around you, do you have some way to protect yourself from the flying debris if there were to be any? Let me zoom the picture out a little bit. I wanted to show you that it was approaching Lone Star, and the next big town in its path will be Lawrence. As I loop it, just to let you see the direction of the rotation, it's as strong now as it has been in this life cycle of this storm. It's located in the southwest corner of Douglas County. Douglas County under a tornado warning until 6:30. The time right now is 6:06. I will let you know that if you're in Baldwin City, this storm is going to pass to your north. I want to give you that first alert to let you know this storm is not threatening you. Another thing that I do want to point out is, and I'm going to switch the radar mode one more time, this is the location of the hail in this storm. So in addition to rotation, north of the rotation, we are seeing what could be large hail, and I'll measure that for you. It's indicating severe size hail, 3/4 inch diameter hail with this storm. As you know, north of the rotation, north and west of the rotation is where you can expect to see the hail, and then the rotation just south of that. So as we track this for you again, we want you preparing, moving now to your safe shelter in Lawrence. This storm moving at about 35 miles per hour. Unless it changes direction and speed, that puts it over Lawrence at just after what did we say, Brian, about 6:20?
It was about 6:23 when you're heading out to the KU campus.
I'm going to just expand this path just a little bit so
Sure.
we have it. Of course, the tornado itself would be very narrow, but we want to give you a wider swath just to account for any left to right movement in the storm. So there you have it. Clinton at 6:09, the KU campus at 6:20, Lawrence 6:25, the downtown area of Lawrence, Eudora 6:34. And if you're curious, if this was to remain a tornado producing supercell, I will track this for you just a little bit farther. Pardon that track, Brian. I'm sorry, my finger
Not a problem
moved
there.
But I do want to do a long-term track on this for you.
Because the estimated time of arrival will certainly be more than a half hour. We're talking more like an hour to possibly even 90 minutes. So what Katie is doing is extending out that cone that we just talked about, but going a little farther to the north and to the northeast to see the estimated times of arrival. Not a guarantee that they're going to continue with a tornado warning, but there you see a better idea of when it is going to hit. And Pete, you're going to be next in line to look at that rotation, so thank you for that. Go ahead, Katie.
Okay, so I'm going to just make some of the adjustments on this so that we can give you an early warning in Parkville. If this storm was to stay together and on its same path, you are in its cone right now in Parkville. It would be arriving there just after 7:20, 7:30, and in Gladstone at about 7:30. So it's just going to work its way right down the line of some of our most populated areas in the Kansas City area. When it passes over Wyandotte County, we'll be watching very closely and try to give you as much notice as possible. Brian, if you'll allow me, I'd like to zoom in one more time and do a new analysis on the strength of this rotation.
I'll let you do that. I hear that Johnny has the pictures. We see that in the lower left-hand corner.
Great.
We'll get back to you then, Katie. Go ahead, Johnny.
Yeah, Brian, that's going to be the Lawrence campus. We're going to pull back. Boy, this is reminiscent, Brian, of almost the exact track we followed on that May 8th, 2003 tornado that hit Lawrence. We're going to pan to the left, and that one started down by Lake Pomona as well. We're going to pan to the left and show you that little clear area there, but just a little bit. We'll keep going left. Just a little bit as we continue to the left there, you can see the storm approaching. It was right in front of us here now, as a matter of fact, that we saw a tornado come through and take off the top of some apartment complexes. So on the west side of Lawrence, a lot of housing here, and that is where the storm is approaching right now. In there some places, Clinton Reservoir as well. Back down to you guys.
Yeah, I remember that storm because it did take off those two roofs, and it didn't really look that impressive on radar. But one of the things that's helped since then, of course, is that the tools have gotten better. So I do want to go quickly to rotation. That's going to be in our first box. And let me show you that it is south of Clinton Lake that you see there. And notice how, once again, it is not just a weak, it's a moderate rotation that is showing up. What we've done is stripped away all the other things. The rotation is what we're looking at, but we don't have the reflectivity there, so you don't get confused by the colors. But this is definitely showing you where it is going on, once again, to the east and southeast of Clinton Lake, but still moving to the northeast, since this is the tornado warning until 6:30. I hear Nick Bender's got something. Go ahead, Nick.
Reporting tornado on the ground. Hey, Brian, you probably are looking at this too. I just saw this on chat. Emergency Management is reporting a tornado on the ground south of Lone Star. That just came in. That was at 1807. That was at 6:07. So I'm just reading this straight off of chat, and I mean, I'm going to take that as truth given what we're seeing with how strong the rotation is on radar, both reflectivity and velocity, Brian. So I think that this is on the ground. I think this is on the ground south of Lone Star. And Brian, it almost looks like it's going to pass just south of Lawrence, but real close. We need you in your shelters in Lawrence, especially if you're on the south side of Lawrence and Eudora. Eudora, this is going to be your first alert. 6:11 right now. Likely tornado on the ground moving in your direction. So you need to be taking your tornado shelter and your precautions immediately. So that is on the ground near Lone Star, which is just south and west of Lawrence. So that's awfully close to Clinton Lake. That's on the south side of Clinton Lake. We got a lot of police and what looks to be KU campus police moving around here. Brian, this is something we certainly don't want to see. So I think that this is going to continue to intensify south of Lawrence, moving to your Eudora. Tornado shelters. Basement
Johnny,
is best. You don't have a basement. Ground level. Go ahead, Brian. Go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, Johnny's got it. At least he's close to Clinton Lake. Is that what we saw, Johnny?
Brian, this is, we're looking right towards Lone Star right now. That is what we would look at and expect to see as the gust front through here. So we do not see the tornado per se. It would most likely be a little further to the left, and let's go ahead and pan to the left. But structurally, this is all crazy because we'll show you as we keep going left and pull back a little bit that there's a very strong rain shaft right there as well. So this may be on the other side of that. You wonder how spotters could even see the tornado from that vantage point, but they have, and right now we are blocked by that rain. But as we come a little bit further to the right, you can see the clouds, the leading edge of the what we think is the gust front, but we do not see the tornado, although you can see this rain shaft here, and then just to the right of that clear area. So somewhere in there now, tornado on the ground. Back to you.
Yeah, I'm here with Katie at the controls of our radar system, and we're trying to measure what we call the shear to see from one side of the storm to the next, and it'll inbound to outbound. It looks every bit of at least over 100, 130. And yeah, Johnny, I see where your icon is. Let's go to Katie and yours truly, or at least the full screen of what we're looking at, which is going to be our second weather box, and then we'll go to Nick, please. There you go. This is now showing where News Chopper 9 is. He's trying to see through all of that rain, which is not going to be that easy, but once again, the couplet is there. He's about 3 miles to the east and northeast, but it is now to the east of Lone Star, possibly bypassing the city itself. There's a rural portion, obviously, there between Pleasant Grove and Lone Star. As we zoom it in farther, that's where you at least see the better chances for that couplet coming through. And Nick, I heard that you saw debris, or at least a possible signature on radar that you're looking at. You're a little farther to the north. Nick, go ahead.
You're spot on, Brian. I think this is going to match up with the velocities you're showing. This is a tornado debris signature, so this is the radar detecting debris lofted in the air. We don't know what kind of debris, but we know it's not rain or it's not hail. It is 4.5 miles south-southwest of Lawrence, or about 1.5 miles to the east of Lone Star. I think this is a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is going to pass just south of Lawrence, maybe by a couple of miles. But if you're on the south sides or east sides of Lawrence, you know, even Lawrence proper, let's err on the side of caution. Make the decision of least regret. Move to your tornado safe place, especially if you are between Lawrence and Eudora on K10. You need to move right now. If you're in your tornado safe place, you're doing a great job. You're doing everything that you need to. If you're not there right now, you need to move there immediately. This is a confirmed tornado, what's likely a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is going to pass just south of Lawrence, Brian, between Lawrence and Eudora on K10. please take your tornado shelters and your precautions immediately. Tornado in progress. It is 4 miles south of me, Brian. We're moving east.
Yeah, I think you should. Thank you for that. And yeah, and according to the latest stuff I saw coming through from the National Weather Service, some of the latest information, they're now going to extend that tornado warning until 7 o'clock. So this is not just radar indicated. This is once again confirmed now. And again, Johnny's trying to get in a better position as well. But this seems the biggest storm that we were even tracking during our 4 o'clock and 5 o'clock newscasts, and now going into the 6 o'clock hour. It is that notch that you see there, the indentation, which is enough for this thing to feed on. There's KU's campus, so you can get your bearings. One of the great things about First Alert radar is we can zoom right into the neighborhood and give you some cross streets for reference, because a tornado itself, by and large, is really not that wide per se. It's maybe a football field, maybe too wide, so it's a fairly narrow corridor, but if it wavers or starts to bop a little bit, that's what's going to change the path. Katie, go ahead.
A right turn, so we need to change the track.
Okay, so that's one of the things we talked about. When the Weather Service draws a tornado warning area, sometimes they do what we call right moving, where they try to continue to keep themselves alive, feeding on more warm, moist air to sustain themselves. That's exactly what is going on there. And Nick, by the way, please yell to the control room if you have something else that you can confirm Johnny as well, because I know they can all listen. So here it is south of the city of Lawrence. It's more the southern portion. We do have something with Johnny. Johnny, go ahead.
Left first, and there is the edge of the rain shaft. That's going to be pretty close to 59 Highway. As we're looking to the south and west now, we're just south of Lawrence, about 2 or 3 miles. And we'll pan to the right. This is this gigantic rain shaft, and if we look to the front of that, it looks like that is rain as well, but somewhere buried in there is where this tornado is supposed to be. We thought on a couple of occasions we may have been able to spot something on the front end here. But as I've been saying, structurally, this just is really pretty tough to figure out as far as where to look. But that is the heavy rain back behind that, and you see to the right.
because he seemed like he was always good against the Royals. His numbers other.
Moving towards Sibleyville and Eudora, Brian. I've lost visual on it because I've got some hills here. You know what? I see Johnny. Johnny's not a half a mile straight in front of me. So he's on this part
Let's
of the
go to
storm
Johnny
too,
then,
as we
please.
mentioned.
Can we
This is
go to
gonna be
Johnny?
rain
Sorry
wrapped.
about that, Nick, since you are rain wrapped. I do want to at least show you where it is. Johnny, go ahead.
Brian, there's the front edge, and if that's what Nick was talking about, we are seeing what he's talking about as far as the rain and violent winds that appear to be there. I'm torn between whether or not this is it or if it's south of here. He said 4 miles south, and this is only a couple of miles south of Lawrence. Regardless, you can see this unbelievable scene coming over Lawrence right now. We are not seeing any power flashes in there. Hopefully that is good news as far as what we're watching right now, but it could be completely on the other side and just west of us. We are just to the east of this thunderstorm now. That appears to be primarily rain, but as Nick said, could be some a lot of wind in there just hidden from what we can see. We're going to have to get a little bit further away from this. You may lose our signal as we turn to the east, but this is a tremendously powerful storm regardless, and with that tornado reported in there on the ground, not surprised at all given what we're seeing right now. Brian?
Sounds good. Right now, let's go to Katie Horner, who has the latest on the rotation and also exactly where it's most likely to be coming through. Go ahead.
Sure. Let me set up the stage. On links to Storm Tracker 9 and News Chopper 9 are out ahead to intercept this storm. It is located 1 mile south of K10, just south of the KU campus. You're looking at the rain right now, and Johnny is right. This is a rain-wrapped tornado. So where you see the heavy rain, now let me show you where the tornado is. You see that? It's within that heavy rain. It's located right now at Harper Street near Broken Arrow Park. It's just on the east side of Broken Arrow Park. It's moving northeast at approximately 35 miles an hour. To measure this for you, I can show you that that rotation is now, let me get the ruler on here for you. It is located directly about just under a mile south of Highway 10, and it's moving towards Noria, this community just southeast of KU right now. I also want to show you and confirm what Nick Bender was telling you. We have a product that allows us to look into the storm and pick out debris, and it's a very clear debris signature. This is picking up trees, pieces of buildings. We're not sure yet. We're waiting for the reports to start coming in, but this is an indication that this is a violent tornado that is moving just south of the KU campus. And as I pull this picture out a bit to give you parents and students and people who have attended KU in the past, the damaging part of this storm is passing just south of the KU campus.
Power flashes? Johnny, let's go to you, please, and your location.
Okay, we are just to the north and east of Lawrence. Brian, it looks like it's going to be maybe on the other side of this rain that we're seeing. We saw some power flashes just on the leading edge there a moment ago. We're going to hold that picture for you and let you know, so you can watch as well. That is where the circulation is. That is buried in that rain, but it was right there where we saw this, and it's not Delta, so we're cool. This is right where we saw the power flashes. Now we're going to tilt down, and you can see some turning of the rain there. Now we are seeing some circulation, definite circulation in there, and that is where we saw those power flashes as well. So that is going to be on the south side of Lawrence. You can definitely tell something turning there, and in contrast to what we saw initially, and we're going to bring it back around here, in contrast to what we saw initially where that rain looked like it was more of a microburst and a downdraft, we are definitely seeing circulation in there. So we believe that is where the tornado is right there. You can see as well, it looks like maybe some circulation around the backside. Have not seen any power flashes here lately, but it is definitely doing damage down there. We're going to go ahead and pull back, give you another scene of this unbelievably huge rain shaft that we have here with that tornado embedded inside. Back to you in the studio.
Johnny, thank you for throwing it there. Let's go, if we can, go ahead. What you're talking about, Katie, we do have that would be on our second weather map or
Sure.
our second link system. So I just want to put that, maybe flip our position so I can show exactly street by street. And Katie, there you have the signature, that couplet that we talk about, green inbound, red outbound. So if we can flip our sources, put Johnny in the smaller, there we go. And here, once again, is one of the areas that we're looking at. So this is really tightly in farther to the east and southeast of Lawrence, Kansas. But just so you get your bearings, there you see in the lower picture, that's where Johnny is, but here is about where it is, Ventura Park Drive, just to get your bearings. There's Noria that he mentioned as well, the city next in line, and it's still moving to the northeast at about 30 or 35 miles an hour. We're getting many reports coming in where it's confirmation on the ground, not just a radar signature.
Over Nora now.
It is over Nora now, so there we go. And now let us go to our first weather system if we can, just to show the rotation, so that way it's not quite as confusing. And also notice how it's gone up to a mustard color. There's Nora, as Katie just mentioned. This is also coming in from what Johnny was referring to, and also Nick as well. So there's Lawrence. Right now, at least the rotation has passed by the city of Lawrence, but still on a direct path, eventually heading to the east and northeast at about 30 miles per hour. So that's going to put the circulation or the rotation, the most prominent rotation, right over the city of Noria. So if you are not in your safe area, please get there. Also, remember, put as many walls between you and the outside. As I mentioned also, I know that sometimes tornado warnings are scary, but if you can stay safe for about 20 or 25 seconds, by the time it approaches, affects you, and leaves, that's about all the time it'll affect one house or one location. So that's why we're still urging you to get down to your safe area and make sure you have one pair of shoes for everybody, because this is not just a tornado warning radar indicated. This is a tornado that's on the ground and has been on the ground for quite some time, which is why we're still continuing with our coverage. Newsdropper 9, go ahead, Johnny.
Right there.
Yeah.
Okay, Brian, you can see the rotation right there. Side of the tornado is rain wrapped, but that is a large tornado, just a little bit at it kind of coming down to the ground here. We're going to go just a little bit further, safely away, but that is the tornado right there. You can see clearly defined part of that funnel cloud and part of that tornado now. A little bit outside of the rain wrap, and a little further to the left, Pat, and stay right there, I'm sorry. And yeah, that was it. So we got a quick glimpse of what is, yes, definitely a large tornado on the ground. Looks like it's already passed through Lawrence, and it's coming up to the Kansas River right now. But we can definitely see, wow, that is amazing just to rarely see a tornado, and you can see it pretty defined. Well, I'm going to try and get back around to this other side. Now you can see it pretty well, a little to the left for me, Pat. There is the tornado right there. More power flashes, as you can see as well. It is definitely rain wrapped. This is the most dangerous kind, of course, because those who may be outside right now trying to get a picture or see this, you're not going to know it until it's right on top of you. But a very large tornado, and we're just going to have to get a little bit further away here, but a very large tornado on the ground here has just passed through. It looks like the heart of Lawrence. Don't know if you're getting any damage reports yet, but I can definitely confirm, and it's tough to see from the pictures now. It looks like it's rain wrapped again, and we're going to take this opportunity to get just a little bit further away.
Johnny, you do that. First of all, as mentioned, it's the most dangerous sort of combination. First of all, it's a tornado, and not just a small one, but a large one. Second of all, it's not really dipping down that much. It's staying on the ground. Third of all, it's at night or thereabouts, where there's limited visibility to see what's going on. And fourth of all, it's rain wrap, which means you can't even see it behind this curtain of rain. So we have four things striking against us, and that's one of the reasons why the National Weather Service, in agreement with us and everybody else, is saying don't wait, don't try to get another source. This is legitimate. This is one of the strongest tornadoes I've seen in quite some time, and as Johnny mentioned before, it's a little different than it was back on the 8th of May back in 2003, but this one is definitely showing up with rotation. Johnny, we still have your picture. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can plainly see the tornado now, Brian. I'm going to try and come around. Oh my gosh, look at that. It is huge on the ground. You can see that it is not as rain wrapped as it was just in fact, pull back, Pat, and you see both sides of it, and look at how wide this tornado is. A little bit further back, it is huge. You can just barely see to the left the east side of it, and this is a massive tornado. We are just south of Tonganoxie now. Those in Tonganoxie be taking shelter. I'm going to leave where you should be doing that to you guys here, but confirmed, and you can see the pictures, no doubt. A big tornado, massive tornado on the ground just north of Lawrence now as we continue to track it north and east. Brian?
And that's why I'm looking at, they are going for a tornado emergency for Leavenworth, Wyandotte, and Johnson County, Kansas, just so you know there. This is a tornado emergency, which is coming out for Leavenworth County, giving you your first alert. Also portions of Wyandotte County and Johnson County. This one to take serious. This one definitely to take seriously. Unfortunate but true. But as Johnny mentioned, it's a wedge tornado that we see there, very evident as it's shown its face from on the other side of the curtain of rain. And this is probably going to, hopefully the sirens are going to be sounding very soon or shortly to the southwestern corner of Leavenworth County, western portions of Wyandotte County, and also the western portion of Johnson County too. So Johnny's got the pictures. If he needs to interrupt me, please go right ahead. But I think I want to show information so people can see which neighborhoods are involved. So maybe make me full screen and swap once again. So here you see there's Noria, here's Bismarck Grove, and this is now the elongated area, just showing you the rotation that is there, every bit of the yellow, so it's getting toward the strong area. And also, Katie, if you see any reports, let me know that. So just so you know, this is Eudora, the city itself, heading to the northeast, hopefully bypassing, but still, if you're in Fall Leaf, Eudora, or the southwestern corner of Leavenworth County, please take these precautions seriously. This is now a tornado emergency for Leavenworth, Wyandotte, and Johnson counties, staying in effect. For a while, as this is still chewing up a lot of countryside, a lot of folks are in harm's way, as you see here, and the rotation is very evident there. And also, Pete, if you have any other reports that are coming through, let me know those. This one is just coming through with a tornado warning, observed damaging threat, hail, of course, Johnson County, Leavenworth, Wyandotte counties until 7:15. This is a confirmed large tornado, destructive as well. Observed over Eudora, that's now east of Lawrence, moving to the northeast at 45 miles an hour. So, Katie, go ahead. Do you want to put a storm track on that, or what do you have?
Sure,
Please.
I will. Happy to do a storm track. I wanted to reset the scenario and show you where these storms are, this one large tornado, in relation to the rest of Johnson County. This is crossing by the extreme northern side of Johnson County, southern Leavenworth County, but it is a bullseye on Wyandotte County. We want to give you that first alert. If you are in Olathe and south, down towards Garnett, down towards Edgerton, you are not in the path of this storm. But if you are in extreme northern Johnson County, near K10, that is where, now just north of K10, as I zoom in, you'll see this storm is over Eudora, Kansas right now. It is in the process of crossing the Arkansas River, heading towards Linwood, Kansas. The rotation on this storm remains quite strong. I'm going to bring the picture out a bit so I can do a storm track on this for you. Bear with me while I do this kind of behind the scenes here. I'm going to do a little bit larger track than the actual center of rotation, so in case the storm should move again. It's been moving northeast at about 35 miles per hour. So here's an update on the time of arrivals of this tornado. If it remains in contact with the ground, it will be in Linwood at 6:40, DeSoto at 6:46, at Providence Medical Center at 7, Edwardsville at 7:02, the Kansas Speedway at 7:03, the Legends at 7:04, and Children's Mercy Park, of course, the same time. If it was to keep going, if you'd like just an early heads up on if it was to keep going, let me extend this storm track. That was just in the past 30 minutes or in the future 30 minutes. If it would go for an hour, this would be up near Parkville at 7:20. The time right now is 6:30, so that's about a 50-minute warning. I want to speak to the people who've got elderly family at home or somebody who has a difficult time moving. Now is the time to get them down into the basement, down into their safe spot, especially if you know that you are in the path of this storm. Johnny Rollins is in a position that he's been able to track this tornado for us. Johnny, what is your observation?
I mean, Pat, I got to tell you, Katie, this could be a mile wide. We'll zoom in a little to the left here. Most of what you're seeing here, and we'll zoom in right there, that's going to be, you can see, barely make out and stop right there, Pat, the left side, the east side of the tornado. And we'll pull back and then show you the right side as well. I did not realize that that entire portion was turning, and I thought we saw something else out there as well. So what looks just like rain is primarily the tornado right now. And we'll go a little bit further to the left, and Pat, you can go ahead and zoom in right there. Yeah, I got the tower right in front of us, and we'll stay right there. All of that you were seeing now is part of this massive tornado on the ground north of Lawrence. And it's so sobering to see all these houses that we've been flying over, and these the farmland and these small cities that are getting ready to be hit by this. It's just really hard to think about what is on the way. So Yeah, obviously you know now this is the real deal, and take cover in those areas north of Lawrence, so almost anywhere north of Lawrence now, and north and east, as the weather team has been detailing for you. And I'll let you guys take it as we're going to reposition a little bit. Again, it has become mostly rain wrapped now, but believe it or not, most of what you're seeing there is all
Okay,
tornado.
you got something, Katie? Johnny, thank you.
Okay, I'm looking at this storm right over you, Dora. That's about 18 miles from the Legends, if you need a frame of reference. This is going to pass dangerously close to DeSoto, Kansas. If you are in DeSoto, now is the time to not be outside watching the storm approach. Take the time to get into your safe shelter. Make sure, as Brian has told you, have shoes for everybody, have some type of protection around your body. If this storm shifts right at all, you are going to take a direct hit in DeSoto. If it continues moving northeast, it'll pass between Reno and DeSoto.
Katie, I hate to interrupt you there. It looks like Nick Bender has more information coming in. Nick, I see your picture. Go ahead.
Hey, Brian, we were able to see it briefly. I do think it's a mile-wide tornado. We are pleading with people in Linwood right now especially. You need to be in your shelter. You need to have your helmets on. You need to have sturdy shoes. You need to be huddled into the basement, an interior room, the very center of your house. You need to be doing that immediately. Your life is in danger. This type of tornado could leave your neighborhood unrecognizable. Okay, that's the type of wording that the Weather Service is using with the tornado emergency, and that is in Linwood, Kansas right now. This is a life-threatening situation, and you need to take action immediately. Strong indications that this is at least a half a mile to a mile wide. If you're in your safe spot, you're what you need to be doing right now. If you're not, I don't know what you're waiting for, because we can't hit this any harder than what we're doing right now. You need to move right now in Linwood, Kansas. Brian, back to you.
Okay, so right now behind me is going to be that couplet that we look for, which is going to be our first weather system behind me. Johnny's got that. His picture is frozen up. Let me know if we make contact with him. Here you see the inbound next to the outbound, and as mentioned, confirming what Nick has said and what Johnny is saying too, right toward Linwood, Kansas. Here is the couplet. So if you are not in your safe area, I cannot emphasize it enough. Please go ahead. And again, if Nick has something or if Johnny has something, let me know. But this is now the portion of the storm that has the couplet or that area that we're looking for with inbound and outbound at least a mile wide. Katie was estimating at least the rotation a little wider than that, possibly.
Is stretching up to 2 miles. And also, Brian, I've got a very strong, sad to tell you this, a very strong debris signature on the radar along Golden Street and 214th
Power flash. You see that? Power flash is right there. Go ahead, Johnny, where are you?
Yeah, it's going through Linwood right now, Brian, and you can see the multitude of power flashes here that we have. The tornado proceeding to the north and east, and we have seen a ton of them. You can see where you see those power flashes. That's right over the heart of Linwood right now. And wow, just flash after flash, that is damage being done. These unbelievable winds associated with this tornado that is still completely rain wrapped, but we can see from here very rapid rotation and really a little bit to the right for me, Pat, and you're going to be able to see more of those power flashes and discern the tornado that looks like maybe it wasn't quite as wide, but zoom in on the bottom of it there, and we're going to see those power flashes as we are watching the city of Linwood be attacked by this huge tornado. You can see the rotation to the right there. That is the circulation.
Golden Road and Cantrell, Johnny. Golden Road and Cantrell specifically. Go ahead, please, sir.
Okay, and we're going to go ahead and pull back. There you can see the enormity of this circulation and the intensity of this tornado as we continue to see power flashes. The rotation here, and you know, we've seen several here. This is definitely the strongest rotation in any tornado I've ever covered, and that would include the one we had up in Dearborn that I believe was an EF3. So very troubling to think about the damage that's being done there. You can, we'll zoom in a little bit closer, see if we can get past the pod there, because I have no choice but than to go north and east. And there you can see that circulation a little bit further to the left. It looks like it now has totally engulfed Linwood. We said this is moving at 35 miles an hour. If you think if it is in fact a mile wide, it'll take a couple of minutes to go completely over that town or anywhere that it is. So to the north and east here, we're seeing primarily north and east of Linwood now farmland. But another city looming ahead of us, and it's going to be Bonner Springs. Bonner Springs now looks to maybe be, well, it looks like Bonner Springs as we're pointed in that direction now. So yeah, everybody take cover. This is, again, the real deal as we are showing you live this tornado on the ground just past Linwood now. Power flashes are over. That would, at least through Linwood, that is pretty sobering to think of as well. Probably no more power available there to be arcing as we continue to track this north and east. Back to you in the studio.
Looking from one of our partners out, the emergency manager in Leavenworth County is reporting debris raining down in Tonganoxie. That's a little far piece away from Linwood, but that just shows you the strength of this circulation. So if it's heavy rain, pea-sized hail, but debris raining down in Tonganoxie, that's because of this storm that continues to go its way through Linwood, now to the north and to the east. Also, let us know where Nick Bender is if we have a report coming in from him. But every once in a while, as we're seeing here with meteorologist Pete Grigsby, who's just been locked on this storm with good reason, this is now the rotation that we see through Linwood, now going further to the east and northeast. And if the storm holds together, as we told you during our 5 o'clock newscast, if it does hold together, it's still on a beeline farther to the east and northeast, and also eventually crossing the state line and heading onto the Missouri side too. And that's why there is a tornado emergency. Go ahead, Johnny, please go ahead.
Yeah, Brian, we're seeing, I think it's just through, we're seeing a lot of debris in that tornado now, as we can now really see that defined rotation and all the debris. That would explain what you're seeing on radar as well. That, of course, coming off the city of Linwood as it continues to the north and east. That can remain suspended in that tornado for a long, long time, as well as you talked about spitting out debris for miles around. So this tornado has not given any indication of weakening at all. And if anything, we're going to make a little turn here, so hopefully you can get a better look at it. Not that you really want to. We'll pull back a little bit. And it is still rain wrapped, a little bit more rain wrapped now, but you can see to the right there, that is going to be the west side of this. We're looking to the south and west of this tornado that is remaining rain wrapped. And we can see, I'm not sure what, that was not Bonner Springs. We're going to have to, hold on here. Baser. It's Baser.
Yeah, Baser.
I'm sorry, that was not Bonner Springs. I apologize, but we're kind of trying to follow what we're doing here and read maps at the same time. So it looks like Baser, boy, a bullseye here. And so if you're in Baser, please take cover immediately. That's going to be a broken record here, but we are showing you the intensity of this tornado live from News Chopper 9. Brian, an EF3 tornado would be winds of what? I'm drawing a blank here, but a couple of 100 miles an hour, I believe. So that looks every bit as much as this. You saw the power flashes, and Pat, let's go ahead and pull back and go back to the left for me. And there is the tornado on the ground. It is much easier to find now, not quite as rain wrapped. And we do have a Baser right in front of us. Tonganoxie, I believe, is going to be a little to the west of us.
Actually, just to your north.
Tonganoxie is just to our north.
Oh, just to the north of the circulation. I'm sorry, sir.
Yeah, Tonganoxie, I think, is going to be a little west, but take cover anyway. This could go anywhere. So right now, we're watching this bearing down on Baser. A lot of people at a truck stop here that we see pulling over. A lot of semis, and they are right in the line here. It's going to be, is it the toll booth? It's the I-70 toll booth out here. So, no. Is that correct? Well, then this wouldn't be Baser that we're at if it's I-70. Baser would be a little bit further north. So we're going to try and get our bearing straight here, but it is going to be the toll plaza here on the turnpike that we are beginning to approach, and now we're getting into a little bit of rain ourselves. Is that a way station? Oh, power now is going off and on here at this at the toll booth. Yep, it is going to be the ticket toll booth out here on the west side. Oops, lightning pretty close to us here, and we're getting into a little bit of precipitation. So the toll booth along I-70 here. I think Baser may be a little bit to the east of this, but we're going to start leaving that to you guys because I don't want to give out any bad information. Suffice it to say the tornado is still on the ground. We're seeing some kind of different artifacts as far as the clouds are concerned here. Maybe that's inflow pulling into this. We are in a northeast wind now, and that is inflow to this tornado that really isn't following any rules. Out in front of the thunderstorm, in the rain, all the things that we think would minimize a risk of a tornado, but almost looks like a flanking line to the right here. We'll go ahead and pull back to the right and take a look at what this is drawing into.
Just to the, well, the west of DeSoto. So I would still say in your safe area, please, just because the rotation is there and you should be in your safe area as well. Here is that rotation that now, as far as what Pete is doing and as far as analyzing it, there you see northeast of Linwood, that's where you see the best rotation, south and east of Tonganoxie, but still heading within this tornado emergency, which is still out for Johnson County, Wyandotte County. Leavenworth County is starting to release a little bit of its grip, but that's just something to keep in mind as well. And also they are still now extending the warning now to a severe thunderstorm warning with a potential tornado, winds of at least 70 miles an hour, which will still cause damage, hail being reported as well. That's going to be for Leavenworth, Wyandotte, and Clay County, as well as Platte. That one stays in effect until 7:30, but it's the same cell that has had a history of producing a long tracking tornado that is going down And as you notice here, this is still holding together and really not showing much of a grip of loosening anytime soon. So we've had reports of numerous power outages. You saw the power flashes. You also saw the rotation and just the reports that are coming in here. As a matter of fact, Katie, did we still see that signature, the debris signature?
Yeah, absolutely, Brian.
Go right ahead.
Here's the latest track on our second computer system, taking where we're seeing that rotation. It would be arriving at the Legends at 7:07, Argosy at 7:25, Houston Lake up towards Parkville at 7:28. That debris signature Brian's talking about is this area in blue that you see that is just northeast of Linwood. A lot of this debris actually came from the community of Linwood. This is going to pass south of Tonganoxie and head right, it appears, towards Basur. Let me pull this back for you a little bit. There is a possibility that it could turn right before hitting Basur, but just because storms can be unpredictable, I would like you to stay in your safe shelter in Basur. Even if this does pass to your south, there would be a lot of debris flying through the air and a lot of wind associated with the inflows and outflows of this tornado. However, earlier, we heard Nick Binder say that this was getting ready to cross I-70. That appears to be happening right now. Let me switch this back over to the mode that you're familiar with that shows the rotation. And this shows it crossing over I-70 right now at about 166th Street, and it's going right over Kansas Avenue. So again, they probably, I hope, have stopped traffic north or east and west along I-70 and north on 166th Street, as that is where the rotation is being detected right now, Brian. And I'll show you once again the damage. Yeah. Just south of that location, as we catch up with the rotation, the damage reports come in a couple minutes behind them, but you can get a clear view that this is a dangerous tornado. And again, if you're in Piper, if you're at the Legends, in any of the communities in Wyandotte County, Edwardsville, please be in your safe area. I know it's very tempting to stand outside and watch this, but we have trained storm spotters doing that for you, and we also know that this storm has become rain-wrapped at times. I'll bring you back to just that comparison once again. Here's the rotation, and here's the rain.
Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt there. We're seeing, first of all, the toll plaza very close to where we were talking about earlier. Nick Bender is also on the ground as well. Nick, what do you have?
Brian, it's right there behind the trees. You're going to see it here when we get out behind the trees. It's about 4 miles southwest of me. I'm just north of Bonner Springs at the intersection of 7 Highway and Interstate 70. We're looking back to the south and the west. Brian, this is going to come so close to Bonner Springs. If you're in Bonner Springs, you need to be in your tornado shelter immediately. I think it is just up beyond those trees. I think that is the large wall cloud, and I do think that we're going to be able to see this. I don't think this is going to be rain wrapped. Jim, you keep pulling up here. You get me up here just so we can spot back here to the left. Brian, this is coming into Bonner Springs. It's going to come up over Interstate 70. Do not travel west out of Kansas City on Interstate 70 right now. There's a violent tornado that's going to be coming up right over the interstate in a few minutes. So stop at the Speedway. Do not go west of the Speedway. This is also going to be coming pretty close to the Speedway as it lifts between Bonner Springs and Interstate 70, comes into the Legends, the Speedway, and then it's going to go out into the north sides of KCK and then possibly up to Parkville. So you're looking, that is a very large wall cloud, and back to the left there is going to be that, hang on, we might be able to, Jim, can you pull me up here?
I'm trying to get
just cross up there into the front here. Hang on, we're going to get up here on some higher ground. Okay, Turner, there it is right there. Brian, a little bit to the left, Turner. A little bit, yeah, a little bit to the left. That's it right back there. Look at the rising motion into that. Brian, that's your tornado. It's sitting right back there beyond the tree line. That is a violent tornado. That is, let me give you my location, 3.5 miles to my southwest, or in reference from Bonner Springs, this is going to be about 4 miles to the west of Bonner Springs. It's going to be coming up over the highway in Interstate 70. It could be just north of Bonner Springs. So if you're between Basur and Bonner Springs near Interstate 70, yeah, go ahead and move, Jim. Tornado shelters immediately. Brian, I can confirm that tornado. Violent rotation. You just saw it here from Storm Tracker 9. We're moving to Children's Mercy Park in the Legends to spot this as it comes into the Northland. Again, this tornado will have the intensity to destroy what could even be well-built homes. I think that is within the realm of possibility and what we need to prepare for. You need to be dressed in sturdy shoes. You need to have helmets. A lot of the injuries and deaths with tornadoes are caused by head injuries. So please, it's not a joke.
Johnny, let me go to you. Johnny, so sorry, Nick, thank you so much.
Go.
This is a tornado on the ground at about K32 and 158th. That's 4 miles west of Bonner. Go ahead, Johnny.
Yeah, it looks like, Brian, and I want to confirm this here. We're going to go ahead and pull back all the way for me, Pat. We are over Bonner right now, and that is the tornado we're looking at to the south and west. Here is the northern side of Bonner. The very far west part of Bonner Springs may be in jeopardy, but it looks like the rest this is proceeding to the north. Now, I want to show you this, and we'll go ahead and zoom in on that cloud right there that you see, and this is what we were talking about, the inflow to this tornado. Watch those clouds as they are literally being pulled into the rotation from this tornado, and they are, and stop right there, Pat. They are moving rapidly, and then look down to the left. That is where we see the rotation from the tornado. It is rain-wrapped again, and we have not seen a lot of power flashes. And we have not really seen the tornado. In fact, zoom right in there to the right there, Pat, and let's see if that might have been seen a lot of power flashes. And we have not really seen the tornado. In fact, zoom right in there to the right there, Pat, and let's see if that might have been what part of the tornado. Nope, that could be. But we're still seeing plenty of rotation in the clouds. Again, it's been on again, off again when we can spot this. So right now, it looks as though it has passed to the west of Bonner Springs, getting ready to cross I-70. That would also mean that if it keeps its current track, it would most likely pass to the west of the Speedway. Baser, however, looks like it could still be in the path of this. Like, and we'll pull back a little bit more. Look at that rotation. Look at the way that it's pulling that air in there, and just off screen to the left and where it's buried in the rain is where that tornado has been on the ground. Now, we have not seen it on the ground in a while, and I'm wondering if that is just a wall cloud we're seeing now, but regardless, we have to treat this as though it is a tornado on the ground, and I believe it is going to be there just a little bit back further into the rain. So we're showing you the live pictures of this tornado that started to the south and west of Lawrence, tracked all the way through there. We believe on the ground the entire time, and it was really north of Lawrence before we could actually spot it through the rain, and then it became very evident that it was a very wide and destructive tornado. We'll go a little bit further to the right. Have yet to see the tornado in that rain now. But we are definitely keeping our close eye on that, and it could certainly still be buried a little bit further in. And still, that unbelievable inflow you can see pulling those clouds from the north side of the storm in an area where we would just not expect to see it at all, which just confirms there are no rules with tornadoes, and this is a classic example. Still take cover, and this is a dangerous situation. Back to you in the studio.
Okay, thank you, Johnny. So we're still trying to zoom it in to neighborhood by neighborhood. So this is the latest storm track that we have on there. Edwardsville, a new city that we've not mentioned before, but this is where you see the signature itself, inbound next to outbound. That's got to be spinning it around 7:06. Remember that tornado emergency goes in effect until 7:15, and so these are some of the cities that are still involved. Houston Lake, Riverside, if it holds together as it crosses farther on the Missouri side. So this is in the Kansas City metro. You can't really emphasize that enough, and certainly it was in the metro for that matter, as it was just east of Lawrence, getting toward Eudora and other areas as well. Liberty, if it holds together now, mind you, this has been a long tracking tornado for a while. No guarantee that it'll continue in that way, but you see some of the cities involved. You can also see what we call the shear path, and this is now, oh, you're fine, with the debris. So this is showing you that this tornado must have been chewing up a lot of things. Raindrops have a different shape to the radar, but debris from building materials, 2x4s, 2x8s, drywall, any sort of object, that's what the radar is picking up on, and that's what we're seeing here. Very close to Grandview on the Kansas side. Bonner Springs is right there. Please be in your safe area. Weather system 1, please, just to look at the rotation. And there you see, once again, there's Providence Medical Center Amphitheater. It used to be sandstone, so you know that. Here you see Bonner Springs there. So the circulation or that rotation is pretty much right over the city itself. You need to be in your safe area right now and continuing to be at least hunkered down for a while longer until this rotation starts to pass you by. We also have Storm Tracker 9 and Nick Bender's trying to get to a bigger or larger vantage point so he can still see exactly what's going on. But the thing that I was struck by with Johnny Rollins and News Chopper 9 and Storm Tracker 9 was how much inflow. This thing is just pulling a lot of that warmer air into itself. That is an indication as to how strong the updraft is. Also an indication why this storm just didn't drop for a few minutes and then lift right back up. This is now going through, what, 3 counties, 4 counties, without showing much signs of weakening at all. So this is in the middle, if not the high range of the rotation that we see here that's just still clipping Bonner Springs and going farther to the east. So we definitely want to let you know that this tornado emergency for Leavenworth, Wyandotte, and Johnson counties continues for a while. You have a storm track? Go ahead, Katie, please. Go ahead.
Gate to gate, 93 towards 55 mile an hour away. That would put this in an EF3 category. It still remains, you know, for the officials to go in and look at it, but that's the type of tornado that we're tracking for you right now.
Doppler radar can show which raindrops are heading toward or away. That's the couplet we talk about. And then we can measure the velocity, how fast those raindrops are heading or how fast those raindrops are heading behind. And when you add the two together, that's where you get what we call gate to gate, without getting too technical. That's how we tell exactly how strong the winds are being circulated around the storm itself. As you see here, it is south of the amphitheater. There's the speedway, and I said that Nick was going to head closer and closer to the Legends itself. That's where we're probably going to see his picture coming through now. And I'm hearing Johnny's chatter. I don't know if he has anything. Go ahead, please.
Yes,
Johnny,
yeah, Brian, we're going to show you where we're going to show you where we are right now. Go ahead and pull back, Pat, all the way here, and we are over the Legends right now. There's Kansas Speedway. That is the tornado that we have been watching. That appears as though we're not sure. So those of you in the Legends in shops here, most everyone who is outside or out of their home here should be taking cover, as well as, of course, those communities that are just to the west of the Legends, some new residential developments over there as well. We're going to go ahead and zoom in. We have yet, for quite in that rain shaft, in that big area of rain that
looks like Johnny's signal is dipping in and out.
There, Brian.
But go ahead, Johnny, if you could just finish your last statement because you just cut out there, sir.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and pull back here. Well, and we're in a little turbulence, and that's what's going on there, but very safe, as we always are. Right now, Brian, have not seen the tornado on the ground here. We believe it's going to be buried still in the rain, but still that tremendous inflow to the right you can see into this storm, feeding most likely that tornado still on the ground. Brian?
Thank you there, Johnny. And then, you know, in the 30-plus years I've been here in Kansas City, I've never heard the National Weather Service issue such strong language to say this is a life-threatening situation. I can't even remember a tornado emergency. So as far people thinking that is exaggerated or, you know, daybreak may show something totally different. And it is, once again, a tornado emergency that remains in effect until 7:15. And every indication is it's still on the ground and still going through populated areas, densely populated areas, and really not showing much signs of weakening. You have that in replay mode, Katie?
I do. I'm looping it over 30 minutes. What I was noticing was kind of a broadening in the rotation. This is just a part of the cycle of the tornado. It is still, from what I understand and what we can see, making contact with the ground. It is at about 2 miles from the intersection. Let me even measure that to be clear.
Katie,
I don't even want to assume.
looks like Nick is there. I'm sorry. He's got ground truth. Go ahead, Nick. What do you have?
Hey, Brian, we're about 3 miles southwest of this. We're sitting just behind Johnny. We're out near the Speedway. You're looking south and west. There's just tremendous rising and rotating motions. It almost looks like the whole sky in front of me is just rotating. I still think that this is in progress. It's over Bonner Springs right now. You're Bonner Springs, you're out of time. This is right over you. This is going to be coming over the Speedway. Yeah, Jim, you're good to use. And Brian, just to echo what you're saying, to see the National Weather Service pleading that it's a life-threatening situation and asking us to use the strongest language possible to get people in your shelter. If the pictures and the words we're using right now in the video that you're seeing right now from Storm Tracker 9 turn, it's going to be right off the hood. As we turn to the right, just kind of pan to the right at 3. The leading edge of that rotation, there's a tornado sitting back in there, Brian. And I think it's going to continue to come in here through the Northland. You need to be in your tornado shelters. Brian, we're moving east on 70. Send it back to you.
Okay, and as we mentioned, we needed a front, a focusing mechanism, and we talked about in the afternoon briefing with the newsroom that it was going to be difficult to see if the storm could overcome the clouds that we had, and the front was just so strong to pretty much focus that one thunderstorm. That's sometimes what happens. You only get one or two within a huge tornado watch area. But this one certainly means business. This is now the rotation. You see now at least the heaviest is east of Bonner Springs, going to clip the north side of Edwardsville. There's the Speedway, which is where we see Johnny in tandem with Storm Tracker 9 here. But this is not showing many signs of weakening. A little broadener. But Nick, go ahead, Nick.
Hey, Brian, I have rapidly rotating rain curtains. 3 o'clock, this is going to be straight south of the Speedway. That's either, hang on, I need to get clear of the trees here. Yeah, it's very evident that I have rotating rain curtains. That's just a sign of a very strong rotation. I think the tornado is just sitting back to our south and west. It's coming through Bonner Springs, and it's moving directly towards the Speedway. If you are near the Speedway, you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. The rotation that I'm seeing with the rain curtains is violent. And I do think it may be sitting back in the rain now, and it's rain wrapped again. It may be tough to see it. Johnny may have the best vantage point. He's flying right over me right now on Interstate 70, just ahead of me. I think this is going to be back into the rain, rotating rain curtain. So that's the tornadic circulation pulling the rain all the way around and kind of covering itself up with a cloak. It makes it incredibly difficult to spot. Sometimes the only indications that we have are the power flashes it does when it moves through towns, and it just went through Bonner Springs. I haven't checked the debris product yet in a while to see if it is still producing damage. I've just switched over to it right now. It doesn't look like it's as strong, but I do think that's the tornado. I think it's on the ground still, Brian. We'll send it back to you.
Alrighty there. Katie's been doing a little analysis there with the latest storm track, because we do want to update which communities are now right in the path. Katie, go ahead.
Wyandotte County spotters, multiple vortices.
I heard what Nick said, multiple vortices, Wyandotte County spotters there, but go ahead, Katie.
All right, we'll take you back to our links to computer, a note to the director. Confirming what Nick was showing you, this storm is between the Kansas Speedway and Edwardsville. It has a broad rotation right now, but there's still 110 mile per hour shear on this storm, still rotating very strong. And as Nick pointed out, those rain curtains wrapping around. You're looking at the wind here. Let me show you the rain. See how the rain is kind of filled in with that. Now, as I pull this out, this had a classic hook signature with it. I'll put you back on the part that shows you where the tornado is. And now let me do a storm track for you on this. It is starting to turn a little bit to the east, so I'm going to broaden this path a little bit more towards the east-northeast. That still puts this towards Parkville. It's been consistent with this messaging at about 726. But for everybody in Wyandotte County on the inside of the 435 loop, you need to be in your safe shelter right now. There's just no time for you to be outside watching this storm. Within Wyandotte County, inside the 435 loop. This will be at the Argosy Casino at 728, Riverside at 729.
I just want to do a little housekeeping there. Whenever possible, let's put the storm track as the most prominent thing since it is moving. I know Johnny's pictures are compelling, and if he has new information, that'd be great. But that storm track that you had was on our Weather 2 system, if we can. The rotation itself is now between the Speedway and Edwardsville. But just to repeat what Katie was talking about with regard to those estimated times of arrival for some of those communities, there you see at KCK Community College at 7:15, Kansas City proper, at least on the Kansas side, at 7:26, Park University crossing over as well, and then Argosy Casino, she mentioned 7:28, Riverside as well. So here is that circulation, a tight ball that is still there, showing no signs of weakening, but Edwardsville is right in the midst of that. Bonner Springs, it's easing you, but hopefully did not scar you too badly. And also, as you notice here, we're looking at the debris signature.
I'm going to loop this, Brian.
Go ahead.
I'm going to loop it so you can see the trend.
What that is going to show is where, once again, as I talked about, the tornado picks up just a lot of building material, and certainly it was stronger when it was near Linwood, weaving a little bit, but this thing has already had a history of being alive for more than an hour or two, so there's no indication that it is definitely going to be done. As a matter of fact, I think they issued a new severe thunderstorm tornado warning they have. So this is now out for, let me just get off screen for just a second. This is for Johnson, Wyandotte, Clay, Jackson, Platte County until 8 p.m. This is moving east at 30 miles per hour, so we should probably do that latest tornado storm track. Pete, do you have that one there? This is now going to be on Weather 1, please. This is going to be showing you that rotation in the newest storm track, which, Pete, will be on the right side. There it is. Notice how they've now included other communities here in this tornado warning. And it's not a tornado emergency quite yet, but they're still saying it is at least warranting that we are now going right through the heart of the city itself. Moving east, it was at 35, 40 miles an hour there, 30. There we see some of the cities involved, and we may want to increase the duration of this just to see who's involved and where it's going here. But this is heading toward downtown. The bottom's at about 725. Downtown Airport at 726. Crossroads also at about 727. Penn Valley Park also at about 727 as well. This is the new tornado warning, and this one stays in effect, which unfortunately the signature is rain wrap, which makes it more difficult to see, but stays in effect until 8 o'clock. So this is still on the Kansas side, but still tracking its way toward the Missouri River, toward the Kaw, and heading once again mainly toward Kansas City, downtown, close to Kemper, close to some of those other landmarks that we're very familiar with. And once again, that is the signature that's been out for a while. I am going to throw it over to Katie for just 1 second. I do want to check one more thing with this storm track, and then we'll get back to maybe the winds that are going on as well. Because at one time it looked like EF3 winds at least over 100 miles an hour, estimated by radar, that is.
Okay, the Doppler with the new tornado warning that is in effect for northern Jackson County, parts of Wyandotte, Platte, and Clay. That goes until 8 o'clock. If that continues moving in an east direction instead of a northeast direction, it would be in Roland Park at 727, Westwood Hills at 729, downtown Kansas City at 729, the KU Med Center at 730. I want to loop this, though, so that we can see if it is indeed making this right-hand turn. And you can see it is. And one of the other things I'm noting, and this could just simply be a cycle in the storm, but it appears to me that the rotation is weakening somewhat. Again, this could just be a temporary time in the cycle of this storm. Nick saw the rain curtain wrapping around. Sometimes that cooler air kind of destabilizes the storm a bit, but it can get its bearings again. It's working into the very soupy air. Our dew point was 72 degrees in downtown Kansas City. That's a lot of fuel, a lot of moisture in the air. So I don't want us to take our guard down at all. I'm just pointing out that this is a phase in the storm where the rotation is not as tightly wrapped as it was when it moved through Linwood, when it moved over Bonner. It appears now that it's inside the 435 loop to kind of be in a change phase, and we'll hope that this is an indication that it's just going to continue to weaken, but there's no guarantee of that. Storms often do weaken and then strengthen again, so we won't have you get out of your storm shelters quite yet. I will take a look at some of the other data parameters that we use to analyze the strength of the storm. The storm debris signature also, thankfully, right now is not as strong as it was when it moved through Linwood, just north of DeSoto. That's a good sign. Now we'll look at the rain with this storm. Where it had a clearly defined hook over Linwood, it doesn't quite have that same signature now. Another good sign. Another thing I want to look at, we haven't looked at this in a while, is the hail. And it's showing the hail core north of the rotation. The hail core is getting ready to cross the Missouri River up near Parkville. So this is going to head up towards Weatherby Lake, Parkville. You'll get some hail. It looks like the strongest rotation, though, is south of the hail core. So when you hear the hail coming, know that the rotation part of the storm is just a little bit south of that. So we'll show you where that rotation is. Yeah, to me, this is a really good sign. This is a sign that the storm center is expanding somewhat. However, the tornado warning continues for another 45 minutes. Let me show you where that tornado warning is. And to put that into perspective, it cuts through Wyandotte County, southern Platte County, southwestern Clay County, northwestern Jackson County until 8 o'clock. That's the tornado warning. All of the counties in orange are under a tornado watch. This is currently the only storm that we have. I will confirm that. I do want to just bring the radar out a bit and change it back to the rain mode. and we'll just take a look. I know you're getting heavy rain in Trenton, and you're getting quite a bit of lightning with this storm throughout our northern communities as we look south of I-70, just to make sure there's nothing sneaking up on us. There is a line of storms north of Joplin that weakened as it crossed the state line, so that's good news. So the storm that we have been micro-focused on in Wyandotte County is the most intense storm around. We'll take another look at the rotation in that storm and see how we're doing now at this time. I'm going to turn that lightning back off because it just interferes with what you're looking at. We've got meteorologist Nick Bender tracking this storm. We've got Johnny Rollins in the sky. Chief meteorologist Brian Busby is consulting with meteorologist Pete Grigsby right now, and I'm bringing you the latest radar information on where this storm is showing rotation. And I want to just do some street level maps for you so that you can see what's going on. Johnny, while I prepare that street level map, what can you tell us?
We're at 635 right now at K5, right by the Missouri River Bridge, 635, and looking off to the west now, and it's taken on a completely different look here, almost like we had a cell develop to the north and east here. I think it gave the impression of turning to the right. I'm wondering if something didn't just kind of develop out ahead of that. Now, we did have some pretty strong winds still associated with that we saw and had to kind of get away from, as Nick was talking about that rain that was being wrapped around those rain sheets really circulating. But we're over here a little bit too far away to tell you that, and really nothing as defined as what we saw a while ago either, so we just can't tell you whether or not we have that still on the ground behind here. Certainly this is kind of what we dealt with when we first got when we were first working this scene and working this tornado. We just couldn't see it at all. We're going to go a little bit to the left and show one more rain shaft here as we continue a little further, and it's going to be right there. And let's go ahead and come down a little bit with the iris there, Pat, and maybe a little bit heavier rain there, but we're again unable to discern any kind of specific rotation here, as that tornado could be completely covered and blocked by the rain. We just don't have any view of it whatsoever. Back to you in the studio.
Okay, a couple of things. We have the sirens going off in Independence. We have the sirens going off also in the Riverside area. KCI is decided to have their people go to their safe area, evacuating, if you will, but still in a safe shelter. And some of the flights, as you would imagine, have been diverted or in a holding pattern. That going up at KCI, just one other thing to mention there. This is now a new, fresh storm track because it is moving due east. So as you notice here, downtown airport in about 10 minutes or so. North Kansas City at 7:35, Harris at 7:37, and Ameristar at 7:43. Still under that tornado warning until 8 o'clock, mainly for Wyandotte County, Jackson County, portions of Platte and Clay, and going farther out to the east. Once again, it's pretty much the entire Kansas City metropolitan area until 8 o'clock or so. Although the rotation is not as strong as it was, at one time we had wind estimates over 100 miles an hour. Now they're closer to 50 or 60, but right now it's still showing the indications of holding together and at least has the rotation associated with it. So yeah, and I'm still looking at some of the reports still coming through here that we do have confirmed tornado reports that are coming through. What I'm doing is looking at a screen over here that is definitely showing what all the spotters out in the field are saying, what the meteorologists are saying at the National Weather Service, what we're seeing on radar, and we're relaying our reports there as well. So this is still at least going to be out for about another 40 minutes or so. That is the tornado warning that is out pretty much for the Kansas City Metro. Johnny Rollins, News Chopper 9, I know is still out in the field as well. Nick Bender is trying to get to a higher vantage point. Let me throw to Nick for one quick second because I want to check one more unconfirmed report. Certainly don't want to pass that along. Go ahead, Nick.
All right, Brian, we are moving through Riverside right now. I thought I heard the sirens going off here, but we are trying to get to a higher vantage point at this time. Just from a radar presentation, it does look like the rotation has shown a significant sign in weakening, but we still need everybody there across the Northland, from Parkville to Riverside to Gladstone and Avondale, all the way out to Claycomo and Pleasant Valley, to be ready to take shelter or be in your shelters right now, because this environment is favorable for reintensification. Sometimes these storms cycle, they go through life cycles, and they can produce another tornado. And with the type of conditions that we have, that process could happen rapidly. We could see a real fast ramp up of this storm, and it could put down a tornado within the 435 loop across the Northland. So this is a dangerous situation still. We don't want you to drop your guard. We want you to be in your safe place. If you're within that tornado warning, within that polygon that we've been talking about, that would be the Northland, Riverside, all the way up into, I would say, Gladstone, Claycomo, Pleasant Valley, Liberty. Everybody there just needs to be in their safe place, in their shelter, should this storm produce another large tornado inside the loop, Brian, across the Northland. We'll send it back to you.
There. So things are still progressing in that we are still updating you. Damage reports are coming in. We're sending a lot of our reporters out for that side of the story, but still we have on First Alert Live radar the tornado warning that's out mainly for the Missouri side now than the Kansas side. However, the latest report has the tornado confirmed on the ground near Lake Quivira. Okay, and it's still moving east at about 35 miles an hour. So it's picked up in speed. So at one time it was east at 30, now it's picking up to 30 and 35 miles an hour. That will certainly change the mathematics as to the estimated times of arrival there. But this is First Alert Live radar. Here is the shape. You can see the leading edge, if you will, of that severe thunderstorm. Now a tornado warning that goes in effect for Jackson County, southern portions of Clay County, a little portion of Platte County, just now Wyandotte County, but clearing pretty much most of Johnson County. And it looks like the Weather Service is going to clear you because the circulation is north of your state line there, or your county line. And I hear that the sirens are going off in Independence. And right now you're right on the fringes, but at this point in time, because it could wave just a little bit, not a bad plan to make sure you're in your safe area too. Here's the rotation, and it has gone back up to moderate that you see there. So we've gotten rid of every other color there, so you can just see the portion of the storm that has produced the tornado and continues to do so. And Katie just shared with me, it's been on the ground for 2 hours. It started near Lawrence, and now you see where it is, western Wyandotte County, southern Platte County, and did not even lift up once at all. And it estimates with the radar, at least EF3, a possibility there. So Parkville down to about I-70 on the Kansas side, and still moving to the east at about 30 or 35. They have issued a severe thunderstorm warning to include more of Platte County, more of Clay County, but this is the storm that produced the tornado. So although it's a severe thunderstorm warning, they are definitely saying it had the potential, it still may. And once again, this is heading into heavily populated areas. And the other thing I should mention is that the winds have been every bit of 65 or 70 miles per hour, sometimes without the circulation of the tornado itself. So you can still see some gusty winds that are out there. Katie, go ahead.
This is my neighborhood, so I know it well. Let me help my neighbors through this storm. This is rotating right now over the YMCA of Parkville, right at the intersection of 64th Street and Highway 9, right there by Braces by Billings, and the Quick Trip is across the street. That's where the rotation is right now. It's approaching Weatherby Lake, Lake Wacomas. It's going to cross over I-29. This is the route a lot of people take up towards KCI. We've heard that people have taken shelter at KCI. Now, the rotation does not look as intense as it did earlier, but with spotters still reporting wall clouds and possible contact with the ground, we want you in your safe shelter. So this is Parkville. This is the National. This is Kansas City North. This is the area where it kind of turns into Gladstone. This is it's a little bit north of the track that hit in the one that went into Carriage Hills. Chris Ketz is looking at me, nodding his head. So this is just north of that path, but it is very similar. A lot of those people, a lot of us remember that tornado very well. So I wanted to give you that street level mapping that this storm is in Parkville, and it's heading now up Highway 9. This is going to continue heading towards Park Hill High School, between Park Hill High School and Lake Wacomas. My children are in this area. They're with their father, so we asked them, hope they know better. They should be down in their basement. Thankfully, I will show you what the wind speeds, what Doppler is estimating the strong wind speeds are on this storm. So it's about 70-mile-an-hour rotation with this storm. It's less than what it was earlier, but what Brian and I and Nick and everybody who's experienced with tracking tornadoes, we know that they can cycle down and then cycle back up. So we just want you to remember that This is an area that's under a tornado warning. Let me track this rotation for you. And Brian, if you'll allow me just a moment, I want to loop this for 30 minutes just to see if it has indeed turned more right or if it's still on a northeast track. And to me, that feels like an east to northeast track. So that's the track I'd like to put on this. I'm going to draw it a little broad just in case it turns again. Approximately 35 miles an hour. Park Hill High School. I showed you it's coming right up the road there towards Berry Road. Platte Woods, Zona Rosa, Lake Wacomas, all between now and 7:30. If it continues to track over to the other side of 435, it would be in Liberty at about 7:50. The tornado warning is set to expire at 8 p.m. If they continue the warning into Clay County and then next over towards Carroll County, we'll let you know, Brian.
So that's, again, the circulation that's showing up there, and we're gathering some of the information coming in from the spotters. I'm going to actually go over to the Weather Center if I can. Pete, did you see anything or do you have anything? I know that you were definitely interrogating that storm. Was there something?
No, I'm just tracking it again to see that the path's going to take it along. If it holds together, it'll be put in the path of like North Kansas City, Argosy Casino, Gladstone even for that. And I kind of put a broad band on this because you have that huge line of thunderstorms anyway. But no, I mean, it looks like it's holding together, and your shear marker is still there. Yeah.
So there are surrounding the tornado warning, severe thunderstorm warnings, and that's just part of the reason why it may not be on the ground now, but it has had a history of cycling through. So that's what you see there with that rotation. That's actually Pete with the mouse there, and the heaviest rotation, as Katie was so well at putting it by neighborhood, because that's exactly how we give directions, right? We say go 2 blocks here, turn left at the Walmart. That's how we give directions. So certainly when you talk about neighborhood by neighborhood, that's very valuable information. There's the city of Parkville. There you see 635. So it is about to cross the Missouri River and go farther to the east and northeast. Remember, the sirens are already sounding in Riverside. The sirens may be sounding still in Independence because northern portions of Jackson County were also under this tornado warning until 9 o'clock. Or 8 o'clock, correction, until 8 o'clock, that was the tornado warning. And Nick Bender was also still looking at this. The latest indication now is that the severe thunderstorm capable of producing the tornado, now near Kansas City, Kansas, moving east at 30 miles an hour. So it's changed its direction and its speed again, now at 30 miles an hour. And so we'll continue with the storm tracks as well. But suffice it to say, if you're in the path of crossing from Wyandotte County into southern Platte County and eventually heading toward Clay County, you definitely have to be in your safe area as well. Nick has been doing a good analysis as well. I think, Nick, last I heard you were going toward the Legends. I'm sure you've changed your vantage point by now. Nick.
We have, Brian. We're actually heading toward Gladstone, so we're trying to get east here to get out ahead of this thunderstorm. I think it's running right along the warm front or pretty close to the warm front, so we really have to watch it. A lot of the times these types of storms and this type of an environment can really just spin right back up again. So we are following it here across the Northland here, moving toward Gladstone and Pleasant Hill. That's where we're kind of going. My idea is to get to Liberty. We're going to need to get gas here pretty soon, but at this time, I'm not seeing anywhere near the violent rotation in the clouds or the tornado that we had when this was coming in to the speedway. Brian, we're going to get some gas here, and then we're going to continue to the east. We'll send it back to you.
Okay, we've also have a lot of our reporters that are out in the field. I think Matt Fleener is involved with our coverage. He's close to Smithville. Matt, let me throw it to you while we're still gathering information back to what the storm has already done. Matt.
Yeah, that's right. That's right, Brian. I'll be real quick. But we are just south of Smithville right now. We're right by the Vineyard Church, right at 169 and 435. And I want to show you, I don't know if you can see this debris in the road right here, but we've been seeing all kinds of debris that's been flying up in the air up here on the north loop of 435. You hear the tornado sirens going off again up here in Clay County. But yeah, we've seen all kinds of debris. We've headed over from Platte City, from KTI, and we saw debris flying around in the air. We wanted to get on the north side of the storm as it marched over toward the Northland. But yeah, I just wanted to report that, yeah, we have seen debris coming through the air, Brian.
Thank you there, Matt. You just threw it to me, and I appreciate that. I do want to give a fresh storm track, and looking at where the debris signature is, looking at where the rotation is, I don't want to overstep my bounds, and I'm certainly going to confer with the National Weather Service, but it appears that the heaviest of the rotation is now east of Wyandotte County. So maybe you can ease up a little bit, unfortunately, and take assessment as to what happened damage-wise, since this thing has been on the ground for about 2 hours, and you saw where it's going near Baser, near Bonner Springs, farther out to the west. So I'm thinking that since the back edge of the tornado warning is still there, but here's where you see the rotation. So 635 and westward in Wyandotte County, it looks like at least the most dangerous part of the storm has passed you by, and now it's focused from Parkville going through Wyandotte County, at least not too far away from KCK, and then moving farther to the east. This is one of our city view cameras over downtown, and this is going to be the storm that is producing the tornado warning. And you also hear some of our buzzers going off. That is for a flash flood warning that continues, because at one time earlier, Albany was surrounded by water. There was a flash flood emergency up there. Okay, and so that is the other part of our story. And before I get to the anchors, because I know that Laura and Chris have some information there, let me go to there. And there's where you see now, it was just for the northern tier of Missouri, but now it includes most of the Kansas City metro for the heavy rain and farther to the south and southwest. So we'll continue to get those reports coming in from the field. Still a tornado warning out for Jackson County, small part of Platte County, and also Clay counties right in there, very close to downtown. There's another weather myth busted that a tornado or possible tornado can't hit a downtown area. We'll tell that to this one. That's still on the ground, at least showing that rotation. Severe thunderstorm warning for that same area, because it has had a history of producing a tornado, and the severe thunderstorm watch remains in effect as well over the northern tier. Chris, Laura.
All right, real quick, and take it back whenever you have to. We're getting reports of damage, especially on the south side of Lawrence, Kansas, and just a little bit to the south of the city in what are probably rural parts of Douglas County as well. We're getting reports of damage in the Linwood, Kansas area as well. 59 highway south of Lawrence, part of it is shut down because of an overturned semi. There was structure damage to a house at 166th and Stillwell in the Bonner Springs area. And again, we have crews headed to Lawrence right now, because it would appear as if that may be some of the most severe damage, at least in terms of the early reports that we're seeing right now.
South of Lawrence at 206th Street and K32 is where they are reporting that there are some houses damaged there. Lawrence police have been very active on Twitter. They basically were accounting for all of their officers at one point. The tornado warning has subsided for that area, but they're out now scouting the damage in and around. South of Lawrence seems to be the place where there is concentrated damage, but we have also heard that on I-70, just west of Bonner Springs, signs are mangled and torn to shreds. Trees have been uprooted in that area. These are all the areas where Nick Bender and Johnny Rollins have been above throughout the evening, and now our crews are getting in there and figuring out whether people are safe and what kind of damage there is to report.
And we're hearing of sirens going off, obviously, in Platte County, especially north of the river, downtown, up in Liberty and Clay County, in Waldo, in Brookside, places that you wouldn't necessarily think something like this would be happening, but it is that kind of a storm. Katie?
The storm has weakened, but it could re-strengthen, and that's why you're still hearing the tornado sirens, because they want you to be in a safe place in case it should spin up a tornado again. On our Doppler radar and our storm wind on Lynx 2, you can see the very broad rotation between Parkville and Gladstone. To put this into perspective, let me just draw you back in time. I'm just going to take you back 2 hours, and you'll watch this storm as it comes up just south of Lawrence, right there, over Linwood, crosses the Missouri River. Right at the speedway, it starts to weaken. So that was the length of time, almost 2 hours on that storm track. And it, again, very strong in northern Douglas County, southern Leavenworth County, northwestern Johnson County, and that's where they will be doing storm surveys. The first thing they're going to do is make sure everybody is accountable, everybody is found and is safe. So what they ask is that you do not go sightseeing right now. Do not get in your car and go look for this damage. They have experts who are trained first responders to go and help people get out of the debris and get them to a safe place. Now back to our current situation. We're with this storm now inside the 435 loop. It appears to be centered between Parkville and Gladstone. I'm going to stop the radar here, and notice the rotation is very broad, but there still is rotation in this storm. I also wanted just to show you where the hail is as I switch it over to our hail mode. The hail has decreased considerably, so that's another good sign. And back to the radar mode, we're still getting rain. It's coming down at the rate of about 1 inch to 2 inches an hour, so we have that flash flooding concern because of that very heavy rain. I can show you that swath as well of the rain that has just come down in the past 3 hours, ranging from 1 to 2 inches just north of the circulation of the tornado. Brian.
Now I'm just looking at some of the reports that are coming in here, and there's numerous reports of damage, houses, trees, power outages. So this is a tornado that was on the ground for 2 hours straight, maybe lifting for the time being, but still I'm looking toward probably, I'm just going to, if you can go to the rotation for 1 quick second, I did want to collect my thoughts. And I just want to show that it is still there and is still not just on the lower end of this. Thank you that the booth is on it. Here you see that rotation, which is just north of Riverside, heading farther to the east and northeast. There's Gladstone. So this is the part of the cell, a little wider, a little broader, but still just as intense. Maybe not the 100 plus miles an hour we had earlier, been down to about 70. Whittled down, but still, when you think of a hurricane at 74-mile-an-hour winds. So certainly dangerous, and certainly this has the history of producing the tornado and certainly has the capability of causing even wind damage as well. So the tornado warning, or at least the portion of the cell that's still the most questionable, is now pretty much on the Missouri side than on the Kansas side. So with decent confidence, I can say that at least KCK and certainly out toward Bonner and Baser, you're in the clear from this. But now you see the storm track with other estimated times of arrival. And what we've done is we've inputted the forward movement, which has changed, and its direction, which has changed. So here you have the latest. Gladstone, if it holds together, at 7:39. Pleasant Valley at 7:47. Liberty, Missouri at 7:55, still underneath that tornado warning that stays in effect until 8 o'clock. That's true. They just canceled the tornado warning. Okay, so now it looks like we are with a severe thunderstorm warning. Are they thinking that it is going to still produce at least the wind portion of it, or hail? Actually, I'm just doing a little inside baseball here, talking to Katie and Pete and my colleagues, and Laura and Chris are also getting some of those reports there. So right now it's appearing that at least the heaviest of the rainfall is now between Gladstone and Parkville. The potential for the hail is still there, but maybe not quite as organized as it was. And out the corner of my eye, I'm still now looking at some of the reports that are coming in here. So what we're trying to do now is let you know that at least the storm itself weakening a little bit, but not quite as organized as it was. Still tracking toward Liberty, Glen Eyre, and some other well-populated areas. Worlds of Fun, I'm not sure if they have folks still out there at the park, but you know, that's right in the path of the cell that's still producing some gusty wind potential. And it still has a bit of a notch, maybe not quite as pronounced as it was, but that is definitely something that we're going to continue to watch and monitor. Also want to talk to the booth while speaking to you at home. I know we have Matt Fleener up in the Smithville area. Have we heard from William Joy yet? Not yet for him. How about, let's see, Brian Johnson? Not as of yet.
Brian,
so
I'll be happy to go back for 2 hours and show you the storm path.
That sounds good. Go ahead there. And also, I'm sorry, Laura wants to say something. Go ahead, Laura.
Downtown, they have suspended the streetcar service because of the situation down there. And we're also hearing that there's debris falling from the sky near Smithville Lake, which kind of goes with exactly where you guys have been tracking this latest storm.
And the other thing is I hear we have a power outage map as well. So as it says, it's shifting a little bit from the damage of the storm itself to some of what it has caused. And there you see a wide swath there. And as you see there, Chris and Laura, that is pretty much a good portion of, not too south of Lawrence, where we're seeing those power outages there. It's sporadic as you get closer. And that makes sense because as Katie was loading up, going back 2 hours worth of it, and that's where the storm started, and that's where it is right now. So, Katie, I'll turn it over to you to do that. That's going to be on your system 2, correct? Is that
correct. And so as I prepare that for you, right here is where the tornado started, near Overbrook. What you're looking for is the bright green and the bright red. See, as it came up just south of Clinton, and then as it came up to Lawrence, it hit the south side of Lawrence, crossed between Lawrence and Eudora. That's when it hit Linwood. Watch as it crosses the Arkansas River, kind of stretches across southern parts of Leavenworth County, paralleling I-70 for a short time. Then it crosses I-70 just about right when it reaches the turnpike, the toll booth, and then as it crosses 435, when it arrives at the speedway out by the Legends, the circulation weakens, it loosens up. However, we still had reports of spotters showing a tornado near Lake Quivira. So even though it was weakening, it was still showing some signs of rotation. Now the tornado warning has been allowed to cancel 20 minutes early. There is still a broad area of rotation between Gladstone and approaching Kearney. This is kind of on the northeast corner of 435. It's not producing a tornado, but it will produce very gusty winds. I will also show you that the rain is coming down quite heavily in this area. And one more aspect of any type of thunderstorm, there is a lot of lightning. So for many reasons, we ask that you just stay inside, let this whole storm system pass by. They don't anticipate that it's going to reform a tornado, but it could still produce very gusty winds and flooding rains. Remember that there is a flash flood warning in effect for all of these counties: Jefferson, Douglas, Leavenworth, Wyandotte, Johnson, Jackson, and Clay, and Platte, and Clinton, Donovan. All these counties that are lit in red. There is water that has risen very quickly in the streams and creeks, and some of it is flowing over the roadways. We are approaching dusk, and it soon will be dark, and as these waters continue to rise, as they work down hills and into the rivers and streams, some of these streams will rise even though the rain has stopped. So flash flooding will be a concern through the evening, and a flood warning continues along the Missouri River and the Kansas River because of the prolonged rain that we've had. I think today was day 10 of the consecutive rain or severe weather events throughout our viewing area. One more time, let me put this into motion for you. This is just the rain, and what it shows you is that the storm structure has loosened quite a bit. It's no longer producing a tornado, but it's still capable of producing wind gusts over 58 miles per hour. I will check for you. I don't believe it has been producing hail, but let's just double check that. If it is, it would be in this part of the cell on the northeast side of the 435 loop, just south of Smithville Lake. And Laura, you were mentioning that they saw debris. I was checking the upper level winds from about a mile and up.
Right.
They're blowing between 40 and 80 miles an hour. So they'll take that debris and they'll blow it. The winds are blowing from the southwest to the northeast. So that debris, once it got airborne inside that violent tornado, will be blown forward a long way. So I'm not surprised at all to hear that.
One other thing, Katie, too. Liberty, the city of Liberty said they are not sounding the tornado sirens right now. They just want people to know that. They're just asking people to be weather aware. And as you mentioned, the tornado warning has been lifted, correct?
That is correct. They still have, and I'll double check this, I believe a severe thunderstorm warning because of the potential for wind. But I think that that even has weakened quite a bit. Let me bring that graphic up for you. Now, they still do have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for southern Platte County and western Clay County. I will check on this for you to see when this is set to expire. Oh, that's going to expire in a minute. We can watch that together, just kind of fall off the map. So, Laura, I think we've seen the worst. Now we just need to, gather together as a community, help those people that have lost structures. Right now, let the first responders do their job.
Absolutely.
And then there will be a way for you to help. Wait for that information. You going to the scene right now is going to cause more problems. I know from personal training when I worked with FEMA and the Kansas Division of Emergency Management, one of the things that always hampers the rescue efforts is when people come that aren't trained. So stay where you are. You really just truly your thoughts and your true concerns for these folks will be needed.
And that's absolutely what the police departments all over from, Lawrence, all moving east, tracking this storm. They are asking people to allow deputies, allow police officers to get in and be addressing the 911 calls that are pouring into these jurisdictions, and they are trying to handle them as quickly as they can. But just as you said, It's time now to assess what's happened and go from there. But emergency crews have got to be the first line of defense in cleaning up.
And they've got to be the first ones in neighborhoods, especially on the south side of Lawrence, where we keep seeing photos on social media of neighborhoods that have been damaged. In some cases, some homes appear to have been destroyed. The good news is so far, and it is early in this story, and I can't stress that enough, there have been no reports of any sort of serious injuries right now, whether it's Lawrence, whether it's Pleasant Grove, which of course is where this system hit the first time. There are reports of homes sustaining significant damage, but again, no reports of any injuries there. This is also a storm, as we have been tracking, that sort of breezed by the Kansas Speedway and the Legends. There are no reports of any damage out in western Wyandotte County, at least as of now. There is a report of some more damage in the Lone Star area, which of course, as you guys have been tracking this storm, that was one of the first communities that was really under the gun once it moved into our immediate viewing area. Lawrence, again, seems to be where most of the damage is centered right now, but it is early.
And actually, Chris, I'm looking at Lawrence Police and their Twitter handle, and they said there are large trees, there are power lines, there is debris along roads on the southeastern edge of the city. Some of these roads are impassable, so they said, please do not go sightseeing, as we've mentioned. It only hampers their efforts to try and get into these heavily damaged areas.
And we don't want to forget our friends in the Linwood area right now, where the Northwest Consolidated Fire District has been dispatched there in Leavenworth County on a mutual aid call. Reports of damage, obviously, in the Linwood area, but again, no reports of anybody hurt. Let's hope that continues throughout the night. Guys?
Hoping so, hoping so. You know, I'm allowing our other folks in the field, namely our reporters, as well as Nick Bender and Storm Tracker 9 and Johnny Rollins and News Chopper 9, to gather their information and pass it along as well. So, as a matter of fact, if Johnny is on the horn, let's go to Johnny, and then I'll still try to do a round robin and see what other information is coming in here. Johnny, go ahead.
We'll get a shot for you here real quick, Brian. We're kind of in some rain here, trying to come around on this side and see what we have. So we'll go ahead and uncage the camera there. And off to the west now. Believe it or not, it looks like sunshine out there, but some pretty heavy rain. Shawnee Mission Parkway here coming up to 435. And if we look to the right, we can still see where the storm is moving to the north now. Good signs that it's weakening, but we'll look way to the right and you can see some torrential rains up there, up into Wyandotte County, just west of downtown airport. Saw some pretty heavy rain as well. Johnny Rollins, News Chopper 9, back to you in the studio.
Okay, what we're looking at there is First Alert Live radar. And the only reason I want to show this is because although this is the storm that produced the tornado for over 2 hours or so, that is moving out. But look at what's on the western horizon. That is a tornado warning west of Maysville, Kansas. A few severe thunderstorm warnings toward Manhattan, and another cluster of thunderstorms south and west of Emporia. So although we don't have any warnings close to the viewing area, we're still not out of the woods yet. Remember, we still have a tornado watch until 10 o'clock, trying to see if there's any redevelopment or not. That was Johnny's assessment. Now let's go to meteorologist Nick Bender, who's in Storm Tracker 9. Nick, go.
Brian, we're in Liberty. I've got intent to go north on 35 to Kearney. I'm starting to see some signs here in the velocities that we're starting to see the rotation begin to slowly intensify. This is going to be about 6 miles northwest of Liberty. Some indication there that this storm may be showing signs of reorganizing, reestablishing a bit of a rotating updraft. This is passing north of Liberty, so that's an all clear for Liberty. But if you're in Kearney, over to Excelsior Springs and Lawson, we need to be very vigilant of this storm. There's no tornado warning on it yet, but the environment is still favorable for rotating thunderstorms and tornadoes along that warm front. So I really hope this isn't trying to spin up again, but if it does, we'll be in the position to spot it for you, Brian. I'll send it back to you.
All right, they're exactly right. So although one has passed us by, that does not mean that the door is totally shut. And that's the other reason I mentioned that we do have this tornado watch until 10 o'clock. So here is now that circulation north of Liberty. There's Kearney, just to get your bearings, and you can zoom in as much as you like there, Pete. And this is just showing you the same storm that for 2 hours straight has produced the tornado up and down, still has at least some decent rotation associated with it from Glen Eyre to Liberty, then going farther to the east and northeast up toward Kearney itself. I should also mention that at KCI, they have stopped the evacuation process, so hopefully things are going to get close to normal. So that is now a tornado warning for Clay County, as we were talking about, as Nick just gave you that first alert for. We probably need to do a fresh storm track on that.
I have one on 2.
Okay, so on weather 2, if we can, please. This is going to be, and Nick, I want to throw back to you in just 1 second after we do the storm track, give estimated times of arrival. Kearney at 7:54, Lathrop, Missouri at 8:09. This is as it's heading to the east and northeast, so this is the tornado warning now for Clay County, portions of Clay County, certainly not down toward Glen Eyre, not down toward sort of Worlds of Fun, but it is going to include at least a good chunk of real estate, even going farther to the east and northeast toward Clinton County. But right now it is for Clay County. Go ahead, Katie.
I was just going to say, I'm estimating a 30-mile-an-hour wind speeds. I don't have that confirmed, so timing could change.
Okay. So here are the timelines again for Polo at 8:33, Hamilton at 8:45, and New York, Missouri, that is at 8:48. Let me throw it to Nick Bender. Go ahead.
Right.
We'll continue to go.
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brian, we're heading north on Interstate 35. It's going to be tough to get out ahead of this. This is that part of the storm that was showing rotation. This is going to be moving towards Kearney, Mosby, Excelsior Springs. You need to take your tornado precautions right now. The storm is showing signs of rotating, and it could be capable of producing a tornado at any time. The environment remains favorable for additional tornadoes this evening to the east of this storm. It's the same storm that produced the long track violent tornado from Lawrence all the way to the Speedway, though it's not showing quite the velocities or intensifications it was earlier. We need to respect the warning, respect the ingredients that are in place. You need to take it seriously. If you're along Interstate 35 from Liberty up to Kearney, it's going to be coming over the interstate, moving towards Kearney, Mosby, and Excelsior Springs. Brian, this is going to be tough for me to spot right now because I'm just on the leading edge of the rain. It's going to be hard for me to see it.
Right. So let me handle it here and look at it on radar. And that's, again, why we have the marriage between live people looking at it in the field and something that's almost like an umpire, totally impartial, that being the radar. And here's that rotation that we're looking for. Strip Kearney at 7:57, so that's in about 3 or 4 minutes. Please take your tornado precautions seriously. We're talking about putting between you and the outside as many walls as possible, getting to your lowest level possible, protecting your head, facing the wall from the debris. And we've had a lot of it earlier today. You do want to go to that lowest level interior if at all possible. Also make sure you got shoes for everybody. When I'm at home, it's barefoot. But now take them down there with you, even if you have to grab them by your hand and move them down there. And stay in your area until the all clear is given. And that may be a while from this system that's moving through. Mosby at 8:01, Excelsior Springs at 8 minutes past 8, and looking at Crystal Lakes at 8:12. That is, once again, the portion of the storm that the Weather Service is thinking is the most suspect, and that's also what we're showing here on First Alert Radar. So that is now a tornado warning out for Clay County that's going to last for a while, as it still looks like spotters. I'm just reading some of the information coming in here, besides material debris coming down, roofing material, that sort of thing. It is one of those storms that still, as Nick was talking about, with a little more reintensification, and I know he can't get ahead of it quite yet, but he is in a safe area. Nick, let me throw it to you.
Brian, I decided to change my course here. I don't want to try and get up north on Interstate 35. It's going to come over me, and I'm not going to be able to get out ahead of it. We're heading to Mosby. I'm going to try to get to Excelsior Springs, because if this rotation holds, it's actually going to go to Excelsior Springs. So I'm looking at the clouds. I'm looking to the north and west. I'm looking for any signs of localized rotation. I mean, you know this road pretty well. It's kind of tough with a lot of hills here and a lot of trees. So I'm not able to spot it just yet. But from Kearney to Mosby to Excelsior Springs, you need to take your tornado precautions immediately. This is moving north of Liberty. So Liberty, this is moving north of you. This won't affect you. But Kearney, Mosby, Excelsior Springs, Crystal Lake, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. Brian, back to you.
Okay. Thank you there. I was also trying to see, I know we were getting Kelly Eckerman there in Johnson County, O'Brien Johnson as well. Also, we had Fleener up towards Smithville, which is pretty close to this cell. Not sure if we can establish contact with him, but still trying to get information coming in here. And if you look at this rotation that I have there, notice how it has changed, Pete. You're fine. You can even go a little tighter if you wish. As you see this center that is once again re-intensifying, going back up the scale closer to the yellows. That's where you see it now. There is Northeast 138th Street, so you get your bearings. Here would be, as you're going farther to the east and northeast, the Interstate 35. So this is now east of Interstate 35, between Kearney and Chandler. That's the area of rotation that is still prompting the Weather Service for continuing now a tornado warning, now going out for folks mainly north of the river this time around. It's not really showing many signs of weakening at all, and it goes through a life cycle. Like every once in a while when you jog too much, you gotta take a breath, calm down, then you're good to go thereafter. Storms are no different. Every once in a while, they kind of get a little weaker, and then they start to re-intensify. And this is the one that has definitely been on the maps for a while, at least for, what, 2 hours or so, and it's still continuing. Was that a power flash that you saw there, Nick? I couldn't tell.
Brian, that's what we're trying to figure out. I mean, it was 2 or 3 big bright flashes.
Right.
It looked like it was low to the ground, and that is the part of the storm.
Or is that just lightning?
That's capable of producing the tornado. Yeah, I can't confirm it either way. We'll continue to watch that, Brian.
We'll stay with your picture. That's lightning. Okay.
That's lightning.
Just making sure.
Pretty sure it's lightning, but that is the direction. That is the direction that the rotation is with the storm. That's going to be coming over Interstate 35 and 69 highway there, so kind of like sandwiched right in between there, just south of Kearney. So just south of Kearney on Interstate 35 all the way down to 69 highway north and west of Mosby. That's where this storm is showing signs of rotation and where it could produce a tornado. Brian, I'm going to send it back to you. I'm just going to keep my eyes out here to the left.
Okay, thank you there, Nick. And you're going parallel to it, I guess. You're going straight east, so that's good, and that should stay safe with it out to your left side. So, yeah, definitely keep me updated with what is happening there. Sirens are going off in Excelsior Springs right now, partially because of this tornado warning that's in effect until 8:15 for Clay County that's going on there. Did you mention something about Johnny? I'm sorry, the booth. Damage in Linwood.
I'm sorry, Brian.
What's that? Go ahead, Johnny.
Okay, Brian, I'm sorry. Yeah, we're just coming up on some incredible damage here in Linwood. I don't know what this was. Was it a nursery? Yeah, it looks like a nursery, maybe greenhouses. That would explain the extent of damage. We'll go ahead and turn to the left here. We're over 32 highway and a ton of emergency equipment on the scene here. There's some houses below that have been damaged as well. This looks like it was maybe a couple of 100 yards wide here, not the mile we were talking about before. So we see some, well, come around to the right for me, Patrick, and we're going to show these trees here of houses completely leveled here. So this is where it crossed over just north of the Kansas River. And you can see these houses damaged here. We're going to keep tracking along 32 highway. And boy, it looks like one house completely off its foundation. Keep going, Patrick, up to the right there and zoom right there. Completely off its foundation. There's the house. There's the foundation. That gives you an idea of the extent of the velocity of the winds here. To the right, too, Patrick. Go ahead and pull back for me. And then to the right, keep coming right and tilt down a little bit. And there's another house that is completely destroyed. Again, it appears as though it was maybe 100 yards wide at this location. Keep coming back to the left. And 2 or 3 houses completely gone here to the left. There's debris from one house. It's almost completely destroyed. Another leveled. I know we have, the preliminary indication is that no one has been injured here, but boy, seeing these pictures, it's very frightening, and it's going to be hard to believe that we didn't have anybody injured, if not seriously. Nice job, Pat. There you see more houses that have been damaged. Again, this along 32 highway near Linwood. In fact, this is in Linwood, and also we can see some swirls in the grass there to the left. Come on around that way, and right below us, go ahead and tilt down, and you'll see another house completely destroyed, another next to it that's heavily damaged. 32 highway is completely shut down here, and it looks like we'll continue to the south and west. Tell you what, we're going to go all the way over to Overbrook, pick up where this tornado first touchdown, and follow it all the way over to the end. This is This is pretty intense and serious damage to these houses, confirming that it was a
Hey,
very,
Johnny,
very,
hate to interrupt you there, my friend. We'll get back to you, but we still have this rotation that's a little tighter with the current tornado warning that's going on. Nick, you were on it. I know you're still trying to get in a better position, but there you see that rotation, which is getting stronger. I'll throw it to you in a second, sir. South of Kearney, that's right now. There's Chandler Road, just so you get your bearings. And right down the path is Mosby. And those are some of the same cities that we've been mentioning for you. Now moving east at about 35. So Excelsior Springs, as Nick told you, get in that safe area. Crystal Lakes at 812. And also Mosby is right on your back doorstep. So once again, this is now the tornado warning that at least shows a little tighter rotation. Nick, what are you seeing? We lost this picture? Okay, that's fine. We'll keep it right here for just a second. Let me know when we reestablish him. And Katie, you looked like there was a debris signature that you were looking at?
I do not see a debris signature on the Kearney storm, but what I was seeing was the debris blowing off of the storm that produced the tornado that Johnny is on. That wind is blowing that over Smithville Lake, and you can clearly see that on the storm debris graphic.
Okay, let me know when we reestablish Nick for a second there. And once again, this is now a tornado warning that is out for Clay County. Funnel cloud being reported partly by spotters as well as meteorologist Nick Bender, who's out in Storm Tracker 9. Part of the reason why the Weather Service has decided to issue that warning that lasts for a little bit longer. And as you notice here, it is not as weak as it was. And as I even told you 5 minutes ago, these storms have a life history. They have a life cycle. Sometimes they get weak, sometimes they get strong. And this one is showing at least some signs of indicating that it's going to stay together and stay up for a while, not up in the cloud, I mean up as in its intensity for a while. So between Kearney and going down toward Chandler, now it's going farther to the east. It's east of I-35 right now, but now still heading eventually, first alert going out for Greenville, also down toward Crescent Lake and Mosby as well, which is once again in the path of this tornado warning for Clay County through the 8 o'clock hour, at least a good portion of the 8 o'clock hour. Still looking at some of the reports that are coming in here. Rotation still along Highway 33 and others as well. So this is not necessarily confirmed on the ground, but this has had the history of lasting for 2 hours straight. And usually when you think of a tornado, they're only on the ground for what, 10, 15, 18 minutes max. This one's been on the ground before this happened for about 2.5 hours or so. Because remember, we tracked it close to, that would be Lawrence, Kansas, and now you see about where it is. This is continuing to move through. So there it is, now a tornado warning extending farther to the east toward Rayville. So this is going to cross county line into Ray County as they're extending it now. This will be going in effect until 8:30 this evening for the storm that's moving east at 35. And as you mentioned, Katie, and also Pete, who's on the controls of First Alert Radar, this is it. And remember, last night and earlier today, we're talking about sometimes you'll get a tornado embedded within the line. So it's not going to be as clear cut as it was earlier in the evening, and now it's going to be a little more difficult to see. So within this small little band that you see here is enough of rotation, and as First Alert Live Radar goes around to see the update. And one good thing about First Alert Live Radar, it can update every 90 seconds because it takes about that long, a minute to a minute and a half, to go around one complete circle as opposed to waiting 7 or 8 minutes. So this is going to be good to see exactly how it changes, see exactly how the wind speeds change, and also how it is moving there. So that is now just to the south of Kearney, and as you see, this is now heading toward Excelsior Springs. That is the tornado warning. That'll also now go into western portions of Ray County as well, and that lasts until 8:30 or so. So that's because the rotation is still pretty tight and going farther down to the east and southeast of, say, Kearney. It looks like we've reestablished Nick. Let's go to him.
That was
Yes, Brian, can you get my feet? I got a large rotating wall cloud moving just north of Mosby. If you check the terminal Doppler radar there, it's going to show the rotation more defined than what's coming out of Pleasant Hill right now. This, unfortunately, it's starting to wrap up again. So if you are in Mosby, this looks like this is going to pass just north of you in Mosby, moving toward Excelsior Springs, Excelsior Estates, and Lawson. You need to be in your tornado shelter right now. Behind that Aldi and behind that tree line, turn her a little bit to the right. It's going to be just behind this do not enter sign. I can see the right side of the wall cloud. So that's a pretty big rotating wall cloud that is about 2 to 3 miles to my north and west. And Brian, I really think it's starting to wrap up here on the radar between Kearney and Mosby, right between Kearney and Mosby, moving toward Excelsior Springs, Lawson, Crystal Lake, and Excelsior Estates. I don't want to try to get too specific with, where it's going to pass north or south of, right now, but this is along the warm front. There was an outflow boundary here earlier. Wind shear is maximized along these boundaries, and these supercells can really ramp up quickly and produce tornadoes again. So we are looking, Brian, back to the west, straight west, a couple of miles over the tree line. That is going to be the part of the storm that's rotating. That's going to be your wall cloud back there in the distance. We're going to watch this real close. Let me switch over here. I want to check. Pleasant Hills. Are you seeing any? Wow, Brian, this is really Brian,
about to go here from the wall. Go ahead, sir.
I think. Hang on, I'm trying to find my button here. Brian, confirmed tornado. I'm going to call this a confirmed tornado. This is going to be north of Mosby, 1.5 miles. I have a very well-defined tornado debris signature. This is no longer radar indicated. This is on the ground. This is a mile. I want to be real specific here. Give me a moment. I'll let you all load it up. Check the correlation coefficient there on links. It's about 2 miles north of Mosby, moving north and east toward Excelsior Springs. This is a confirmed tornado, so now is the time to really take action. Excelsior Springs, Excelsior Estates, unincorporated areas here to the north of Mosby. You need to be in your tornado shelter immediately. Tornado on the ground near Highway 92. It's moving east toward Excelsior Springs. We need to get to Excelsior Springs. Brian, this could produce another large long track tornado with the ingredients that we have ahead of this storm. Cloud motion's really starting to ramp up right ahead of us, Brian. Turner, this is going to be off the hood and a little bit to the left. This is going to be back to our south and our west. Cloud motion's pretty violent, Brian. This is probably on the ground right behind the tree line.
That's about 2 miles away from Mosby, right?
Let's back up.
Yeah, you guys stay safe. Let's take it here and show you that latest storm track. What we have coming up behind me, you putting number 2, links 2, talking about the debris signature. See the blues in the middle of the sea of red? That's an indication that there's something, once again, that the radar is picking up and spitting out. And it's not just a raindrop or a hailstone. It is building material. That's where he is. And so north of Mosby, as he said, is that signature that he is seeing. So it's a combination of the radar seeing it. It's a combination of humans seeing it. And it looks like it will continue to at least be the tornado warning that the Weather Service has issued on as it is moving to the east at about 30 or 35 miles an hour. Excelsior Springs, you should be in your safe area. Also Crescent Lake, please, as well. So this is the path of it. You see where Nick is. He's going to try to probably dip south and try to at least stay away from the inflow or that signature that we see right there. But the estimated times of arrival very clear at 8:12 coming through Excelsior, Crystal Lakes at 8:17, and also toward Rayville at about 8:30 or so. So yeah, that's now that same cell that had a history of producing a tornado early on the Kansas side close to Lawrence, and still so many miles away from it, and it's still on the ground 2.5 hours later. So First Alert Live Radar, which is going to be System 1, showing you that if we didn't take some of the other sort of lenses away, you would say, okay, well, it's just a line of thunderstorms, but just embedded within there is where we see the notch, and there is a warm front, and it's that warm front that has the change in wind direction, focusing the energy, and that's exactly what you see happening. This is now the rotation that we're looking at, and so Excelsior Springs, I'm hoping that you will notice that this is not too far away from you. Make sure you're in your safe area, putting as many walls between you and the outside. We'll do a fresh storm track as well in a little bit because it's still now moving east at 20 or 25 miles an hour. And the benefit of our live radar is to be able to update every minute to minute and a half. But if you notice there, it's back in the moderate or medium range of the rotation, not just. Katie, I know you have looking at on System 2 with her on cam, you're looking at the velocities or the wind speeds within that storm.
Seeing the signatures on the Doppler, and we're intersecting this storm using the radar that is located just south of Kansas City. So we're intersecting it pretty high in the sky, but it shows a very clear rotation here, at least 63-mile-per-hour winds inbound and about 20 to 30 to 40-mile-an-hour winds outbound, and it's strengthening as we look at it. Good call by meteorologist Nick Bender, who was right under this storm as it produced a wall cloud and then dropped a tornado. If you are in Excelsior Springs, Crystal Lakes, Wood Heights, Vibard, Claysville, Crescent Lake, Greenville, New Garden. You are in the path of this tornado right now. This tornado spotted on the ground by meteorologist Nick Bender in Storm Tracker 9. I have put his placement on this map so you can see he is located less than a mile south and east of the circulation. So he's got a first row view of this tornado. This is the one that is in Clay County. It's associated with a tornado warning that goes until 8:30 as it crosses into Ray County. It's not yet to the border, the county line between Clay and Ray, but it's heading in that direction. Let me put a storm track on this for you. I believe it's moving more east and northeast at approximately 30 miles an hour. 35. Thank you, Bri. Excelsior Springs, 8:13. It's 8:10 right now. You've got no time. Get downstairs right now. Lay down. Protect your head. Protect your body. If you're out ahead of this storm and you have a baby, put your baby in a car seat in your basement. Protect that baby on as many sides as you can. Put whatever you can around your body to protect you from flying debris. You've seen the pictures of the damage, the homes that have been damaged in Kansas when this storm moved in, and now the storm has recycled and is spinning a tornado right now just north of Mosby. I want you to know, Liberty, you're fine. Kearney, you are now okay. The storm is to your east. Missouri City, the storm is not coming towards you, but you may feel a very strong inflow wind coming in from the south. Excelsior Springs, you are in the path of this storm. Polo, I don't think this storm is going to come your way, but Richmond, I want you to keep a close eye. If this tornado takes a right turn, you would then be in the path, but right now it appears that it would cross into central Ray County. Let me give you some streets. This is along Highway 92, just south of Greenville right now. And let me put Nick on there so you can see Nick is on Highway 33. This storm tracking just about a half a mile to his north. Looks like it's getting ready to cross McClary Road and Brunk Road just south of Highway 92 in Claysville. This storm will be crossing over the Ray County line. It is currently, based on the strongest rotation, about 2 miles from the Clay County, Ray County line. So if you're in Ray County and Vibard and Crystal Lakes, know that this storm is headed your way. Nick has spotted a tornado with this storm, and we'll check back with him to see if he still sees it on the ground or if it was a short touchdown. Let me check the correlation coefficient now. It still looks extremely powerful. This tells us that we have tumbling debris in the wind field, something other than rain and hails, and that's why this is a valuable tool. It really pinpoints where this is. That's Highway 92 and Warnell Road, north of Crescent Lake, north of Mosby. The winds aloft are very strong from the southwest to the northeast, so you may see some of this debris fly towards you in Polo, but the tornado itself is moving more east-northeast, Brian.
One more time with the storm track there with the correlation coefficient behind me so you saw that. So that's the debris. So this is not just a radar indicated tornado. It seems like there is some truth and also ground truth, that is, and also the radar itself kind of going hand in hand with that, as well as some of these storm spots. What's that?
Truth works.
Yes, it does help. That is very true. Nick, I know you're trying to get to a safe spot where you can kind of see. Let me throw it to you for one quick second. But yeah, your report was relayed to the Weather Service, and we still have that tornado warning out there. Nick, if you're on, go ahead.
Brian, this is going to be behind the line of storms. It's actually behind the rain by quite a bit. So we are going to be able to see this once we take a peek up 69 Highway. This is going to come awful close to Excelsior Springs, and it looks like it's going to go right in between Excelsior Springs and Excelsior Estate and Crystal Lakes. Evidence that this is a strong tornado moving to the east. You need to be in your tornado shelters immediately. Jim, is this 69 Highway? Yeah, this is 69. So I want to just kind of stay here. I need to get a vantage point behind me. So you need to pull over. Brian, I just got really bad visibility right here. You're going to hear me take my mic off real quick. I need to just pop my head out this window.
While you're doing that, it looks like this tornado, according to the National Weather Service, is heading right toward the Excelsior Springs Hospital. I'll repeat that. This tornado is heading right toward the Excelsior Springs Hospital, so they're hoping that people are going to take shelter. The crew and the staff there know exactly what precautions they need to take. But this is a tornado confirmed on the ground, heading toward Excelsior Springs, and now with a beeline heading toward Excelsior Springs Hospital. Nick, if you're back in, I can certainly throw it back to you. But this is still.
Go to me.
Go for it. Sure.
This is straight north of us. All right, Brian, this is coming right through our position. This is at about a mile to the north of us. This is northwest of Excelsior Springs. You need to be in your tornado shelters right now. You are looking at the part of the storm that's producing the tornado. It is going to be rain wrapped, so it's not going to be very visible. We're going to have to look for power flashes, which is the tornado going through the utility poles and more than likely snapping them off at the base. Was that a power flash there? That might have been a power flash. North of Excelsior Springs, that was a green flash. If it was lightning, it would have been blue. I think that this is a strong tornado on the ground. Tornado sirens are going off here. That is a pretty strong circulation. It's going to be lifting right into Excelsior Springs. Brian, here's what I'm going to do. I don't have great road options here, and I want to be more of an assistance than spot this storm since we've got it on radar.
Right.
I'm going to let it cross the highway, and then I'm going to go north, and I'm going to look for the damage path and see if anybody needs help in Excelsior Estates, because I think this is going through it right now. I mean, this tornado is causing damage. So we're going to wait, and we're just going to slowly go north on this 69.
Okay, so that was the intersection. Was it 69 and 33? Is that what you said, Katie?
69 and 92 highway.
92, I'm sorry, 92 is going out of there. So on a path now for Excelsior Springs Estates, and at one time it would look like portion of the storm is heading toward the hospital itself in Excelsior. So this is once again every bit of medium, if not high rotation that's still showing you there. And that's one of the things we can do with, this is now System 1 behind me, which is great. So Pete, go ahead and go. This is where you saw Nick's position, and this is what he was looking at there. This is now, at least to give you some cross streets, there'd be Fine Street. There would be Bronte Street. This is now 92 just to the north of that cell. And now, in the last update, it is up there, very close to that intersection that we were referring to. So the rotation is there. This is confirmed on the ground. I think we were seeing some debris signature. Yeah, we still are. So this is not just a radar indicated. This is a combination of the radar seeing it and Nick and other spotters out there. There's that debris that we were referring to, very close to Highway 92. And there you could also see Rainbow Boulevard. So this is very close to between Excelsior Springs and Excelsior Springs Estates. And that is a pretty good indication that this thing is still on the ground. And that's why they've extended the warning to not only include Clay County, but also Ray County as well, going through most of the 8 o'clock hour through about 8:45. At least that's what I remember it going. Now east at 25 miles an hour. I'm going to check that expiration time one more time just to make sure.
East at 25?
East at 25, yeah.
Okay.
You want to do a storm track, go right ahead.
Certainly.
So this is until 8:30. This is the tornado for 8:30. Go for Nick. Nick, what do you got?
Brian, this is going to be crossing the road right ahead of us. This is 69 heading out of Excelsior Springs up to Excelsior Estates. This is going to be coming right over the road, so as it comes over the road, you may see some power flashes. This is approximately 2 miles ahead of us. We're going to get up here to these traffic lights, so we're in the rain on the backside. This tornado is behind the rain. So you're going to get rain, and then you're going to get the tornado with the rain. It's going to be very difficult to see this. The only indication that we're going to have from it is the power flashes, and I think you're at a time in Excelsior Springs. It's pretty much right on top of you. It's coming over 69 Highway into Excelsior Springs right now. We're going to just slowly go up here and watch the damage path. Go ahead and just slowly go up here. Don't want to go too fast. Just kind of slowly move your way up. Keep going. Brian, if we have anything, I'll let you know. Just kind of keep me up.
And I would say stay where you are right now.
Highway right now. It's
just to be on the safe side.
Right now.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
definitely.
We're only going at about 20 miles an hour.
Okay. Definitely, you know, sometimes hopefully will not start to back build or start to occlude. But yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, we're going to keep you up. There was a video that came in earlier from when it was very close to Kearney. This coming in from one of our viewers who sent this in via social media. I think that was some of the video that we saw earlier. If you do have it punched up there, you did mention it. And also, Nick, I think we're going to keep your mic hot just in case you do need to interrupt. But there you hear the sirens going off. This was the tornado itself, very close to Kearney, Missouri. So it looks like
Be watching those
There are
lights up
two.
there, those traffic lights.
As I was talking about, including, hey, Nick, I hope you can hear me, possibly 2 tornadoes, one near Excelsior Estates and one near Excelsior Springs. So one west of Excelsior Estates and one near Excelsior Estates. So it looks like there are 2 that we're going to have to be worried about. Just wanted to let you know that.
There are 2. They're both over Excelsior Estates. They look like they're both over Excelsior Estates. One's over the highway, and I think the other one's on the east side of town. I've got a southwest wind at my position, and I am about 1.5 miles south of the west one. I've got a southwest wind.
All right.
Strong southwest wind.
Okay, appreciate that. So there you see it. It is
And
now.
I've got storm chasers coming up on my rear.
Oh, shoot, I didn't even see him.
Yeah, we got a lot of people out here chasing on this highway. They should not be chasing on this highway. Keep going, Jim. Keep going, Jim. Give me about 25 miles an hour. Keep going. We got a southwest wind. It's coming over the highway up here at about 1.25 miles. We're in a safe spot.
You know, that's another thing I guess we should caution, because there are a lot of folks who want to go out and see and try to leave it to the professionals. Definitely stay off the roads. So this is now a confirmed tornado,
This is
one of
lifting
2 of
into
them,
Excelsior
actually.
Estates right now.
So there we see Crystal Lakes. You see in the smaller box down in the lower left, the live picture from about where Storm Tracker 9 is located.
There looks like there are 2.
There you
One's coming
see
into Excelsior
the
Estates
rotation
right now.
there of where
Jim,
Nick
give me
is,
35.
and is about ready to cross into Ray County as well. So there you see 2 different individual tornadoes that are heading into that area, and that's why the tornado warning is now out for Clay and Ray counties until 8:30. This is a dangerous and large tornado, not just a small rope, not just a small one that you would see like in the Wizard of Oz. This one is a wedge at one time, and if not one, it has a twin with it. So there are 2 that are going through there. Definitely, I'm a little bit distracted to make sure that my crew is safe, and so I know Nick is very adept at storm tracking, but I just want to make sure that everything is all right with him, although he is behind it, and the other cell is up toward, there'll be Claysville. So that's already across county line into Ray County. So the tornadoes are still out there, and just when you thought, okay, it's over, it's now over the Kansas City Metro and weakening, and as we told you, it's going to possibly start to ramp back up, and that's exactly what's going on, although we do have a little more daylight. These are tornadoes on the ground, and what's going to make it even more difficult, Katie, is once we see these tornadoes after dark, and all you can do is rely on power flashes and lightning, that's when it's going to be even more difficult to spot these things. We're going to have to rely more on radar than anything else.
I see indication of debris near Claysville. That's right on the county line between Clay County and Ray County near Excelsior Estates. That's the most obvious circulation that I see, and Nick is just about 1/2 mile south of that. I'll pull the radar out. Brian, I'm not catching the second rotation clearly on my storm relative velocity from EAX, but as I look at the debris signature, you can see there's several kind of areas.
Scott, come to me. Come to Storm Tracker 9.
Go ahead.
I said, go ahead, Nick.
Hey, this is Nick. I've got debris falling out of the sky here. This is just outside Excelsior Estates. Big lightning flash. It's okay. Keep going. This is falling out behind the tornadic circulation or the tornado. Slowly here. Yeah, I've got. It looks like it's not all vegetation. It's not all leaves. It's hard to tell, but it does look like it might be some type of building equipment, shingles. Keep going here. Just look for any homes that might have been hit that we can help. We're coming up into Excelsior Estates. I still got power here, but I do have debris coming down out of the sky. Small pieces. A lot of it looks to be like tree branches, tree limbs, leaves, that type of thing. But I did see what looked to be like shingles. That might be from the homes that are here to the west of the highway. It doesn't look as strong anymore on radar, on velocity. Is there damage to the power lines here? Well, let's just be careful we don't drive over any power lines. But Brian, yeah, this did definitely do damage. I mean, that matches up with what we saw on the radar. I'm looking around here. Everything appears to be intact. I can't tell. What is this up here? Is this just leaning because it's an old...
No, it's not leaning. It's
No, okay. All right, Brian, we continue just a heavy rain here back now behind the line.
Everything appears to be okay right now. It's tough to tell. That debris probably came to my west, but it definitely, you want to let the Weather Service probably know the type of debris, the size of debris that was falling. There's a lot of that that's over the highway here, coming up into Excelsior Estates. Small pieces of tree limbs, shingles, that type of thing, Brian. That's just evidence that there's a tornado here.
There we go. And again, it's had the history for a while now, unfortunately, causing it to go through its life cycle. And now it's moving farther east of the Kansas City metro and now heading from Clay County into Ray County. But as mentioned, if you're starting to see shingles and other building material falling from the sky, that's evidence that there was a touchdown at one time. So Storm Tracker, you see his position there, and you also see some of the other rotation that's still showing up by our radar system. So this is now the current location of Storm Tracker. As a matter of fact, let's live up to its name. Let's do a first alert storm track to let other communities know where it's going to be heading. Still think that we're going to use the vector of east at 25 or a little bit. Let's go a little bit east, northeast, just a little bit. That's Pete on the controls, right? Yeah, because this is our system 1. So Pete, put whatever sort of parameter you want to put behind me, but let's go just a little bit north of 90, so maybe about 80 or 70 degrees, and see what happens there at about 30 miles an hour. So this is, as we're looking here, the storm tracker is back this way. There's Crystal Lakes. This is the rotation that has been evident for a while, still with the tornado warning that's been there and lasting until 8:30, so another 4 minutes or so. Still no indication that it's loosening its grip, no indication that it's weakening. But as we put that storm track on, it's still going to be heading through Ray County now, moving across county line as well. And if it is continuing to hold together, there are going to be some other areas that are more susceptible to more damage and the possibility of, well, this signature that's going out there. The gate-to-gate shear, in plain English terms, the winds, still showing evidence of about every bit of 50 or 60 miles per hour or more. Brevard, you are within this tornado warning, as is Lawson, just to name some other cities, Crystal Lakes as well. But as it's moving east and northeast at about 20 or 25 miles an hour, that's going to put it on a direct path going through almost the center of Ray County. And although that is a warning that stays in effect until 8:30, I'm still looking out the corner of my eye to see if they're going to expire it. And right now at 8:26, it looks like they are, as most of at least the rotation, not as tight as it was, but obviously something we're going to continue to watch and to monitor. What you're seeing in the window below me is some of the damage that was occurring. The location again, please, was that Lawrence, Kansas. So there you see where the system started and where it is currently. We'll continue to watch those pictures. I want to throw to the anchors just one quick second if I can. That way I can gather some more information on this latest storm track and gather some reports coming in from the spotters on this latest tornado warning, which is going to expire at 8:30 or so. Chris, Laura?
Clay County Sheriff's deputies just tweeting storm damage is being reported east of Kearney. No injuries reported. That's about as specific as they are getting right now.
And you know, Nick showed you that there's obviously going to be debris and everything in that area of Clay County around Excelsior Springs and Kearney. But what you are looking at is Lawrence, specifically south of Lawrence. We do know that emergency management is on the scene. At this point, we don't have any reports of injuries, but it is still early on from this tornado that has just been so destructive of this area. Homes have been flattened. We do know that Highway 59, there's a semi overturned. That's near East 1300 Road. KDOT is turning people around there. It is a parking lot in that area. We also know that the Kansas National Guard will be positioning several vehicles and personnel at KU Park and Ride near Clinton Parkway in Iowa. Those vehicles are there and they are going to be dispersed as needed all over the storm-related area.
One more thing in Lawrence, the American Red Cross is planning on opening up a shelter at 9 tonight at the First Church of the Nazarene at 1470 North 1000 Road. Again, this is in the Lawrence area in Douglas County. The American Red Cross opening up a shelter at 9 tonight. The First Church of the Nazarene on North 1000 Road. Brian?
Yep, so I'm looking at First Alert Live radar, and Pete, I think you're at the controls of that. One thing that I was just noticing, and that's again why we're not out of the woods quite yet, Pete, if you can widen it out even more, maybe change to more of a regional view, because we're looking farther to the south and to the southwest, because there are a couple of other thunderstorms that are showing up. This is another tornado warning that was issued right in there from the Topeka National Weather Service office, a little farther, there you go. And this is now radar indicated, but this is still, believe it or not, although the atmosphere has been worked over, there's another line of at least severe thunderstorm warnings and even tornado warnings. All that to say that if they hold together and if they continue to move in a north and northeast fashion, that would put it right in line with the Kansas City Metro again after 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock tonight. So although we still have one or two that are close to the metro itself, that's this pocket that you see here. This is the one that produced the tornado for 2 hours plus, producing and generating many different tornado warnings. There's another line that's just now starting to form from Marysville down through Manhattan and going farther west of Emporia. More damage reports coming in. I think that's from Lawrence as well. That's some of the damage from when this tornado started. And radar estimates put the winds over 100 miles an hour. And as you saw from Johnny's pictures earlier, as far as Linwood, Kansas, showing you, I think that was as he was talking about a greenhouse, and even I know there's a solar farm out that way as well. Significant damage, houses off their foundations. Mercifully, knock on wood, no injuries or no deaths reported yet, but a lot of property damage still is the case, unfortunate but true. And as a result, we still are worried and still under the gun since we have this tornado watch that stays in effect until 10 o'clock. So severe thunderstorm warning out for Maryville up toward the Iowa state line. Tornadoes, the potential of which still out to the west, right along this line from Marysville, west of Manhattan, going down toward Emporia as well. See if Nick Bender is back in position to throw it to him for just 1 second if we can. Nick.
I gotcha. Hey, Brian, this line of thunderstorms is moving to the east, and we're not going to be able to keep up with it. We've chased there many, many times. Road options are poor, and the storm is moving fast. We did get reports of damage back here in Excelsior Estates, and I think we're pretty close to it. Jim, yeah, you're pointing your finger. Keep going. No, keep going. You want to take a left here at Jesse James Road. It's going to see where all those vehicles are up there. Yeah, we'll take a left there. We're going to move back here into south of Excelsior Estates and Excelsior Springs, where we brought the tornado through, tracked the tornado through, and see if there's any damage. See if there's any damage in here, Brian. When we get to the area that I think there is, because we've got firefighters, first responders that are rolling out here out of the hospital. So there may have been damage up there along the path. So we're going to kind of work our way around through here, Brian. We'll send it back to you.
Thank you so much. And right now, there you see once again as he is maneuvering through, and there are numerous damage reports, a lot of debris, a lot of power outages, and now we have to worry about heavy rain because once again, these have had a history of producing heavy rain in addition to damaging winds, damaging hail, and the tornado threat that's been out there, and confirmed tornadoes on the ground, more than just one. So looking at First Alert Live radar with the Excelsior Springs tornado in our rear view mirror, but farther to the west toward Maryville, Manhattan, and Emporia, that's the next line of thunderstorms that's going to be moving through. Right now, out of the viewing area, but still about ready to converge on that. Estimated time of arrival in the western half of the region, probably about 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock. Right now, though, as of 8:30, that tornado warning has been allowed to expire, and I've not seen any reports of hail quite yet. But we are still gathering some information, still looking at some of the storm spotter reports that are coming in here, and certainly going to update that part of the story. Power outages have been a problem, and of course, there are a lot of ponding on the roads, a lot of flooded roads as well. And so we still have to worry about a lot more severe weather. Tornado watch stays in effect until 10 o'clock. Brief second, if I can throw it over to Chris and Laura for just 1 minute, and let me start to look at some of those reports and get right back.
Sure. Lawrence Police, again, we're focusing on Douglas County and Lawrence, where it appears as if there's been quite a bit of damage as a result of this tornado tonight. Lawrence Police tweeting just moments ago, most structural damage appears to have occurred near Lawrence as the tornado passed just outside the city limits. We are not finding any major structural damage within city limits, but trees are down, power lines are down, there's debris along streets, especially on the southeast edge of the city. Some of these streets in Lawrence are impassable, so Lawrence Police please asking people not to go sightseeing. This is not the time or the place for that tonight.
And as we mentioned, it seems as though emergency crews are maybe stationing in Lawrence, and then they are going to be dispersed elsewhere, because we know in some of the rural areas, especially around East 1300 Road, 1500 Road, south and east of Lawrence has been hit very, very hard. So everyone's trying to get organized, these emergency crews, and head out. You look at these pictures right now from News Chopper 9, and there's just tremendous damage and flooding. That is, and I'm not sure where Johnny is right now, but you can.
This is Lawrence right now?
He is in Lawrence. So you can see all along the highway, there are vehicles just stopped completely.
Hey, Johnny Rowland's up in News Chopper 9. Maybe you can give us a little better idea of where you are right now there in Douglas County.
We are going to be a couple of miles to the east of Lawrence, probably 3 or 4 miles east of Lawrence now, and taking a look at some of the damage here. Look at the trees down, uprooted totally. There is one to the right, used to be a house there where the white pickup is. We'll go ahead and zoom in. The house to the left doesn't seem to see too much damage at all. Got to tell you, I was completely turned around when we were trying to stay out in front of this tornado, as we thought it was much closer to Lawrence than it was. In fact, I think I even referred to that at one point, but it is pretty far to the south and east of Lawrence, all the damage that we have seen so far. And this is just some of it. Many houses that are completely off their foundations. Some new houses that look like a couple of subdivisions on the south and well, from the southwest to the southeast side of Lawrence. This a more rural area. I think that's the old K10 that we have right here as well. And Pat, let's go ahead and pull back from that, and we're going to go up and to the left a little bit and show you some more damage on what appears to be maybe a farmhouse up here. Keep going over to the left there. Look at the trees down across the road, completely blocking the road. Some structural damage over here. It looks like yeah, maybe several additions to a house here, and then across the street another house hit too. I'm going to kind of throw you a curve here, Pat. I'm going to fly right over this, and then I want you to pull back and kind of look behind us, as we have two houses that are completely demolished here as well. Go ahead and pull back and tilt down now, and back to the right. Yeah, look at those. Zoom in on those for me. And again, this a rural part of Douglas County. I believe we're still in Douglas County. It is not too far from here that we're going to be at Linwood. We'll be there in just a minute. That's where we see, well, we witnessed the tornado pretty much engulf, swallow up the small city of Linwood, and that's where we saw a lot of power flashes. Pat, come around to the front here and pull back again, and we'll show this house almost completely leveled. Pardon us as we do some stuff on the fly here. And oops, a little too far. Pull back and to the right, and there you go. You're going to see an SUV. Actually, it looks like an RV on its side, an outbuilding.
All right, so we have lost Johnny momentarily. We'll get right back to him. He's in the rural areas just to the east of Lawrence. Johnny, have we got you back?
Yeah, this again, another example of some of the damage we've been seeing. You see power lines down as well. We'll tilt down a little. It looks like a trailer, maybe a car overturned here. Is that going to be a car overturned, or what was that? Maybe a boat? Yeah, it looks like a boat. So a couple of boats turned over there. So again, in this rural part to the about 3 miles, maybe 4 miles to the east of Lawrence, a lot of damage here. And we'll pan to the right, and you can see the power lines down here too. Tilt down for me, Pat. There you go. And you can see those power lines down. They have blocked these roads where the power lines are down this evening, as they should have. And you got to think that they're running out of first responders. We've seen first responders almost everywhere we've gone, and I'm thinking at some point they have to be overwhelmed with what we are seeing here. We're going to cruise on up to Linwood and show you the damage there here in a couple of minutes, and it is extensive. Back to you in the studio.
All right, Johnny, thank you. We'll talk to you when you get there. We do want to throw to a story that Brian Johnson just filed with us. He is in Lawrence, and he is amongst the damage.
We've just made it on the ground here in South Lawrence, where this tornado came through, and we're seeing the damage firsthand for ourselves. This is where the Harrell family lived. They tell us this was 2 stories with a roof, and you can see that second story is completely gone. The roof is gone. The trees all around their home are all lopped off by the massive winds that came through here. They said that they just found their second cat that was missing. So that's the good news, is everyone here is okay. They're all safe. They said thanks to all of the forewarnings, they had about 15 to 20 minutes to get out. They felt that their home wasn't safe when these winds came through, and so they went to a parking garage not far from here, about 5 or 10 minutes away. And then once the tornado came through and continued, they came back, and this is what they found. You can see parts of the inside of their home are all over their front, back, and side yards. We talked with the son and the mother who lived here, obviously very shaken, very grateful to be alive. They're thankful to everyone who helped get the first alert out, and to the National Weather Service for those warnings, because that is what they credit for saving their lives tonight and saving the lives of their many pets. Several of their animals were very wet, and you can tell that there's a lot of anxiety as they're getting ready to leave here. There's power lines are on the ground here in Lawrence. Power is out. Street signs are damaged. We've seen cars on the road. We're going to continue to gather more information, and we'll bring it to you as soon as we learn it. That's the latest in Lawrence. Brian Johnson, KMBC 9 News.
Now, here in the city, let's go ahead and show you some video there in that lower left-hand corner of your screen, that box. This is westbound 70 at the Benton Curve, where apparently the scene of a jackknife semi within the last few moments. As you can see, one lane of traffic getting by, but the backup, I'm sure, back into downtown at this point. Again, westbound 70, the Benton Curve there on the east side. Let's go back to News Chopper 9's Johnny Rollins. Johnny.
Yeah, we are north of Eudora here and looking at some damage here, trees across the railroad tracks. A lot of trees down here. We went north of Eudora. We want to show you Linwood here, but we're seeing a lot of flashing lights down in Eudora. And I got to tell you, trying to sort through up here where all this damage is, and it just doesn't, for some reason, this just doesn't seem to be the track that we were ahead of. I'm sure that there was only one tornado track here, and I know Nick was talking about possibly two on the other. Let's go ahead and tilt down. We're going to show the damage to the trees here. Back behind us, about a mile or so, was the heaviest, or was the widest I saw as far as the damage was concerned through the trees, and that had to be about a half mile or so. At one point, we were estimating this could have been as wide as a mile or so, but it does not, I have not seen any evidence of that. So we're going to go ahead, pull back, and swing around to the front of News Chopper 9, where you will see the flashing lights of a ton of first responders as we come up to Linwood. I believe this is going to be the small town of Linwood, and you can see that the 32 highway here, I believe it is, completely shut down. Now they have kind of a convoy of first responders. So I'm hoping they're not transporting injured people. It is hard to believe. And Pat, let's go to down to the right there for me, and let's show those houses that are completely a little further right, and tilt up. It's hard to believe that we didn't have any serious injuries when you see damage like that as we zoom in on this, and you can see those houses completely destroyed. We'll pull back and just kind of continue following this, Pat, down as you come down just a little bit, and we'll see more houses damaged. Now, one thing we're noticing is that some of the houses have been completely destroyed, but a lot of damage to just the roofs of buildings, indicating maybe the tornado not quite as strong as it came through here. We're going to pan to the left and show you some more damage. A couple of other houses here as we continue right there, and looks like an outbuilding there, damage to the roof. We'll pull back and see a very heavily damaged home here. We'll tilt down just a little bit there and see that there is just not much left of that house at all. Certainly the second floor completely gone, and a lot of damage. Looks like the garage, just the foundation of that left. And we'll pull back and then tilt up a little bit and to the left, and this is where we saw, of course, the tornado at its fiercest, perhaps, crossing 32 highway. We'll go up and further to the left. You're going to see one house completely destroyed. There's one damage to the upper right and to the upper left, about the center of the screen. Well, there's one right below us as well, but go ahead and zoom in on those, Pat, and you can see that nothing left of that house, just crumbled completely. And then another house across this road, destroyed down to the foundation, pretty much. Maybe a few walls are left, And just imagine what the people inside of that house went through as this tornado was coming through. Again, can't make an estimate on this. I'm thinking at least an EF2, probably an EF3. Leave it to the experts from the National Weather Service who come in and assess the damage based upon the structures and how much damage was done to what kind of structure. We'll also go up the road just a little bit here, and I want to show one more thing, and go ahead and pan over to the left, Patrick. You can see here the trees heavily damaged, and it is, I don't know what greenhouse this was that we're coming up on, but it is pretty much destroyed. Now, of course, we know that they have those frames with plastic over them to, I guess, the hothouse effect for whatever plants they may have had there, and I do have the tower in sight. It is what? 3 Straight Growers Inc., we believe. We just looked that up, and yeah, totally destroyed. Not much at all as far as even the bigger buildings there. Tilt down for me, Pat. Even the bigger buildings not seeing much in the way.
All right, so
this total loss. I'm sorry. Anyway, yeah, this business a total loss and more damage across the street here. It looks like the city turned to the left. I believe those were some outlying homes and perhaps not. They might have been in the city of Linwood. It's come around to the left, but I believe right here that would be the city of Linwood. Is pretty unscathed here. Maybe a little bit of damage, a couple of trees down, but it's just to the west of that where we see all the heavy damage. And I just remember the eerie feeling as we watched this tornado just come and completely engulf those houses, and saw all the power flashes, a lot of power flashes, and then nothing. And you knew the power lines were down, the damage was done, the power was off. And boy, from that moment on, a wild ride for the people inside those homes. Hopefully, thankfully, no injuries reported. We hope it stays that way. Seeing these pictures, hard to believe. We do know that we had the opportunity to get the early warning out. By the time the tornado was here, we had already been able to identify, even though it was rain-wrapped, a couple of times it revealed itself. Of course, those pictures, Nick as well, the radar in the studio, all of those designed to give you all the best possible advance warning. And hopefully we were successful in that tonight, and we will continue to hear that there weren't any injuries, none serious at least, and no one fatally injured. Back to you guys.
All right, Johnny, we do have reports of injuries. There are victims that are showing up at Lawrence Memorial Hospital, which is somewhat of an indication that at least they were able to get to Lawrence Memorial Hospital. And so the numbers vary. We're not sure. We know that there are a number of people, but Lawrence Memorial is taking care of those folks. We did tell you about Highway 59 being shut down because of a semi overturned there. KDOT just said 59 Highway is back open tonight, but again, south of Lawrence, the damage is just tremendous tonight. So if you don't need to go in that area, you are asked by emergency vehicles and emergency management to not go in that area because some of those homes are just splintered to nothing but rubble.
Clarification also from Douglas County Emergency Management, who had tweeted that a shelter was to be set up at 9 o'clock tonight at the First Church of the Nazarene. Well, they've just tweeted moments ago there will be no shelter at the First Church of the Nazarene because the church has lost power. They're working on finding an alternative right now. Westar, the last report that I saw from Westar Energy counted in the neighborhood of about 8,000 customers in Douglas County who had no power. That report is probably a half hour old. My guess is that right now that situation is probably north of 8,000. This is Westar Energy that we're talking about in the Douglas County area as we continue to get reports of damage. And these images, Brian, my goodness, these are parts of town that got stepped on pretty good.
Yeah, they did. And this tornado has had a history. I mean, it was on the ground for many hours, as you mentioned, starting it in Douglas County at about 6:30, and we were just now with the last warning almost to the 9 o'clock hour. So this has been a long tracking one that we had to deal with for a while, and a couple others that decided to come down as well. What you're looking at is some of the pictures from earlier, Douglas County, which is where it all began. And now to bring you up to the here and now before we actually look at, Katie Horner's been doing a lot of research on exactly the path of that cell, and we'll give you that in just 1 second. But right now there are a lot more yellow boxes. Those are severe thunderstorm warnings. Remember, there's still a tornado watch until 10 o'clock, so not totally out of the woods yet. And then the other problem is we have to worry about heavy rain. And so those who are trying to rescue, those who are trying to recover, there's going to be heavy rainfall that's going to be out there as well. So still not going to be an ideal night to be out. And still, now that the sun is going down, power lines may still be on the road, so it's not really a good idea to go out and try to sightsee at all. But here is First Alert Radar. I want to show you at least the severe thunderstorm watch, which is across the northern third of our viewing region from northeast Kansas through northwest Missouri. Heavier thunderstorms out toward Marysville, Kansas. Another cell that earlier had a tornado warning radar indicated coming out of the Emporia area, heading up, right up the Pike, and also a third cluster very close to I-70. So these are now severe thunderstorm warnings. And then we had earlier reports of a flash flood emergency that was in the city of Albany from north, south, east, and west. No way to get in or out of the city, and so we still have the potential for flooding to worry about as well. But here's the heaviest that's going through, and the reason we bring this up is it looks like that's going to once again affect us. Let me turn off this little update here that's coming through on my phone. But there's the heaviest of the rainfall, and the thunderstorms that are rolling through still have the potential for damaging winds, damaging hail. And because we still have a warm front that's pretty much cutting the viewing area in half, we can still see one of these guys lodge onto the front, and those are usually the type of thunderstorms that really start to ramp up pretty rapidly. We saw evidence of that very close to when it was in Excelsior Springs, or very close to it as well. So they can look like, oh, okay, we're dying off, and then all of a sudden go right back up the scale. Johnny Rollins has good damage. He's still out there toward Olathe, or that looks like Johnson County as well as Douglas County. Go ahead, Johnny.
Yeah, Brian, we're going to be about 2 or 3 miles to the north and east of Linwood along Highway 32, and it looks like, boy, the tornado at its most intense here, as we see several houses completely destroyed. There's one in the middle of the screen, to the top of the screen, next to it, gone. We'll tilt down and show you the one just to the east of it, gone as well. I mean, nothing left of that house. And we're going to make a little turn here and then look around back behind us, as we have several houses across the street that are just completely gone. And where were those? I thought I saw them. Is it going to be back over here? I believe. Okay, just a little bit too far to the north. Look at what it did to the trees here, too. Yeah, several houses here as we come around still to the left. And it looks like across the street here, Pat, right there, and tilt up a little bit by that pond. Looks like a house completely destroyed there as well. So the damage from this tornado, this long track tornado, extensive. Pull back, we're going to see another house that's gone here. Tilt up a little bit, you'll see that house gone. To the left, I'm sorry, Patrick, to the left a little bit, right there. Zoom in on that one. Starting to lose daylight here. But as I said, this appears to be where the tornado, at least from the track we've seen, and we followed it all the way from Overbrook, by the way, which is pretty far to the south and west of Lawrence. It started very weak there, and as it's gotten farther and farther to the northeast, it appears as though here is where it was at its strongest, and this is where we are seeing several of these houses completely destroyed. It continues on to the north and east towards Bonner. And we're going to continue up there while we have a little bit more daylight and see what we can find up there for you. But, yeah, really tragic. Just think of what all these people went through tonight, riding it through this storm. Horrible to hear we have injuries, hopefully none too serious. Back to you in the studio.
Picture's worth 1,000 words there, Johnny, so it's not just radar indicated. It's not just a tornado warning. This is a legitimate long-tracking tornado. And it is once again going to just cause all sorts of headaches. It's going to take a while before we really start to see the scope of this. Probably during broad daylight tomorrow we'll be able to see a little of that. Katie Horner has on our other computer system the actual path from beginning to end. Katie, go ahead.
Okay, sure. Using the radar mode, the Doppler mode that lets us see the storm rotation, I went back in time and just kind of hand drew where the radar was indicating the tornado. And as you heard Johnny say, we started tracking this storm actually in Osage County near Osage City, and then brought it on up into Kansas City. Let me show you what it looked like as we were tracking it on the velocity mode, and you'll see it right there. See that green? and red west of Ottawa. So as we continue bringing this up, it crossed over, it looks like Lake Pomona at 540, and then it moved into Douglas County, Overbrook at 550. It was at 610 over Lone Star, continuing to work up towards the KU campus, but it stayed just south of the campus at Broken Arrow Park at about 620, and then it continued to cross the Arkansas River at Fall Leaf and Eudora at 637, continuing into southern Leavenworth County. That's when it hit Linwood, right around 640. Right there, you can see the intense rotation with that storm, the bright green, the bright red. Then it continued over towards Bonner Springs. Then it entered Wyandotte County. It's when it came up to I-70. As it approached 435 and I-70 at the Speedway, it weakened somewhat. In a weakened state, it moved over the 435 area of Kansas City. It moved over Parkville, the National, continued over towards Gladstone in a weakened state. And then just on the east side of Liberty, it re-strengthened again into another tornado, maybe even two tornadoes by Excelsior Estates at 8:15 before weakening, and that takes us through this storm, Brian. Once again, I'll show you that storm path. The National Weather Service will go in and analyze just how strong this storm was, but based on the damage we're seeing, this is certainly one of the most significant tornadoes we have seen in the Kansas City area.
Agreed there, Katie, absolutely. And this is not just a one-time rope tornado. This has been for a while, and still the damage is significant that's going through. Johnny's still circling there with the damage that's coming through. Storm Tracker 9 is also up toward Clay County. So we have both sides of state line covered. Johnny, let me throw it back to you because you're over a different neighborhood.
Keep going to the left.
No.
I'm sorry, did you throw it to me, Brian?
We did, sir. Yep.
Yeah, okay, here we go. We are around, we're trying to think Bonner Springs here. We're not, we'll give you our exact coordinates here in a minute, but we just came across a couple of houses that were completely destroyed. Let's go ahead and pull back, Pat, and it's going to be right there to the right, and look at those houses right there. Unbelievable, the damage done here. As you can see, it is starting to get light, I should say dark. We're losing our light. There to the left, then another one here to the right. And with that, of course, you're seeing more evidence of the strength of this tornado. Now, this was just on the other side of a little lake, and it's interesting that we know the tornado is moving in your screen here from right to left. So you would think the back of that house would have been taken away, but instead it looks like a lot of damage to the front part of the roof as well. We'll pull back and look at the house right below us here, and almost the same story. A lot of damage to the roof there. There is damage to the back, but it almost appears as most of it to the roof. Several other homes in this neighborhood here that is just about 3 or 4 miles to the north and east of Linwood, untouched. It looks like these two houses here were the unlucky ones tonight. Johnny Rollins, News Chopper 9, back to you in the studio.
All right there, so we saw the damage reports that are coming in here. Still got to talk about the here and now. Remember, there's a tornado watch for another hour or so. Stays in effect until 10 o'clock. Johnny's reporting out there, as you saw near Bonner, just to the north of DeSoto. As we widen our perspective out, here are the heavier thunderstorms with the torrential rainfall that's still going on. That's to the east and northeast, where some locations picked up about 1.5 inches to almost 4 inches of rain, and already it's saturated and already flooding concerns are still out there. But since we do have the severe thunderstorm watch to our north, a tornado watch which is still in effect until 10 p.m., these are the thunderstorms that are rolling through the western horizon. If you look carefully south and west of Manhattan, there were a couple of tornado warnings that were issued. Radar indicated, still trying to see if the spotters out from the Topeka Weather Service office have had any confirmation of touchdowns there. But as you're noticing here, that line is still on the march back through the area. So even if we don't get another tornado, we still have to worry about the gusty wind possibility, hail to a lesser extent, but flooding concerns. That's going to be the next thing that we're going to have to deal with for later on tonight, which will hamper rescue, hamper cleanup. And once again, it's going to be a fairly long night for those folks who are going on out there. So we'll start to the north and west, and then work our way down that line so you can see some of those storm tracks. And also looking out the corner of my eyes at some of the other reporters that are out in the field. Here's the heaviest now, east of Maysville, as Johnny's picture's still in the box there, and as you know, every once in a while he will go back up there. And as you see here from west and northwest of Hiawatha, the heavier line is to the east of Maysville, and there's Beatrice, Nebraska. So this is the next line that'll move through. Estimated time of arrival for north of St. Joseph, or at least St. Joseph, and maybe around 36 Highway, probably during the 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock hour. Farther down to the south, we'll go closer to between Lawrence and, say, Topeka. That's where we see another cell coming up from Emporia. And remember, that's exactly where this first tornado started. And so if we still see a feeder band or still see enough information to indicate to us that the atmosphere is not totally exhausted from the energy, we still see it strong enough to produce some severe thunderstorm warnings. And since we still have the watch box in effect until 10, got to watch these very carefully to make sure that we don't have any recurrence. Because remember, for a while, you're probably thinking, okay, it's over Kansas City, it's weakening, no problem there. Then all of a sudden it started to take another breath, got a little stronger, very close to that warm front, and that's why we had those tornado warnings out for Clay County, eventually heading toward Ray County too. So as we look at this in animation mode, we'll look at that immediate cell that was all by itself. There's the tornado warning. Then it changes over to a severe thunderstorm warning out toward Junction City. Then the second one that's farther down to the south, actually this one in the middle, still has that shape that I don't like to see, a little appendage there. Still heading up the line toward Emporia. Heavy amounts of rain for sure, maybe some gusty winds, which has probably prompted them for issuing those severe thunderstorm warnings. But if you draw a line, an imaginary line of that, from where they are to where, say, News Chopper 9 is, or the Kansas City Metro, they are right in line to the 435 loop. And if they hold together, then we have another problem as well, especially with those gusty winds. Pete is drawing exactly how far away they are. They're about 80 miles to our south and southwest, and they're moving at about 25 miles an hour, so you can do the math there. Still, after our 10 o'clock newscast and during the wee hours of the morning, we will still have to worry about that. We are now also looking farther to the southwest for more redevelopment that will still be out there. We wish we could close the book on the severe weather threat, but when it was a 3 out of 5 and in some cases moderate 4 out of 5, we knew it was going to be a busy night, and this is certainly the way it is going right now. We also noticed that at least the 435 loop at the present time not really showing anything with regard to damaging winds, damaging hail, but right on the back doorstep will be our next line of thunderstorms that are moving through. And the other thing is I'm still looking out the corner of my eye at some of the spotters that are coming in here. And this next batch is going to be at least a little bit on the strong side as damage reports are still coming in. And these are confirmed tornado touchdowns. And as you saw from Johnny's pictures, a lot of damage. So every bit of at least 100-mile-an-hour winds, just my particular estimate, and we were measuring it on radar. That is certainly the case, and looks exactly conducive or exactly in line with what you would expect from some of the damage that we're seeing right there. Laura, Chris, let me throw it to you, please.
About Clay County just a little bit, and I see that Storm Tracker 9 is still in that area. Right now, they are saying in Excelsior Springs there's major house damage, and there are a lot of roadways that are blocked by downed trees and power lines. So in Clay County, Excelsior Springs, in the Kearney area as well, be very, very careful. Because there is a lot of damage in that area. We'll hear from Nick Bender in just a couple minutes.
Real quick before we send it out to our Haley Harrison out in the Bonner Springs area. For you people in Douglas County, especially south of Lawrence, the American Red Cross has found a new location for a shelter, which is opening up at 9:15, so minutes from now, for those who have been displaced by this storm. It's going to be Building 21 of the Douglas County Fairgrounds at 2110 Harper. Building 21, the Douglas County Fairgrounds at 2110 Harper. The American Red Cross setting up a new shelter for people in Douglas County. All right, Haley Harrison in Bonner Springs. Haley?
Well, Chris, we're out here along Front Street in Bonner Springs, as you said, and this is the sort of tornado damage that we're seeing here in town. A massive tree, probably 75 feet, uprooted. Take a look at this. This is the kind of damage that Brian Busby was telling us as he was preparing our team at Channel 9 this afternoon for the storms that were coming in tonight. He said this was the kind of thing that we were going to see just from straight line winds alone because of how saturated the ground is. This root ball of the tree lifted up out of the ground. Now, we are out in front of a veterinary business, and the veterinarian here, remind me your name.
I'm Dr. Paul Slider.
Dr. Slider, you and I were talking just moments ago before we came live on air about the fact that you were relieved when you pulled up to your business to see that this was the extent of it. You have about 12 cats and dogs inside and lots of very big trees surrounding your business. Tell me about that.
Well, it's a blessing. You just don't know. I mean, these trees have been here for, who knows, 150 years maybe, you know, and so not to see them on the building crushed, you know, on the west side of where the animals are at, you know, it's just going to be a matter of calling clients, letting them know that everything's okay, and that we just got a lot of cleanup.
And I imagine they have been calling you, trying to get a hold of you to find out that answer.
I don't know, because there's no power on the phone, and so
spotty cell phone coverage out here. Yeah. Power's out in town.
Of course, they'll be calling the clinic. They won't have my cell phone number.
Sure. You were also telling me that you live about 35 miles away from here. So you were watching these storms come through on the radar like the rest of us. And tell me about your concerns as you were watching this storm plow right through your business.
Well, I guess I was out mowing all afternoon. So,
oblivious.
So I was oblivious that my wife was even calling me and letting me know that this was going on. And then, of course, when she did get a hold of me finally, then we said, well, we got to get up there and see what's going on.
And that ends up being a long 35-minute drive.
Oh. Well, yeah, it takes 35 minutes, but you're just wondering, what are you going to find? And especially when you're listening onto the radio of all the damage that's been done in Lawrence and Linwood, and they're looking down on the copters and just saying, well, the houses are gone. And so we didn't know, maybe this place was gone. And so...
And Dr. Slider, too, said that this area behind this fence, that you use this sometimes as an area to exercise horses or some of the bigger animals that you treat.
Sometimes we'll leave animals up here for nostalgia or letting people just see what little guys look like, and then sometimes we'll exercise the dogs back here, or even the police even housed a horse here last week so that had gotten loose. So we kind of use it for little different things, but it's not they're just not hitting the building. That was the lucky thing for us compared to other people with the homes are damaged.
The animals are okay, which is the good thing we can report here. And thankfully, no animals out here in the pen this evening. You guys weren't even open today. So good news. Again, though, this type of damage is what we're seeing all throughout Bonner Springs. We do want to send it back out to you guys in the studio. Reporting live from Bonner Springs, Haley Harrison, KMBC 9 News.
All right, thank you, Haley. We want to go to William Joy now, who is in Lawrence at the Church of the Nazarene that had originally wanted to set up a Red Cross shelter for people, but they don't have any power.
William?
Laura, Chris, that's exactly what happened. We're here at the First Church of the Nazarene, and as soon as even the pastor arrived, they saw they didn't have power, so now they've changed that to the fairgrounds. The Douglas County Fairgrounds is the new shelter. If you're watching and need a place, do not come here to the First Church of the Nazarene. Go to the Douglas County Fairgrounds. I'm actually joined by the pastor, Robbie Giffen. Robbie, when you got here, what was the situation?
Yeah, you know, we made our way out here because we had offered our building up for a shelter, and we're happy to do it. Get out here, and we have no power. And so obviously they had to scurry a little bit to find a place that did have some power here in town. So
now, when we got here, there was a crowd of people here. I thought they were people who were here for shelter. They were people who were here to volunteer. Your own home was in the path. You saying it's not affected. Right. But what does that tell you about just this community response so quickly?
Yeah, you know, we just got the word out and said it looks like we're going to be a shelter, and so I just texted a bunch of people and said, hey, can you get to the church and help me get things set up? And so I showed up, and there was already several people here, and obviously you got here, and there were 20 to 30 people here ready to go. But hey, we just adjust. You don't plan for things like this.
What are you hearing? You say you live in Eudora. What are you hearing from that area?
Yeah, you know, we're just getting all kinds of reports. My phone's lighting up of, you know, people that we know whose houses have been damaged, businesses that we know of that have been damaged, all the way from West Lawrence all the way up through Linwood area. So far, it looks like everybody is safe. But yeah, definitely just a crazy night. Yeah.
We know that the highway patrol has blocked off kind of a large area, not even letting residents in right now to their homes because of fear of danger. What is the next step? If somebody's watching this, they do need shelter, they do need help, what's your message to them right now?
Yeah, so the new shelter has been set up at the Douglas County Fairgrounds. They're up on Harper, Building 21, and we actually sent our people from here up there to help get them set up. So yeah, if anybody needs shelter, there at the Douglas County Fairgrounds, they're getting set up.
Awesome, I appreciate it. I know that's where you're headed next. I appreciate it. I don't want to hold you up too much.
No problem.
Again, right now, guys, the First Church of the Nazarene does not have power, so they are not the shelter right now. It's the Douglas County Fairgrounds. That's where you should head if you need help. And again, there's a large blocked off area here from 59 Highway to Haskell, north to K10. Again, if you can't get into this area, even if you are residents, we're continuing to follow this damage, and we'll give you updates right here on KMBC 9 News. Reporting live from Douglas County, William Joy, KMBC 9 News.
All right, so the Douglas County Fairgrounds is where people can go if they need help from the Red Cross.
Yeah, and we are getting, this is really the first report of injuries in Douglas County, and according to Douglas County Sheriff's deputies, 11 people have been reported injured as a result of tonight's tornado. Also citing some reporting from the Lawrence Journal-World, 6 people have been taken to Lawrence Memorial Hospital with injuries from the storm, obviously, including one with serious injuries. 5 more people apparently headed to the hospital as well. And Lawrence Memorial Hospital has activated its Emergency Incident Command Center and is receiving patients as we speak. And they talk on Twitter of a great staff response, and their thoughts being with all of those who have been affected by tonight's weather.
And although the heart of Lawrence, and that's where Lawrence Memorial Hospital is situated, was not hit by the tornado, you have to understand that the rural area surrounding Lawrence is what was hit the hardest. So that's why these people, the 11 people so far, have gone directly to Lawrence Memorial. So that's why they have set up their area, and they're taking in patients as needed, their emergency response.
Katie?
I want to bring you up to date on the fact that we have more storms to come. So let me set the environment for you. Even though we have had a thunderstorm move through, we still have a lot of heat and a lot of moisture in the air for more thunderstorms to work with. There is a warm front coming right across the Arkansas River and the Missouri River. You see it's 75 in Olathe, 64 in St. Joe. That splits the warm air from the slightly cooler air. We've also got a lot of moisture in the air. Ottawa still has a dew point of 72. Also wanted to point out the winds just above the surface are coming from the west, southwest to the northeast. This is blowing that debris earlier in that storm towards the northeast. Even as we go higher up into the storm, how strong those winds are. That's why we're going to hear reports of debris being found, like we heard up in Smithville Lake. Debris was falling there from that tornado. Our storm center is still monitoring a tornado watch that is in effect for another 50 minutes for all of our counties lit here in orange. Also, the severe thunderstorm watch is in our northern counties, Atchison, Andrew, Nottoway, Holt, Worth and Gentry, Harrison and Mercer. Those yellow boxes you see off to the west, those are severe thunderstorm warnings, which we'll take a closer look at. But before we do, I want you to see that we have had a lot of rain, upwards of 2 to 5 inches of rain on top of the 6 to 8 inches we had in the last 3 days. So we are approaching 8 to 10 inches of total rainfall. Flash flooding is happening now. There are flash flood warnings in effect for every county that you see in red. And as we go into nighttime, that makes it even more dangerous. So in Maryville, Trenton, Chillicothe, Liberty, Kansas City, Leavenworth, and Lawrence, please be extremely cautious if you have to drive tonight. Even if you aren't in the threat of a severe storm, that flash flooding continues to be of great concern for us. Now, as we take you back to First Alert Radar, this is the radar estimates of how much rain has fallen. And in northern Missouri, we're seeing that 4 to 5 inches there. Let me bring you over to the radar and where you saw those severe thunderstorm warnings off to the west. I'm going to switch over to Topeka's radar, so bear with me as I click a few buttons here. Let me turn that off. All right, so when we look at the Topeka's radar, you can see these thunderstorms that are still heading our way. These are producing very strong winds and hail. I will track the entire line for you. You notice it's not a solid line. There is a break. but I want to track the whole line so you get the feeling of when these storms may be arriving in your area. They appear to be moving east-northeast at about 50 miles per hour, 45 to 50. You saw those strong winds helping to steer these storms in our direction. I'll lengthen the storm track for you, and this will bring these storms back over the area where people are out doing search and recovery, where they're trying to locate their items and making sure that everybody's okay. So I just want you to know there's more thunderstorms heading in. They'll be in Hiawatha at 9:22, Topeka at 9:28. Atchison at 10:04, Lawrence just after 10 o'clock, Eudora 10:16, Savannah also 10:16, and St. Joseph at 10:19. That will be the second line of storms still to come through. Primary threat with those storms are going to be wind and hail. We don't have any reports of tornadoes now. Those tornado warnings for the second line did expire and have not been reissued. So severe thunderstorm warnings on some of these cells until 9:30. You see the updated track for you there. Chris and Laura?
All right, Katie, thank you. As you have seen, as we have reported, there is an awful lot of damage in the Linwood, Kansas area tonight. KMBC Tonight's Kelly Eckerman is in Linwood right now, and I think you've just had a chance, or she has had a chance, I should say, to talk to somebody who was in the storm when it hit and lived to tell about it.
Right. I mean, we're losing up. I know it's very dark here and hard to see. I can't even begin to explain the damage here. We're surrounded by some downed trees here. And for the last 2.5 hours, there have been people trying to find as many chainsaws as they can to open up the road because we knew there were at least 2 homes leveled up here. We just hiked about 3/4 of a mile up here. I did talk to a survivor. He, his wife, his teenage daughter, and his dog survived, but his home is gone, his farm is gone, his livestock is gone. His name is Brian Hahn. He's still in shock, but just lucky to be alive. Listen in.
Did you have any idea when, I mean, I know you were probably hearing the warnings, but did you have any idea what was happening upstairs?
Yeah. I mean, I knew. I was on the phone with my brother, and he was, my cousin, and he was telling me exactly where it was. And we knew it was coming, and we were underneath the basement, and, I mean, you know the sounds. It sounds just like it does. It's a rumble. And I knew it was coming, and then when I felt like you could kind of, you just feel the air pressure change, and you knew it was coming. Next thing I know, I could hear it was over us, and I saw my bedroom just leave. It was gone, and we were underneath the one part of the house that didn't get taken. So, thank God we were in the one spot that didn't get it.
So. You guys listen to the warnings?
Oh yeah. We knew it was coming. I just didn't think. I was just hoping it wasn't coming right at me, and it did.
You must be feeling somewhat lucky right now, despite what you're looking at.
I feel lucky. I'm alive. Yeah. So I mean, how much luckier can you be?
Who was in the house with you?
It was my wife and my daughter. So, and my dog. So, and we were all huddled up together with a mattress over our heads in the basement.
And what have you lost here? We can't tell what was here. What have you lost, and was there livestock as well?
Yes, we have livestock too, and I'm sure they're buried underneath the stuff. I haven't been able to make it over there. I've been scrounging around looking for a chainsaw, and I can't get it to run. I found it.
So how big like I said, it's almost hard for us to imagine what was here just 2 hours ago.
What was here? That was my house. Where you see that right there where my truck is, that was a barn. And then if you just go over the top of the hill, there was two silos there, and a barn, and a dairy barn, a dairy farm with a big barn in it, and it's all gone.
The level of defeat in that gentleman who lost his house, his barn, his truck, his silos, and probably all of his livestock.
And the thing of it is, at this stage of where he's at right now, where his family is at, he's not going to get a full accounting of just what it was that he lost moments ago in the Linwood, Kansas area until probably tomorrow, maybe even the day after right now. But he has 1,000,001 things going on in his head right now, and none of it's good.
No, none of it's good except for his wife and his daughter and his dog who are huddled up with him. His immediate family is alive and okay, but the
he won't have
damage.
he won't have to deal with a funeral.
No,
and
no.
after an event like tonight, that's really saying something.
Yeah, it really is. We want to go to Brian Johnson live, and Brian is, I think, in Lawrence. Are you in the rural part of outside of Lawrence and Douglas County, Brian?
Yeah, we're in South Lawrence, just east of US 59 highway, just north of North 1000 Road. So on the southern part of Lawrence, south of K10 and all of that. This is the home of Roger Brown. We're actually standing inside the garage. It's kind of hard to show you because it's so dark right now, but this was a 3-car garage. You can see the post is up here. Here is his Jeep and his other cars. The roof is completely gone. This was their dream home that they spent years building. The builder lives across the street. Oops, don't back up too far, Daniel. Here's Roger Brown now. We were talking to him earlier. He was telling us about, you rode out the storm underneath in the basement. You have a safe room, I believe.
Yeah, we have a concrete safe room underneath the front porch with a steel door, and my wife and I and dog and cat were all in there, and we could hear the house being destroyed above us, but we were all safe.
And we're so glad you're safe, you, the dog, the cat, and your wife. You were saying that you could hear it as it was happening, even inside this room with the steel door and the concrete. Kind of take us back to that moment.
Yeah, we could hear, initially we could hear windows breaking, glass breaking, things falling off the wall and breaking. Then I could hear the roof leave, the crashing of that. And I told my wife at that time, well, the roof's gone and everything upstairs is probably gone. And so we waited until it passed, and then we made our way upstairs to see the devastation.
Yeah. What is it when you look at this home now? You knew what it looked like. We were not familiar with the home, but you spent years designing this, picking out everything, and now this is what's left.
Well, as my wife has always put it, it's a work in progress. So we've been working on it for 14 and a half years, and we were about to get it exactly the way that we wanted it, and so we'll try to rebuild our dream house. But the most devastation about it is, one, trying to rebuild a home, and two, the landscaping and the surrounding area and trees and those types of things that are destroyed that you just can't replace. And thank goodness all of our friends and neighbors in the area are all safe as well. So.
Yeah, he lives on the end of a cul-de-sac. There's 5 or 6 homes. Kind of in the distance from various sensors and security systems. You had your shoes on, you were prepared, but moments earlier, what was it, 20 minutes before, you were at the grocery store running errands and stuff. How many minutes did you have to get into your safe zone when you saw the tornado come or knew that it was coming?
Yeah, actually, when my tone alert went off on my phone, the storm alert, I was checking out at the grocery store getting groceries for dinner, and my wife was calling me at the same time telling me the sirens were going off out here. And so I rushed home, and we had just talked about some of the reporters that says some of the things that people forget in a storm like this is to have shoes on. And so I walked over and put shoes on by our back door, stepped outside, saw the storm, rushed back into the safe room where she was and got in there, and moments later it hit.
Yeah. Well, we're so glad you're safe. We're glad you and your wife are okay. All your pets are fine. We want to show you just the front side of their house because this is only one angle of it. This is 360 degrees. Right now, they are packing up what belongings they can at this U-Haul truck over here. Daniel, if you want to show that, they've got friends already here coming to help, gathering what valuables haven't been drenched by all that rain that was wrapped in and around the storm. And as we come over here, Daniel's going to turn around their front porch. This was a front bedroom with a stone facade, and this is now their entryway. You can see everything is just broken right up into the ceiling and the rafters and the trusses up there with all that rainwater and insulation particles are all over. So very, very emotional. He was telling us before we did our live interview with him that physically they're fine. Emotionally, it is very difficult to process, and intellectually as they see it all, just knowing that this was what they spent decades building. So they're very grateful to be alive. First responders have closed a lot of roads here trying to help these families pick up the pieces as they deal with the aftermath. We're live in Lawrence. Brian Johnson, KMBC 9 News.
Yeah, the magnitude of the damage is just stunning at this point. And
the thing that I can't get over is that, and Douglas County Emergency Management tweeted this a few moments ago. We both saw this at the same time. The next round of storms will arrive between 9:30 and 10:30. Current conditions are 40 to 50 mile an hour winds, hail, lightning, rain, and flooding. So as if the night wasn't bad enough for way too many people in Douglas County, Kansas tonight,
it's going to get worse.
It's about to get worse. And yeah.
And honestly, we can't stress enough, because we do have more storms coming in. You know, that gentleman explained, Roger Brown, that they had a place to go, and that is why they survived what happened to their home. They had a shelter, they had shoes on, they knew where to go, and that's why an emergency plan is just, it's a matter of life and death, and thank God Roger Brown and his family, as well as so many other people that we've heard from, survived this tornado.
You never think in a million years it's going to happen to you.
You don't.
Until the moment it happens to you.
Until the moment it happens to you. That's absolutely right. So anyway, we've heard from survivors in Linwood and south of Lawrence, and more storms are coming, which I know the folks in the Weather Center are getting ready to figure out the timeline with those. Here's more pictures of damage.
Yeah, more images from the south side of Lawrence, especially out of town. This is a two-story house where the Harrell family lived. They ended up going to a parking garage to seek shelter, and that turned out to be what worked for them tonight, and this is what they found when they returned.
And we just have more images that are coming in and will continue to come in. This is a roadway. You can see, you know, it looks like a dirt path is what it looks like. There are lots of tree limbs that are down, lots of power lines that are down. This is from Embry Riddle, who also sent us in this video, and you can see the truck is untouched, but the home is demolished. And we're also getting more images of the tornado that was on the ground for 2 hours, and it started just to the west of Lawrence, and it moved through all the way, and it was not finished with its destruction until it made its way through Excelsior Springs. Just a monster storm.
I think we have some earlier video from News Chopper 9 as the storm was reaching the Lansing, Kansas area. Here is some of what, this was really our first look, everybody's first look at some of the damage in the Lansing, Kansas area this evening. We should also tell you that Kansas state troopers are coming together with emergency response agencies there in the Linwood area, forming a command post, working to make sure everyone is accounted for. They're going to be going house to house in affected areas like what we're seeing in Linwood to make sure that everyone is accounted for. And we've seen no reports yet to indicate that everyone is accounted for. Listen, with the amount of damage that they're dealing with tonight in the Linwood area, in the Lawrence area, all throughout our greater Kansas City, Eudora, it's going to be, I think, a while before we know the answer to that question.
And this is Three Straight Growers, Inc. It is a nursery where it's been demolished. Johnny pointed out that a lot of this was probably greenhouses, which would be easily damaged with this kind of storm. But you can see it plowed through and it uprooted trees and just tossed things around like toys. And to think that this storm was on the ground for 2 hours is really unfathomable. Really I've never heard of that in our area.
Yep. Brian?
Yeah, it does not happen long at all. It does not happen that often. But yeah, we still have the two-prong approach that we've been referring to is, we still have the tornado watch, but my colleagues down on the other side, emergency managers, still reminding us we also have the flooding to deal with, and probably during our next update, we're going to look at those rainfall totals once again. Once you go toward the north, that's where we see, at least toward Maryville and other areas up toward Atchison County, Missouri, they're still under a severe thunderstorm watch, but flooding has been the issue because some areas have picked up anywhere from 3 to 5 inches of rainfall. There's one time that Albany, Missouri was surrounded in all 4 directions. We could not get in or out of town. So their best advice there coming in from Harrison County, also anywhere to the east and northeast where they've already picked up some heavy amounts of rain, just stay put, just stay at home, let the waters recede, probably wait until daylight before you even start to try to venture out. And with all means, do not go out trying to sightsee, because obviously the folks who live in those areas need to take care of their houses and their loved ones. as opposed to folks trying to go through in and out. And I'm sure that we're going to notice, again, problems with regard to flooding. And also, look at this, that is in fact a tornado warning, radar indicated. So as mentioned, we're still not out of the woods yet. We still have the potential for some thunderstorms to produce a tornado. This one radar indicated is probably that little notch right there. This is to the south of Seneca. Not in the viewing area, mind you, but it's still holding together and moving very close toward Hiawatha and eventually heading across the state line and heading into Missouri too. This is the next line, and as First Alert Live radar comes around, we still see the evidence that is holding together a strong storm. And as you know, those counties in orange are still under that tornado watch until 10 o'clock. So we still have at least the threat there. Another thing is I was talking via text to my colleagues out at the National Weather Service, and they look like, or they think that they're coordinating with the Storm Prediction Center, that they're going to probably allow this tornado watch to expire at 10, but they may be reissued in another way, shape, or form as either a tornado watch or a severe thunderstorm watch, with probably the extra words that say, occasionally severe thunderstorms do produce tornadoes. And that is probably what's going to happen. Then we can go farther to the south. That's where you see toward Emporia, and this is where it's almost continuous. A line of thunderstorms that could produce some heavy amounts of rainfall, also heading to the east and northeast. That would put it close to the Kansas City metro between 10 and 10:30, I would imagine. So although there are no tornado warnings from these, but they still could see some damaging winds, excessive rainfall, and that's as we're changing and trying to shift our attention and focus toward the different sort of advisories that we need to tell you about. We could see more flooding and less hopefully than severe and tornadic. So there is that one tornado warning that's out, radar indicated, from the Topeka National Weather Service office, but cleanup efforts will continue, and these thunderstorms are still going to stay pretty strong, enough to produce at least the possibility of damaging winds, damaging hail, or a combination of both. Back over to you, Chris and Laura.
All right, let's go back to Brian Johnson, who is along US 59 highway in Douglas County, south of Lawrence.
Brian?
Yeah, we are with the Roger Brown family. They rode out the storm in their basement. There are 5 or 6 homes here in the cul-de-sac where they live. We're north of North 1000 Road and east of 59 Highway. If you're in Lawrence and you're watching, this is where we are. We're on the south side of town. There was a semi that was toppled over on US 59 Highway, so it took a long time to get over here. This is the aftermath on what people are doing right now. Take a look, live pictures. These are their pets back in their cages. They've got fresh water. You can see pieces of insulation wrapped all throughout the cage, and they have had a very rough night. The pets and the Brown family rode out this storm in their shelter, in their basement. They have a concrete room there with a steel door. They say it was very concerning as they heard the roof lift off and get blown away, and all of their belongings, knowing that it's blowing away. We're going to turn around now. They've got all kinds of family and friends out here helping tonight, and if we iris up, you'll be able to see a little bit of this is what's left of their 3-car garage, a wide shot, and you can kind of start to get the sense of just what every house on this cul-de-sac looks like. It's the man who built this custom home. He lives across the street. He's got a tarp on his roof, and he's got damage in his home, and 2 other homes are just ripped open, just like this one. We are literally inside the garage. You can see this front garage door was pushed in 2 or 3 feet. It's wrapped around that car, and then this custom white Jeep that Roger was telling us is one of a kind. It's a limited edition from a couple years ago, and so they're just dealing with all of what they spent their life building and constructing and making it their dream, now destroyed with it'll take many, many years to fix. And if you pan over, Daniel, I'm walking outside the garage now. I'll step outside. This is the trees and the landscape. It's really hard to see, but everything is soaked with water. We've seen tree after tree that's cut in half or uprooted, just like this one, where the wind literally, because the soil is so saturated from all of this rain we've been receiving, it just literally toppled these trees over like toys, kind of like what Lara was saying. And so this is kind of the damage that we're seeing. If we go back to their house, I just want to show you, this was 1 story with a walkout basement behind it, but you can see what's left of the the roof line here with all the trusses and the joists and insulation now all over the place. And so just very devastating for them. He said, physically, we are fine, we're healthy, we're safe. And so they are so grateful for that, and so grateful for all the friends and neighbors who have come to help them pack up what they own. But they say emotionally, right now it's very challenging to look at it and know that this was their life's work and their piece of heaven on earth, and now it's damaged, destroyed, and the landscape will never be the same. That's the latest. Live in Lawrence, Brian Johnson, KMBC 9 News.
And it's only going to get worse as the sun rises tomorrow morning.
These are people who right now are looking at what's left and wishing they could wave a magic wand and make it go away, but it unfortunately doesn't work that way. KMBC 9's William Joy is the Douglas County Fairgrounds in Lawrence, where a temporary shelter has been set up. William?
And Chris, Laura, earlier we were at the First Church of the Nazarene, which is the original shelter, but they didn't have power like many people throughout the area, so it's now here at the Douglas County Fairgrounds. You can see some of the volunteers who just a couple minutes ago went right away to unloading this trailer, this Red Cross disaster relief trailer, which is loaded down with water, with food, with cots, with everything they need for the night. And going inside, this is the area where people would set up, and in a couple moments they'll begin setting everything up. They said they're still trying to figure out just how many people they need, or how many people they need to set up for, trying to expect the needs. They aren't expecting too many people to come here, but we have seen a lot of damage. He said it's still too early to say, but already really what we've seen more than anything is just a large number of volunteers coming in here to help right away. And it's not just people with the Red Cross, it's not just people with the church. Just a couple minutes ago, we saw a car pull up. They said they saw it on the news. They wanted to come help. So again, a lot of people are already pitching in, which again, those volunteer efforts will certainly be needed down the line. But right now in the immediate future, the Red Cross has set up a shelter here. Again, if you do need shelter, come to the Douglas County Fairgrounds. Don't go to the First Church of the Nazarene. We've also seen power crews continuing to work on power lines across the area, many down, ripped apart, just like many of the trees that we've seen from the damage of this tornado. So many people certainly probably be in need of help tonight, and you can come here to the Douglas County Fairgrounds if you're one of them. Reporting live, William Joy, KMBC 9 News.
All right, William, thank you. And we should mention that Lawrence Memorial Hospital has activated its Emergency Incident Command Center. So if you're needing medical attention and you can get to Lawrence Memorial Hospital, that's your best place. If you're needing shelter, food, or water, the Douglas County Fairgrounds is the place for you to seek that.
More video from News Chopper 9 from earlier tonight, showing some of the damage along K32 tonight on the Kansas side. And as you can see, this some of this damage is extensive. No reports of any sort of injuries in this part of our area, but I would hazard to say that it's a little too soon to give the all clear there. Again, this is going to be one of those stories where it's going to take a while to make sure that every single person who happened to be in one of these structures, to make sure that they have been accounted for and that they are okay. And that is certainly what we are hoping and praying for right now.
And I can tell you from having covered the Joplin tornado, what they will do is emergency crews will go from home to home to home, and they will account for every single person. And they will mark that home as how many people have been accounted for. So the process is tedious, it takes time, but they will do it, and they will do it thoroughly.
And my guess is, especially in so many neighborhoods, as soon as homeowners make sure that their own family and friends are okay, then they will probably go out and start going house to house as well to try to make sure that their neighbors are okay. You know, we saw some earlier pictures, what you're seeing right now. You hope that those are all first responders and that they weren't necessarily people who were looking to get a closer look at the damage, because that's the last thing that people in places like this need is for gawkers.
The Douglas County Sheriff's Department tweeted that out exactly, that they really cannot have people out of their homes if they're not damaged, looking around or doing anything out of the ordinary. Just stay put. This is video from News Chopper 9, and this is before the sun set, and you can just see it was a rain-wrapped tornado. It made it incredibly difficult for trained storm spotters like like our KMBC staff, to make sure that they were calling a tornado because there was so much rain around it. Part of the saving grace in all this is it wasn't completely dark out. The sun was still up, believe it or not, even though you look at this video and it seems so dark. But a rain-wrapped tornado is just so incredibly dangerous because you cannot track where it's touching down and where it's going back up into the sky.
And really impossible to see just how big a storm this was at its base. Johnny was speculating, Nick was speculating, we were all speculating. Judging by what we are seeing right now, this was clearly a monster of a storm. There's no doubt about that. But at the moment that we were seeing these pictures for the first time, because of the rain wrap feature that we were all looking at tonight, it was just impossible to tell just how big this storm was.
And the National Weather Service will be boots on the ground tonight, if not first thing tomorrow morning, and they will determine on the EF scale what this was. You know, 1, 2, 3, we don't know at this point, but we do know that it was incredibly destructive. And right now we have somewhere around 11 injuries that have been reported.
That's right. And again, I'm guessing that's an early number to be sure. Douglas County Emergency Management tweeting just moments ago that the National Weather Service has canceled a tornado watch for Douglas County. That was as of 9:36 tonight. But the National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm watch for Douglas County until 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. Pete Grigsby.
I don't mean to laugh, but that's you know, it's replacing one with the other, but it is downgraded. That's a good news. Now, we've watched these storms, and we've talked about this for several days now. We knew this was going to be a moderate risk for us, and it's exactly what happened. And we're not totally in the clear yet. However, it is good news that the tornado watch is going to be allowed to expire, but all the blue boxes you see on the radar there, that's because of the new severe thunderstorm watch in effect for most of southeast Kansas, east central Kansas, now until 4 o'clock in the morning. Meteorologist Katie Horner is at the helm, and she's taking me up to the north because we're going to focus on, first of all, the Northland, as Brian mentioned earlier. Quite a bit of rainfall. I mean, they've been getting pounded with heavy rainfall all day long. And those storms you see in northeast Kansas moving in the east-northeast direction, no doubt have been bringing some severe thunderstorm warnings. Now, when we say severe thunderstorm warnings, we're talking about wind speeds up to 60 miles an hour or greater, and or hail quarter size. So that's kind of what's been happening now with these storms that are lingering around even past sunset. A lot of energy, a lot of juice out there in the atmosphere to continue with these thunderstorms. Now, if we go a little farther south and more towards Wichita and Emporia, you're going to see those thunderstorms that are eventually heading east-northeast direction for us. There's Kansas City in the middle, St. Joseph actually in the middle. And go a little farther out there, the bottom left of your screen there, those are the thunderstorms. That's why they've issued this severe thunderstorm watch, those blue counties there. That's why you have a watch until about 4 a.m. For those storms, and they continue to line up and move in our direction. Now, there's a good chance they are going to slightly weaken before they get to Kansas City. We're going to be here all night, keeping a track on these things, and of course, on a night like tonight, you don't leave the radar alone. You keep a close eye on these, and there's a storm track on there, giving you an idea of some of the cities that will be affected by this moving east and northeast direction. Now, those of you in the northeast area of Kansas City, like earlier, as we saw the tornado kind of going through Excelsior Springs a little farther east, that band of rainfall now is continuing to track in north central Missouri. That's in the upper right of your screen there. Good news about that is all weekend, that's quite a bit of rainfall, still thunderstorm activity. And then finally, we're going to end with, especially in the center part, Kansas City Metro, rain-free at this time, and that is good news. That doesn't mean we're completely in the clear. We got to watch those storms southwest of here, near between Wichita and Emporia, and they will be moving into our metro probably a little after midnight, maybe right before, and that's why we're going to stay in the First Alert Weather Center and keep an eye on things. Brian and Katie are also kind of putting data together, getting facts. We're kind of recapping the day for us. Because we've really not seen something. Now, we've had our share of tornado warnings the past few years off and on, but something with this magnitude, I personally have not seen since 2003. So, this is no doubt a lot of damage. What's that, Brian?
Oh, that's Pete.
Well, I was going to say, Chris and I was on, and Chris was highly affected by that. we've dodged the big ones for a long time, and we don't ever want this to happen, but there's going to be a lot of widespread damage with this, and we have, I don't know how many crews we have out in the field now gathering the information. You're going to be seeing a lot of this in the news overnight tonight through tomorrow and the next several days, and how this is going to impact. You know, I will tell you this on a personal note. Katie grabbed my hand earlier and we said a quick prayer. And when we start seeing the destruction of it, and it's an emotional thing. You can't help but get emotional with something like this. And we just keep praying that everyone is safe and no fatalities. And if there are injuries, that they're minor. So you know, we keep looking to the news department for that, hoping for nothing but good news from that end. I'll toss it back over to you guys.
Yeah, it's devastating for every single person who lives in this area, because you just hate to see people who have lost so much. Kelly Eckerman talked to a man who in Linwood, Kansas, who survived the tornado with his wife and his daughter, and they've lost everything around them. Kelly?
I'm standing just feet from one of the leveled homes here in Linwood, Kansas. You can see what's left. The basement there, none of the top floors are here. The entire surrounding farm is gone. The cattle have disappeared. Fortunately, in this story, the homeowner, his wife, his teenage daughter, and his dog, they all survived. And we actually got to walk around while it was still light out here. He appeared to still be in shock. His name is Brian Hahn. He's lived here for about 15 years. He was in the middle of shaving, and when we talked to him, half his face is shaved, the other half not, because that's how quickly he had to dart downstairs. Now, he showed us the small part of the house that actually made it through the storm, and that happened to be the small little chunk that they were taking shelter in. Again, they are all okay. I talked to him about what he went through, what it was like. It took us hours just to get up here because all the roads were blocked. This is Brian Hahn, what he's been through, he and his family tonight. Where were you at when you were down here?
Can you see the hole right there?
Yep.
That is my down. That gives that stairwell to go down my stairs. If you look just to the left, there's tile. We were right underneath that tile. So whatever, 15, 20 feet from where it took the house off.
And how big a house is this? Was this?
I could
How many
use the
bedrooms?
Oh, how many bedrooms? It's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath. So,
oh my gosh.
But the family's okay.
Family's all okay.
It's a miracle.
So, yeah, we were under, like I said, that one little piece, and I was talking to my cousin, and I watched my bedroom leave.
How long have you lived here?
Long time. I can't tell you the years, long time. 15 years, something like that.
Mm-hmm. Understand, the roads leading up to this farm were blocked by downed trees and power lines for hours. While we were here, we watched people bringing in their chainsaws, trying to get through, worried about what had happened to the family here. So you can imagine the relief when they got up here, found out that Brian and his family were safe. We know from seeing the shots from above from Johnny Rollins, there are other houses that have been leveled. This is one family that is just lucky to be alive tonight. There's just nothing left here. Back to you.
Oh my goodness. And Chris, you've experienced this.
The one thing that people like Brian Hahn and so many other people in Lawrence and Linwood and everywhere, the one thing that they need to know tonight is eventually it's going to be okay. It's not going to be next week. It's not going to be next month. It may be several months. It might be a year. But eventually it's going to be okay. It's the beginning of a process that in some cases, you know, might take a year, it might take longer. If you're Brian Hahn tonight, you're looking at what's left, you're trying to put together in your mind some of the things, maybe family keepsakes, photographs, things like that, that you hope to be able to find, maybe not necessarily tonight, especially since there's more weather on the way, but tomorrow. You're already making that list of things that you hope you are able to save. And you're also thinking about, well, where are we going to stay tonight? You know, is it going to be a hotel? Are we going to be with relatives? Or are we going to be? You just don't know. As I say, I go back to what I said earlier. you look at what's left and you just wish you could wave a magic wand to make it all go away. But again, it is going to be okay. And for people like Brian Hahn tonight, it is impossible to see that right now. But it will be.
And you can hear in Brian Hahn's voice, in Roger Brown's voice,
yes.
in Dr. Slater's voice, the veterinarian who is making sure that all the animals that were in his vet clinic were okay. Right. A stunned tone of disbelief. And you know, we can predict these things and we can caution about these things, but when they actually happen, there still is this moment of disbelief. Even for us as journalists, for everyone involved, there is that moment of, I cannot believe this is happening.
And not only that moment, but then the next moment, what do I do now?
Yeah.
Maybe he's had a chance to call his insurance company, an 800 number. I know in my case, from May 4th, 2003, I remember not knowing, and I've covered tornadoes for years, so have you.
Yeah, right.
But I didn't have a clue until it happened to me. And I remember calling the 1-800 number for our insurance company, and there was a nice woman on the other end of the phone. She picks up the phone. She takes the call, and it was I didn't even know what to say. I just sort of blurted out, "We've just had a tornado." And she said, "Is everybody okay?" And I said, "Yeah, everybody's okay." And then, of course, her follow-up question was, "What's your policy number?" Which at that moment was,
how would you know?
At that moment, I didn't have a clue. But again, it is an overwhelming feeling for all of these people tonight because they have no idea what the future is going to hold, and they're going to be in a minute-by-minute kind of a thing for a while until they get a chance to catch their breath, to get their feet underneath them and figure out a plan about what the future is going to look like.
And you know, having covered, I go back to Joplin, and practically the whole city was absolutely gone. And then I revisited a year later, and you know, there is the possibility of rebuilding. This is where the best of people shines.
Yes.
Because people
Clearly.
will come
Absolutely.
forth and they will offer anything and everything to pull these people out of the destruction and the devastation and this terrible hand that they have been dealt. And we will see that. We will see that in the coming days and the coming weeks. The people will come and they will help. But when you see images like this, and just 3-4 hours ago, everything was standing and it was perfectly fine.
And these images are from Sarah, I believe, on Twitter, showing some of the damage a little bit to the south of Lawrence tonight, where again, we are hearing at least the number that we have right now, 11 people injured as a result of this storm tonight. No word on any fatalities, thank goodness. But I think if you're just joining us, I would caution everyone at this point. We are awfully early in this story, and you just hope that those numbers hold tonight, tomorrow, and the next day.
You really do. Like we said, if you have a loved one or you know someone who needs a place to go tonight, the Red Cross has set up a place for people to get water, to get food, a place to sleep, and that is at the Douglas County Fairgrounds. That is where the Red Cross is stationed. They were unloading everything from the big trucks. Volunteers came out of the woodwork to help all the people, so you have a place to go there. William Joyce showed us it is a huge area where they will be able to accommodate a lot of people who just simply don't have anywhere to go.
Shifting gears for just a moment, KCI has not, the storm did not force a closing of KCI, but because the airport was open through it all, but inbound and outbound flights have certainly been affected. And just in illustration of that, from Twitter tonight, this has been a crazy travel day for the MLS soccer team, the LA Galaxy, who have been rerouted to St. Louis tonight with tornadoes in Kansas City at the airport. Team will fly into Kansas City tomorrow. So just, again, a very small illustration of the kind of effects of this storm tonight.
Let's go back out to Brian Johnson, who's just east of US 59 highway, south of Lawrence. Brian?
Yeah, and we just talked to Mike Alexander. They have a family dinner every Tuesday night here at another one of these dream homes right on this cul-de-sac here. We want to show you, these are can lights from somewhere inside this home, and you can see all of this massive beam, land beam, and more lighting. And then this is kind of, you can see the front is still a little bit intact, but it's back up and behind, right where they were having that family dinner, that it all ripped apart. He said it was terrifying. He said it was all of the freight train that people talk about when they mention the tornadoes. But he said what was most terrifying, Daniel, let's move over here and we'll show kind of this garage that was blown apart. He said what was most scary is that he said he could hear the nails pulling out of the wood in the wind as they were in the basement waiting for it all to pass. With all of his extended family that come here every Tuesday night for those family dinners, we're going to come around here and you'll see from the garage where one of these side garages was blown out. There's a tree and the windows broken over here, and the double two-car garage doors is just missing. The siding literally pulled right off the front or the side of the house here with the Tyvek moisture wrap barrier exposed now. The garage door is totally ripped apart. They had everyone in this home. He said it was very scary. He is an adult male, probably in his 20s or 30s, and he said he was emotional just talking with us about the level of emotion. You know, this is where they come. He said his baby had his baby shower here. They get together every week for family gatherings every Tuesday night, like I said. And so it's very hard to have experienced this tonight during what was a celebration of their family. We're going to take you just a little bit closer to US 59 Highway. This is their basketball hoop, and he was showing us this is what's left of kind of another garage or kind of a shop. You can see taken right down to the footer board here and the concrete. We're inside of it now. You can see it was literally, the whole thing is gone. There's nothing left of it, wrapped up in the tornado and blown away. And here's the neighbor's shop, and somehow it was broken apart, but it's still on the ground, whereas theirs is completely gone. So in summary, just a horrific night for Mike Alexander, his extended family. This is one of 6 homes right on the end of the cul-de-sac here, and they are dealing with the aftermath. He says they're going to rebuild. He says that while it was their dream home, it can be replaced, as Chris was just mentioning, and they're grateful that they're all alive. But it is very emotional to think that they were having a big celebration with their family, their favorite meal on a Tuesday night, and then it all came to a screeching halt when that sound came, and they barely got to their safe shelter in time. Live in Lawrence, Brian Johnson, KMBC 9 News.
Yeah, but the important thing is they got there. They got there in time.
They got there in time, and we're so grateful for Mike Alexander and his entire family.
Bonner Springs in Wyandotte County appears to have sustained the most damage from tonight's weather event. Unified Government spokesman Edwin Birch says that the power's out. Trees are everywhere. There's structural damage to buildings, no reports of injuries. And it also appears that there's no serious damage to the Legends shopping area or the area immediately around the Hollywood Casino, but Edwin doesn't rule out the possibility of maybe minor damage once the sun comes up and they get a little better handle on what things are like.
The Kansas Speedway, of course, being in that area as well, and we are not seeing any reports of damage. But again, we're telling you what we know right now. When the sun comes up tomorrow, that may be a completely different story, because then people will truly be able to see what it is that we're all dealing with in 2 states and in multiple counties after tonight's tornadoes.
And as we come up on 10 o'clock, let us go ahead and tell you, for those of you who have emailed us wondering, because of our severe weather coverage tonight, some ABC programming was obviously preempted. The Lion King will re-air at 12:05, and then the season finale of 1969 will be seen at 2:05 in the morning tomorrow. So again, Lion King will re-air right after midnight at 12:05, and the season finale of 1969 will air at 2:05 tomorrow morning.
And we also, Haley Harrison just tweeted out too. She is in Leavenworth County right now, and the same type of situation as in southern Douglas County, where homes are destroyed there. And we are getting all of our crews in place so we can talk to every single one of them that they're dispersed all over the affected areas, and they can give us a better idea of what individual families are dealing with there. But you know, Leavenworth County, Bonner Springs, Basehor, and then into Wyandotte County, where the Kansas Speedway is, and the Legends, all of that affected in tonight's storm.
I keep going back to the possibility of more rain and more wind before this night is out. I can't help but remember back to May 4, 2003, when I lost a house and almost a family to an F4 that night. But it did rain later on that night, and there was this moment where I remember standing in what was left of our great room, sort of looking up at the sky as it was raining. And I don't recall exactly what I said, but it was something to the effect of, "You got to be kidding me."
Yeah. Right, and you know, that happened in Joplin too.
It did.
The
It
next
absolutely
day,
did. You're right.
Because
Yes,
I was
yes,
interviewing a gentleman in his living
Yes, it
room
did.
as he's trying. He has no roof. We're in his living room, similar to your great room, and it is pouring rain, and you just think it's just punishment on top of punishment.
What else can happen now, you know? Looking at video from earlier tonight, this is a cell phone video of that tornado, as you can hear the sirens there. A little bit south of Kearney there, up in Clay County. This is a storm that ended up moving to the north and did damage in the Excelsior Estates area of Excelsior Springs. We don't have any pictures yet or details of just how bad it is up there in Clay County and the Excelsior Springs area, but we have crews on the way. This is one of those stories where it's even taking us some time to sort of get our arms around just how big this storm was.
And the tornado in Clay County, there was actually 2 tornadoes at one point that Nick Bender had pinpointed. Now, going back to Bonner Springs, this was just a little before 7 o'clock tonight, and you can see just how massive that storm was. This is from Storm Tracker 9, and that's what Nick Bender's been in all evening.
You know, and at the moment that we were seeing these live pictures from Storm Tracker 9, based on where our people were, that looked to be a storm that might have been even a mile wide.
Yes.
And so that, again, an illustration of just how big an event this turned out to be tonight for so many people in our area.
It just is so big. It's hard for any of us to totally wrap our arms around what has happened in our area. Brian, do you want to chime in at all?
Sure. Certainly so. Well, first of all, I'll show you where it moved through, and this is the storm reports. So I've erased all the others, the wind report, the hail report, and just talking tornadoes, because we first picked it up farther west of Lawrence and toward Lake Perry. That's where we started to see some of these observations. This is not every touchdown. This is just every observed location that was there. And as you saw, it moved into the southwestern corner of, that would be Leavenworth County. And then it skipped from between Leavenworth and Lansing right across, and the other time there was a confirmed tornado very close to, as we were talking about, Excelsior Springs Estates we were talking about, and north of Kearney. That's where we saw the other cluster of touchdowns. So we did see quite a few, and at one time, as Chris mentioned, possibly a mile and a half or mile wide at some spots. And I think probably tomorrow morning when we start to see the assessment, Johnny Rhodes and others are going to go out there with an aerial view. We'll see exactly how wide that swath was. This is the severe thunderstorm watch that now replaces the tornado watch. As of 10 o'clock, those counties were allowed to be expired or lifted and then downgraded. But I don't want to say that meaning that, okay, it's all over. It does not mean that. It just means we still have, as Chris was talking about, heavy rainfall, still the potential of 60-mile-an-hour winds. I have not seen any hail reports coming in here. And also, I got to talk to my emergency managers or other folks who are up in the northern tier. That's where we picked up flood warnings. They're still out there. Many inches of rain that are going on. At one time, Albany was surrounded by water. Now it looks like things are passable up there. But anywhere from Atchison through Nottoway, Worth, going toward Gentry, also heading farther to the east, you see some of the counties that are involved underneath flooding. That's going to be a concern, and it's really not going to go down anytime soon. We still have to worry about a little more flooding to be the case later on tonight, too. And then as far as south and southwest, we still see some thunderstorms. No tornado warnings yet, no storm winds that show rotation, but we still could see some gusts up to about 50 or 60 miles per hour. William Joy, is that what we have going on? William Joy has got a report coming in here. William?
Brian, right now we're at the Brian, right now we're at the Douglas County Emergency Shelter where people can come, but fortunately, a good sign is that no one has come here yet. Obviously, we know from what we've been seeing for the last few hours that there is significant damage throughout Douglas County, but no one has shown up yet. We do know that the buses are at Walmart bringing people over as needed and that people can obviously come here. This location was changed from the First Church of the Nazarene because they didn't have power, so people can come to the Douglas County Fairgrounds if they need help. Now, I'm joined by Brian Stevens with the Red Cross. Now, Brian, I'm sure whether on TV or through social media or for some of the volunteers that are just finished unloading stuff here, you've heard a lot about these storms. What struck you so far tonight?
I think just the damage to the east of here and how long the tornado stayed on the ground. So the people that are without power in this area as well as farther east.
What's going on right now? Obviously, we just show there's nobody here, which is a good sign, but you guys have unloaded supplies nonetheless. What's the plan right now?
We're set. We're ready to take anybody that needs shelter tonight. Our goal is to have a place for them to go and have a place to sleep and get food as needed. So we're ready to take somebody in if they need it.
Again, you have seen that damage. There's a chance that people staying with friends, relatives tonight, but what do you expect the need to be like here?
It could be that there are a lot of people that need shelter and they're just still dealing with the things at their homes right now. So we will stay open until we know for sure that nobody needs shelter. But there's also a chance that people will stay with friends and family and not need the shelter.
Awesome. I appreciate it. We know that from just speaking with Douglas County Emergency Management a few minutes ago, they told me there is significant damage to the south of Lawrence, to the southwest at Lone Star Lake area, and then just east of Lawrence as well. They know they have reports of multiple injuries, but at this time they don't have a solid number or know the extent of those injuries, just that some of those people were taken to the hospital. And I asked if there's anything else that they wanted to share. They wanted to make sure people know. They said the main thing is they don't need any more looky-loos. They don't need people going down and trying to see this damage tonight. Stay where you are. Don't worry about that. If you want to volunteer, this shelter is a perfect place to come and start, and there will certainly be many opportunities for that in the days, weeks, and even months to come. Reporting live from the Douglas County Shelter, William Joy, KMBC 9 News.
All right, very good, William. Thank you very much. Kelly Eckerman joins us now, and she has been in Linwood, Kansas tonight.
Kelly?
I'm standing just feet in front of one of the homes that was destroyed here in Linwood, Kansas, and it's not just this house that was destroyed, it was the surrounding farm. 2 silos, a barn, cattle, all gone. The good part of this story is that the family inside this house survived. Now, while it was still light out, they took us up, the homeowner took us up to show us where they took shelter. One tiny part within the house, pretty much the only part of the house that was left, part of the basement. Right now, there's so much they don't know. They were off in the distance just minutes ago, still looking for some of the farm equipment, wondering where everything went. Brian Hahn is the homeowner here, and he talked about what it took to get through all of this. Where were you at when you were down here?
When you see the hole right there?
Yep.
That is my down. That goes to that stairwell to go down to my stairs. If you look just to the left, there's tile. We were right underneath that tile. So whatever, 15, 20 feet from where it took the house off.
And how big a house is this? Was this?
Oh, I couldn't
How many
give you the
bedrooms?
bedrooms. Oh, how many bedrooms? It's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath. So,
Oh my gosh.
But the family's okay. That's
family's all okay.
a miracle.
So, yeah, we were under, like I said, that one little piece, and I was talking to my cousin, and I watched my bedroom leave.
How long have you lived here?
Long time. I can't tell you the years, long time. 15 years, something like that.
Mm-hmm. The wind is picking up here again. Some of this debris is starting to blow. All the roads leading here were blocked by trees. It took hours for folks with chainsaws just to get through, so you can imagine the relief. We followed some of their friends actually up here, walked about 3/4 of a mile to get up here. The relief when they found out the family was okay. They lost everything, but feeling lucky to be alive. Back to you.
We're also seeing some reports tonight that urban search and rescue teams from across Kansas are now headed to to Franklin and Douglas counties to help with going house to house, that sort of thing. In fact, there's an urban search and rescue task force from Wichita that has been mobilized and is on its way right now.
And that's what they'll do. They will account for every last person and make sure that everyone is accounted for. Next, we want to go to Haley Harrison, who has been in Bonner Springs tonight. Haley.
We are in the Bear Lake area of Leavenworth County. We're just east of Linwood and west of Bonner Springs off of 32 tonight. And we have been talking to the homeowners here in one of several homes that were destroyed. I want to give you the full picture, the full scope of the damage here. The couple that lives here, Rick and Joni, they said they moved out here in 2011. In a lot of ways, this was their dream home. As you can see, their dream home is no more tonight. Joni said that she was here alone with her dachshund when she got a text message from a relative out in Lee's Summit telling her about the storms and telling her to take cover.
We have a storm shelter right under the porch, and we're thankful for Steve and Marcia Nicely, who built the house and put that there, because it was indeed safe. And I could see the storm coming. It looked very, very dangerous. And I got into the storm shelter and was there, you know, praying and thankful to have the storm shelter. And water started coming down the walls of the concrete storm shelter, so I knew that probably something was gone up above.
Now, the storm shelter sure got its use today. Joni tells me that she left that storm shelter after about an hour. She went into her basement and looked up the stairs and saw sky, and that's when she says she really knew the extent of the damage. They've been going through a little bit of the rubble. Of course, they're not going to get the full scope of this again until the morning, but Joni says it's interesting how little things like pictures of her grandkids were preserved, a memento, something that belonged to her father, that was preserved as well, but they also lost so much. So yet another story of total destruction and resilience that we're seeing from all across the metro tonight. Back to you.
And these are just the first few hours after the storm.
Our friend Joe McBride up at KCI, who is the principal spokesperson for the city's aviation department, just looking at a tweet at 10 p.m. update, the airport closed to aircraft. Now, the airport is open. He will want me to say that. But again, no traffic inbound or outbound due to unsafe conditions from storm debris. Small pieces can damage airplanes. Crews are right now working to clear 1 2-mile, 150-foot wide runway. Taxiways and aprons are also being affected, and the estimated opening sometime after 11 o'clock tonight. So again, storm debris up at KCI that they're working to clear even as we speak.
And some of that debris we've learned already tonight, because this storm was on the ground for 2 hours. Some of the debris that is over in Missouri and around KCI, even to the east in the Smithville area, is from the destruction that we've already seen from Kelly Ackerman and from Haley Harrison in their live reports. That's how far this debris has been taken. And we also know that the LA Galaxy was supposed to play Sporting. They were rerouted to St. Louis tonight because they simply could not land at KCI. They'll fly back into Kansas City tomorrow.
Let's go to KMBC 9's Brian Johnson, who is south of Lawrence tonight, getting a closer look at some of the damage there in Douglas County. Brian, you with us?
Yeah, we're dozens of homes are damaged out here. We're in a cul-de-sac of 4 or 5 homes. Each of them has been heavily impacted, and we want to show you kind of what we're looking at. This is the home of Roger Brown. You can see the roof is completely gone, and all the trusses are exposed here. If we walk up close, you can see this is where his cars were parked when this all happened. He and his wife have lived here for 14 years. They were inside about to have dinner. He had actually just finished buying some groceries from the grocery store when he returned to come here, and they got in their safe area. This is a custom Jeep, he said, that was a specific year and it was limited, so all of their valuables are damaged and destroyed. They have knickknacks from past trips and things. We're inside their 3-car garage now. You can see it is completely gone on this side of their home. The glass is broken. The only reason they were safe is they got in their storm shelter, which is underneath the front porch. And we should take you over there because there's some concrete walls that kept them safe and protected. And there is a steel door. He, his wife, as well as their cat and dog were underneath this front porch. And you can see into their front home. The beams are all exposed. The can lighting is still there. Wires are all hanging down, the back glass is all broken out, and posts from their balustrades going downstairs are completely gone. Sheetrock is on the floor. This dog cage, this kennel, was where their dog was resting after the fact. You can see it's plastered with insulation. Roger is over here now. He's had so much help and loved ones tonight who have been helping him pack up and get what valuables salvage. And you were saying, take us through the moment when you're downstairs and you had just returned from the grocery store, you got into your safe shelter.
Yeah, actually I was at the grocery store getting dinner to cook, and my wife called me and my alarm was going off on my phone, so I rushed home. She was already in the safe room, had the dog and the cat in there, and we had just talked about the last thing that people don't think about during a storm is having shoes on in case of having to walk through it. So I went over and put shoes on at that moment, and moments later is when it hit, when we were in the safe room.
For your work, I think you work with first responders, you're a supplier of some kind. A lot of people have reached out tonight. Your insurance provider, you're the guy who built your home. This is a local community. People care a lot about each other. Talk about the support you've received.
Yeah, absolutely. I sell fire trucks for a living in Oklahoma and Kansas, and my bosses with Conrad Fire have checked on us and made sure everything's okay, and anything that they can do to support us, and fire chiefs around the country and firefighters around the country that know what hit have checked on us. So it's great to have that kind of support. You know, I've been in the business for over 30 years, and so we made a lot of friends, and looks like there's another storm coming yet tonight.
Yeah, we'll probably have to wrap it up here in another minute. I wanted to ask you one more question, though. Physically, the home is damaged. You're fine, you're healthy, but emotionally, what goes through your mind when you see this and as you deal with the coming days?
You know, I don't know what the coming days are going to bring, but you know, my wife and I are very close, and it's our lives. You know, we've built this life together over 30 years, and we built this house 14 and a half years ago, and we've kind of made it our passion to make it the way we want it, and now it's gone, so now we have to start over and make another dream home.
Yeah, and so they will. They're going to do the best they can. He was talking earlier about all of the trees and things that are irreplaceable. That'll take a long time to plant those. We've talked to Mike Alexander. He lives across the street. They were also having dinner, family dinners they always have on Tuesday nights, and they experienced something similar. He was talking about the freight train sound and how they were able to get into their safe shelter moments before it came, and he said they could hear the nails being ripped out of their home. So it's been very emotional for the people here tonight. They're very grateful for all the help they've gotten, and they're especially grateful that they are alive and well, and that all of this is just stuff and that it can be replaced. The winds are starting to pick up. We better start to move. For now, live in Lawrence, Brian Johnson, KMBC 9 News.
And for that
You read our minds.
Yeah, you really did read our minds, Brian. And Kelly Ackerman said the same thing. The winds are starting to pick up. Our Nick Bender, who was in Clay County, Missouri, is now east of Lawrence. And Nick, you are meeting another front that's blowing in.
We are, Laura. We're going to go back to where our day started. This is southwest of Lawrence, because there are additional thunderstorms that are moving toward Lawrence, and they might even make it to Lawrence within the next hour or so. Occasionally, you're going to see the lightning here. We just passed Linwood to our south. We're on Interstate 70 heading into Lawrence, and occasionally you're going to see the lightning there to the southwest horizon. The flash flood threat is high since we've had very heavy rainfall move through here earlier with that tornado. And storms are kind of lined up from Overbrook, south and west of Osage City, all the way down to Emporia. So the big threat to first responders and the ongoing relief efforts there in Lawrence, in Linwood, over toward Bonner Springs in this area, is going to be very heavy rainfall
and lightning, especially. These storms right now are not severe, but the area is under a severe thunderstorm watch until 4 a.m. So additional severe weather is possible overnight into tomorrow morning. Of course, we've got our minds on people who are out trying to begin the cleanup effort, even at this time. First responders and our own crews who are out there as well. Again, there's lightning off in the distance. That is going to slow down and hamper the relief efforts, the cleanup efforts, and the searching efforts for tonight into early tomorrow morning. We're going to send things back to you.
Hey, Nick, hang on there for just a moment, if you would.
Sure.
Give us a timeline right now. What do you think we are looking at? If you're in Douglas County right now and you're worried about friends and relatives there or in Leavenworth County, like I say, give us an idea of when we can expect to see something in terms of rain or high winds.
I think in Lawrence, you may begin to get rain and thunderstorms here. Storms are about 20 miles to the southwest. They're moving at about 30 miles an hour. So I would say probably around 11 o'clock, give or take. I would say by then, we need to start considering trying to get people into shelter. That includes our first responders. That might even include our own teams, because we really can't be outdoors with lightning coming through. And there is still the risk of severe weather. It's more of a damaging wind and large hail threat and flash flood threat, and not so much of a tornado threat, though I don't think it's zero. It's significantly lower than it was earlier in the day. The big threat here for Lawrence through 11 o'clock and then, through the rest of the night and then over into Kansas City is going to be additional rainfall and flash flooding. Chris, we've been really focused on the tornado, and it deserves a lot of attention right now, because we got a lot of people who are hurting. We've got a lot of our residents across northern Missouri that did not get the tornado threat, but they have not only historic rises along a lot of the streams, the creeks, and the rivers there, but just flash flooding. I mean, from what I've heard, there are roads that are washed out. There are bridges even that are washed out. And for times today, some towns like Albany and Bethany, you couldn't even get in because the major roads were flooded. And that threat is going to continue overnight into early tomorrow morning. A serious flood situation across northern Missouri. And with these thunderstorms, Chris, kind of coming up from Lawrence and Emporia, moving over to the same areas, we get those training thunderstorms producing very efficient rainfall rates. I'm also concerned about flash flooding in areas that are trying to clean up and just catch their breath from what was a significant, a strong, possibly even a violent tornado earlier today.
Well, and as you talk about what's happening in northwest Missouri, I-29 right now is shut down again from St. Joseph all the way to the Iowa line because of gravel and especially those secondary roads that are off I-29. Gravel and dirt roads have water over them right now, so that's exactly what you're talking about right there.
Everything is so saturated. That is the problem we're going to run into. Okay, so about 45 minutes, and people in Lawrence, you should take heed that it is going to be raining, and there are some winds and everything else that are going to hit you. And Nick warned that people need to take shelter. Not necessarily a tornado. We're not talking about that, but just find a place where maybe you could rest tonight before picking up the pieces.
It's the last thing you need right now, believe me.
It really, really is.
Let's go to KMBC 9's Stephen Albritton, who was up at KCI as the people up there at the airport had to take steps to make sure that people were safe tonight.
A lot of action happened tonight at KCI. It's been a couple hours since a flight has actually left here at the airport. As you can see, a long line out here, people trying to get rebooked. But earlier tonight, around 7 o'clock, is when they made the decision to move passengers down to the basement because of that storm heading this direction from Kansas.
It came over the loudspeakers that everybody was to move, and then everybody just moved very quickly and orderly to the basement, and then we were down there for like 20 minutes.
It was about 7:45 when the all clear was given, and they were able to bring these passengers up from the basement. But then the issue turned to outside, actually on the tarmac and on the runways. There's debris out there that they've been trying to get cleared for the past couple of hours now. But for the passengers, flights were pushed back, flights were canceled, flights were moved, and now it's a situation where they have to get rebooked and hope that they can get out sometime tomorrow. tomorrow. Reporting from KCI, Stephen Albritton, KMBC 9 News.
A lot of travelers impacted there. Now, as we mentioned, this tornado originated west of Lawrence, and it was on the ground for 2 hours. And then there were actually 2 tornadoes in Clay County near the Kearney Excelsior Springs area and north of Mosby.
Which is really crazy to think about that for just a moment. Yeah, not 1 but 2 tornadoes north of Kearney. KMBC 9's Matt Fleener is assessing the damage up there tonight.
We're in Excelsior Springs tonight. That tornado that was in Clay County that Nick Bender and Storm Tracker 9 were tracking as it moved through. This is Salvador Lopez, who rode out that tornado in his basement. Can you explain what that was like?
Yeah, it's a little scare. Like I said, it's a little scare, but not too much because we get to the basement before that. All we hear is just all the wind. We hear when all the trees break down and all that, and we look on the window, we see the trees all on the floor. You know, when we look at it, it just happened really quick.
So you have tree damage. What other damage do you have here?
Just a roof a little bit and all the building, the farm equipment and all that, all the damage.
Wow. But everybody's okay. You are safe.
Yeah, we're safe. Yeah, my family's okay and I'm okay.
Good,
yeah,
good.
We okay.
And he took those precautions. He went down to the basement immediately before that tornado moved through. In Excelsior Springs, Matt Fleener, KMBC 9 News.
And that's been the saving grace in all of this, is that people have listened to the warnings and they have taken precautions and they've gone to where they can stay safe.
Chief Meteorologist Brian Busby, what a night.
Oh, what a night for sure. You know, and again, the 3 decades plus I've been here, I've never seen the Weather Service with such harsh language to get people to take action, and rightfully so, as you're seeing some of the reports coming in here. And I can only imagine what's going to happen once the sun gets up and we start to see with daylight some of the damage that's going on here. At one time a mile wide, and still that's a pretty significant storm. And as we're estimating at the Doppler, winds over 100 miles an hour. So here's a look at our storm track. This is now northwest Missouri. There's St. Joseph, there's Agency. Here's your timeline as to when they're going to come through. Moving to the east and northeast at about 30 miles per hour. So St. Joe a little before 11 o'clock, Stanberry a little after 11, and then Agency at about 11:15 or so. Then the other part of the line is a little farther down to the south and southwest, and that's going to head toward, say, Pomona, Lake Pomona at 10:30 this evening. Also Lecompton at 10:37. Lawrence right before the 11 o'clock hour, Oskaloosa at 10:55, and also Reno, Kansas at 11:10. And remember, Storm Tracker 9's out there, and Nick has had a very long day as well. Remember, he was on First News sounding the first alert forward and letting you know that there was going to be a stormy night. He still joins us live. Nick.
Brian, we're back to where we started. We're heading back to Lawrence because the threat of thunderstorms is not over. Though the tornado potential is greatly reduced compared to what it was earlier when that large tornado moved through parts of southern Lawrence over into Linwood and then on toward north of DeSoto and Bonner Springs, there still is thunderstorms and thunderstorms with lightning, very heavy rainfall, what could be flash flooding in areas right now where residents are, I don't even know if their minds are even together enough to start the cleanup process. It would be really hard for me to believe that, but it goes on, and that risk of lightning, you see the lightning there out ahead of Storm Tracker 9, that's going to be the main threat here for first responders, for the residents that were impacted by the tornado earlier today, and for our own news crews as well, because I know we have a lot of resources there trying to get people help. It's going to be the lightning and the flash flooding, Brian, as these storms continue to move up over areas that were already, besides impacted by the tornado, extremely heavy rainfall. The streams, the creeks, the rivers, everything's running pretty high, and these thunderstorms look to be the training type that keep moving over the same areas. So flooding is a big concern here in Lawrence. I would say these storms creeping up that way by 11 o'clock.
That's the way it's looking right here. Thank you very much, and be safe. Speaking of flooding, you can still see the flash flood warnings that are out for Davies, Grundy, Harrison, Lynn, Livingston. Pretty much the northern tier of our viewing region over 4.5, if not 5 inches of rainfall. things are at least improving, like toward Albany, where you can get in and out of town at least. But as you see here, the radar estimates are every bit of 2 to 4 inches to the north. Big picture showing you those thunderstorms, severe thunderstorm warnings earlier, not seeing any tornado threat. And as Nick mentioned, I think that the threat of tornadoes has really gone down. But lightning, they're very electrical storms, and still the potential for some heavy rain, which is definitely not going to help the old flooding situation. Between Chillicothe up toward Macon and Moberly, that's one cluster of thunderstorms that's heavy. You do see that severe thunderstorm warning just to the south of Maryville, to the northwest of Savannah, going farther out toward Hiawatha. The possibility of maybe a 50-mile-an-hour wind, 60-mile-an-hour wind with those. And we still have those showers that Nick was talking about, trying to move into Douglas County and also into Franklin County too. So these are the thunderstorms that will move through later on tonight and still pose a threat. But good news here, clean slate, no tornado watch we have to worry about. That was allowed to expire at, say, midnight, or 10 o'clock, I should say, midnight until 4 in the morning. Now, the severe thunderstorm watches that are out there. Things will calm down a little bit toward the weekend. That's good news, but once again, we still have to worry about the potential as we're looking at the big picture for the storm system to move through with the front. That's when we can finally close the door totally on severe weather. Real quick, storm reports as it started near Clinton, went through Lawrence, and then made its way up to between Excelsior Springs and up toward Kearney. That's where we saw some of those rainfall amounts and those tornadoes as well. Here's a look at the exclusive First Alert 9-day forecast, 65 to 80 degrees. Another chance of a few thunderstorms overnight tomorrow night into Thursday, not looking nearly as heavy. I always say this, it took Mother Nature a long time to conjure up something like this, so I don't look for this next storm system to be anywhere as strong. 75 on Thursday, 78 on Friday. Another chance as the rain comes in on Saturday. Sunday dries out once again. This is going to be the more hit and miss scattered variety Monday through Thursday of next week. Temperatures close to 90 degrees once again, and our mornings starting off muggy in the 60s and the 70s.
All right, Brian. Well, with these storms, of course, have come numerous power outages, and we want to take a look at the Westar map right now. And you can see that there's just a tremendous number of people who don't have power, of course. One thing that KCP&L, Westar, any electric company is going to tell you, power company, is do not touch or drive over any power lines that are over roadways. And right now, especially in Douglas County, in Leavenworth County, we know that there are a lot of power poles that are down, which with it brings down the power lines. So be very, very careful, especially with it being so dark because of these power outages, of where you walk and, of course, where you drive.
And you can see the numbers there in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. The number of customers who are without service right now, and of course these are utility companies that are working hard to try to make things safe, especially for their crews, and then jumping into the awesome task of trying to restore service to so many people. In terms of a recap tonight, the latest number that we are seeing is that 11 people were hurt tonight. Primarily in Douglas County, Kansas, in the Lawrence area, after that tornado did what looks to be extensive damage, especially on the southwest side of Lawrence. And this is damage that is essentially outside of the city limits, but certainly within the county. There are trees down, there are power lines down, there is storm debris everywhere. And of course, Lawrence Memorial Hospital went into a sort of emergency mode, which is something that they certainly train for on a regular basis.
They do. When they get into an emergency command center mode, that means they are taking people from all over the county, of course. They have not seen any horrible injuries at this point, but the number was around 11 at one point tonight. We suspect that will probably go up as the days go on, and there are also residual injuries that happen when we have widespread damage like this, of people who are exhausted and they are trying to clean up. So please be careful in that aspect of it as well. But Lawrence Memorial is the place to go if you need medical assistance. And then, of course, Chris, the Red Cross has set up its command center at the Douglas County Fairgrounds, and that's where people can find anything they need in terms of water, food, cots, a place to sleep, because as these storms move in, people do need to find a place where they can put their feet up and take a breath.
Building 21 to be exact. And as the storm was bearing down on Kansas City, as it continued to move to the east, we all saw these reports of storm sirens going off in Lawrence, in Linwood, in Bonner, in Kansas City, Missouri, downtown, Waldo, Brookside, north of the river. Everybody was on alert.
And came to a standstill.
And came to a standstill.
I mean,
Absolutely.
when everything in downtown Kansas City really just came to a stop, you know that the magnitude of this storm, it brought this whole community to its knees.
We saw the report from Stephen Albritton up at KCI where flights were temporarily suspended for a time, and the decision was made rather quickly, I would assume, to move people from the terminals to parking garage tunnels for shelter as those storms were passing by. In fact, the airfield remains shut down and probably will be for another half hour as there is storm debris on the runway, and that is something that has to be cleared before the airfield is reopened tonight. The airport itself never shut down. But again, the airfield up at KCI, there's a cleanup job going on up there right now.
And don't be surprised if you walk outside your back door, or your front door for that matter, even if you live on the Missouri side and you're in Clay County or Jackson County, there may be debris of what this storm, the damage it caused miles and miles to the west because it just grabbed it and took it with it. It was on the ground for 2 hours.
First News meteorologist Nick Bender is in Storm Tracker 9 right now, and he is back where essentially his evening began in the Lawrence area last time we spoke, Nick, and all of this as we're not quite done with heavy weather tonight.
No, we've got thunderstorms moving into Lawrence right now, Chris. They're not severe, but they'll have lightning and heavy rain. Certainly going to be a hamper and a hazard to the tornado cleanup efforts going on in Lawrence here for first responders, the residents here south of Lawrence into Linwood, and for our news teams here that are out in the field. That's why we're here in Storm Tracker 9 to spot these storms as they come in. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Nick Bender in Storm Tracker 9, again, keeping an eye on things tonight as we're not quite out of the woods, unfortunately, especially for those people who have already lost so much tonight.
Yeah, but it's a combination of things. You know, we always talk about this, and you guys have been working with us for a long time. You know that we go from tornadic to flooding, and it usually happens like that. And you were even mentioning, Chris, with your own experiences back in '03, that it goes from tornadic to heavy weather, and so we still have heavy rain to deal with. And I think that's going to be the other part of the story that we're going to have with tonight. The tornado threat's really down, as Nick mentioned. The winds may be gusting up to 40 miles an hour, but the thing I really want to talk about is the potential for more flooding that will continue through the overnight hours, and that was mainly across the northern tier of Missouri, but just about everybody has to deal with that. So as you're looking at First Alert Live radar, pockets of heavier rain, those are those yellow centers that you see. But for the most part, at least the heaviest and the severe most weather is over for us. 9-day forecast has it feeling more like summertime. Our temperatures will be in the 80s tomorrow. A chance of some more thunderstorms rolling through tomorrow night, but those don't look severe.
Good.
But it looks like we can break the pattern. Remember, as you mentioned, we had like 10, 11 days, 13 days in a row or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
It's been a while, so at least we're getting a break on Friday. High of 78, and then back to storm chances on Saturday, maybe a couple on early Sunday, and a few next week as well. By then we're in June, but the pattern seems to be changing a little bit, not quite as severe as we have going on right now. But I know flooding is going to be the biggest issue. And remember, we're within striking distance of the overall wettest Kansas City in May here, set back in 1995, and we're within an inch and a half or even just shy of 2 inches to break that record.
And it sounds like by midnight or thereafter we'll be there.
We might be there.
Yeah.
Well,
we're going to take at least a brief break from our continuous coverage right now, and as we leave you for now, we want to show you some more images out of Linwood, Kansas tonight from Lindsay Blancarty. Again, another tough night for an awful lot of people out there.
And know that we are with you, and we're going to continue with this cleanup along with everyone, and bless all of you.